Good dad. Now they're gonna. Yeah. Have you spoken to those? Public comment. I don't think we need to do the whole house. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, how far is that about it? Oh, yeah. There. Good morning. I'm calling to order the February 18th, 2026 meeting of the Georgia State Election Board. My name is John Favre. I'm chairman of the board. I'm joined today by members Sally Grubbs, member Dr. Janice Johnson, and member Janelle King, and also our executive director, James Mills. It's good to see all of you here today. Lots of people that we know, and glad to have you back. We have a full agenda today, so I have no comments to make really. This may extend into a second day, depending on how quick these cases go through. We have a lot of cases and a lot of other things to discuss today. So we're going to go ahead and begin with the invocation. Dr. Johnson, would you please?
I'll be glad to. Let us pray. Oh, precious God, Heavenly Father, this is a prayer from President Ronald Reagan, often called a prayer for healing. To preserve our blessed land, we must look to God. It is time to realize that we need God more than He needs us. We also have His promise that we could take to heart with regard to our country, that if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Let us, young and old, join together as did the First Continental Congress in the first step in humble, heartfelt prayer. Let us do so for the love of God and His great goodness, in search of His guidance and the grace of repentance, in seeking His blessings, His peace, and the resting of His kind and holy hand on ourselves, our nation, our friends, in the defense of freedom and all mankind, now and always. The time has come to turn to God and reassert our trust in Him for the healing of America. Our country is in need of and ready for a spiritual renewal. Today, we utter no prayer more fervently than the ancient prayer for peace on earth. If I had a prayer for you today, among those that have all been uttered, it is that one we're so familiar with. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. And God bless you all. Amen.
Member King, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? We have the flag right over here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I do have one request of everybody today. Every person in this room has opinions, and those opinions that they express might not be something that you like. So I'm going to ask that you please be considerate of other people when they're speaking. There are no outbursts. Clapping is not needed. If you want to clap, let's try that jazz hand thing that I dislike so much, but let's do it that instead. And let's be respectful of everybody else. Everybody deserves to be heard, and this board will allow them to be heard, but I just ask you to please be respectful of everybody's opinions in this room. With that, we're going to get started. We have a lot of cases to hear today, and this board has had an opportunity to look through them. And okay, all right. Let's do it now. Yeah, Dr. Johnson, you recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend the agenda today. It's for the business part of the meeting. Would request to add cases and investigations to the agenda.
Without dissent, that'll be added to the agenda in the old business portion.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any other comments from the board? Thank you. We'll add that. We'll begin with cases for possible dismissal. The board has had an opportunity to look at this. Like I said, there are three cases that are listed for possible dismissal. One is SEB 2024-130, Cook County buying votes. The second case is SEB 2025-012, Elbert County Bowman election incorrect ballot. The third case is SEB 2023-045, Fulton County fraudulent voter registration application from October 2023. Dr. Johnson has also requested dismissal on, this is on page 2 of your agenda, SEB 2024-191, Appling County illegal campaigning. Do any members of the board have any issues about adding that to the cases for dismissal? Are there any questions on the above named cases, and would any member of the board like to hear any of those cases? The chair would entertain a motion at this time on the 4 above named cases.
Make a motion that we dismiss the 4 cases.
We have a motion to dismiss those 4 above named cases. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing case SEB 2024-130, SEB 2025-012, SEB 2023-045, and SEB 2024-191, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so move. Those cases have been dismissed. We are rapidly moving through this agenda. I appreciate that. Next item on the agenda is cases for possible violation. The first one is SEB 2022-005, multi-county. This has to do with dual registration. It is case number 4. There are some statements in the file. Has the board had an opportunity to review this?
Mr. Chair, I have reviewed this. This case was requested to be continued by the Secretary of State investigators. I think they're still working on some of the documentation of this multi-county, multi-respondent complaint concerning double registration and double voting. The only question other than a recommendation for continuing this is why this case has taken so long to investigate, because all of these complaints are in reference to the 2020 election or the 2021 runoff election. And we are now in the year 2026 and just having this case brought before the board. And it appears by the investigative report that I'm not sure if the actual election documents have been reviewed and investigated. I think it appears as if only ElectionNet and my voter page was reviewed rather than the actual election documents. And now these election documents are in the hands of the FBI, and we will not be able to complete this investigation until the documents are returned.
Any other comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that the complaint was made on December the 6th of 2021, and it took a year to even open the case. And as Dr. Johnston said, this is from 2020, and these do concern cases of double voting. I have a lot of questions about these cases, considering it constitutes extra votes. We need to know if they're in the cast vote record. It's very disturbing to me. I'd like to ask, do we have anyone here from the Secretary of State's investigators office with us this morning that could speak to any of this?
It appears not.
That's a shame. I agree with Dr. Johnston that this is very important, and it's very bothersome that it takes so long to get something investigated, particularly when it concerns extra voting. So I see it's just not ready.
Chair would entertain a motion.
I move that we continue this case.
This motion continues. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion?
Yes, one further point in this case is that if these allegations of possible double voting are not confirmed, the question is, why in the world are voters giving credit for voting that are in the system? And what is going on? Does that mean that our vote totals are completely wrong? The first two respondents in this complaint are registered 3 times with vote credit for 3 votes. Yet we're questioning whether there was one ballot cast or 3 ballots cast, 1 vote counted or 3 votes counted. I mean, there's a need for some better accounting and arithmetic, apparently. So this case does need to be continued and investigated thoroughly.
We have a motion and a second to continue. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Case SEB 2022-005 will be continued. Next case on the agenda is SEB 2024-151 multi-county pre-filled AB applications from November 2024. Mr. Executive Director, would you give us a brief understanding of what occurred here? Sorry, I missed you on the last one.
No problem. The Secretary of State's office initiated the investigation on October 7th, 2024, after receiving complaints from several counties alleging that the organization America PAC, a political campaign, sent partially pre-filled absentee ballot applications to register voters in Chattooga, Cherokee, Coweta, Floyd, and Whitfield counties after the passage of a law that had made such activity unlawful.
I'm having some problems, technical problems here loading this up. We have, can you tell me who the respondents are?
Sure. The respondents are Attorney Eric Wang and American PAC.
Is Attorney Wang or America PAC, any representatives for America PAC here as a respondent? Was there a statement presented on this? I believe there was, wasn't there?
I don't have a statement.
No. I'm sorry, my computer's not pulling stuff up here, so.
Are any of the complainants here for this case that would like to speak?
All right, there's no respondents here. There were potential violations as shown of potential violation of 21-2-381 subsection A 1C2. And then violation of 21-2-381 subsection A 1C2. Any comments from the board? The chair would entertain a motion on this case.
Mr. Chair, I think that there is evidence to suggest that America PAC is in violation of 21-2-381 when they sent to an elector pre-filled absentee ballot applications in November of 2024, and evidence to suggest that America PAC is in violation of 21-2-381 when they failed to display in a conspicuous location the statutory language. This is not an official government publication and was not provided to you by any government entity, and this is not a ballot. Mr. Chair, I would move that we issue, I'd make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to America PAC.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to America PAC. Is there a second?
Seconds.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand to America PAC signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of reprimand will be sent to America PAC on case SCB 2024-151. Next case on the agenda is SCB 2024-171 multi-county non-citizen voting.
The Secretary of State's Office Investigation Division initiated this investigation following an audit conducted by the SOS Election Division in which they cross-referenced court juror questionnaires where jurors claimed to be non-citizens with the Georgia voter registration system to identify potential non-citizens who may have registered to vote in Georgia, a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-561.
This case had several respondents. Richard Jones, Anthony Francis, Zara Hania, Nikisha Woods, Mercy Espinoza Mendoza, Samantha McLean Gamble, Rosemary Lasaji, Dulce Romero, Leith Labra, DeKalb County voter registration elections, and Fulton County voter registrations and elections. Are there any of those above named individuals here that would like to respond? And also, if you'd come to the podium, also Samantha Gamble, portion of the case was continued to March 18th. So we will not be discussing Ms. Gamble today. If you'd come up, we'll take you one at a time. If you would please, when you come, make sure the microphone is adjusted properly and that you tell us who you are.
Okay,
And
can
who
you hear me
you're
okay?
representing. Yes,
All right, my name is Karen Pashuta. I am the attorney for the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections. I was just retained on Monday. You've probably seen me here before, though. Our office only represents local government clients, and I usually handle all the election offices. So I have been here before. With this case, we do admit that all three of the registrants that were in Fulton County appear to not be citizens. One of them was registered in 2013. The other two were in 2017. None of them have a voting history. Since that time, the system has changed immensely, and especially with Jarvis. Now, there's more affirmative steps that have to be taken, that they have checked yes to everything, including that they are a U.S. citizen. And also you upload basically the proof of their citizenship. So since then, not only has the state enhanced its procedures and the procedure with Jarvis, also the standard operating procedures are newer than they were in 2013 and 2017. You should have received an email yesterday. That packet does include a copy of that portion of Fulton's operating procedures and the steps that registration officials take to verify all the information, to make sure that they are not already registered with their driver's license or other information, and also to include the citizenship information. So considering these registrations occurred almost 10 years ago and more than 10 years ago, and that the system itself, both locally and with the state's office, has changed so much, we would ask that it either be dismissed or a letter of instruction be issued.
thank you.
Which individual? She discussed.
Which individuals in particular are you discussing? Which ones? Which three?
That would be the last names, Labra, Espinoza. And hold on one second. Sorry, I don't have that on my. And Romero. Labra was registered in 2013 and the other two occurred in 2017. And there is no voting history on all three of these.
Right, so Mr. Romero never voted. The application was 2017. Labor never voted. The application was 2013.
Correct.
And the no box was checked on the application when it came to citizenship.
That is correct. And the same with Espinoza.
Yeah, Espinoza.
It does appear that non-citizen was checked on the application. Again, we acknowledge that these individuals should not have been registered. Our procedures have changed a lot since then. We've, changed our training since then, but also with the new system and the steps, there's many more steps now from the state system, and you also have to upload that proof of citizenship. So the likelihood of it reoccurring is much reduced.
Let's deal with DeKalb County and these three individuals first then.
No,
Yeah.
Fulton County.
I'm sorry.
What about the others from Fulton?
And
Can
I
I
believe
believe,
you have DeKalb right here.
could I get your name again, please?
Yep. Karen Pashuta,
Could you spell that?
Pachuta.
Okay. And I have a question.
Mhm.
So aside from the changeover with Garvis and how the state has changed that, what procedures has Fulton undertaken to ensure that they're not registering non-citizens for voting?
Yes. The packet that we emailed yesterday, and I also believe it was handed out this morning, has the procedures and steps, and it sort of shows like an example registration that you go through. And it includes going through the checklist to make sure that they have checked all the portions. It also should check and make sure that they haven't registered before, either by driver's license number or another method to make sure that there's not already a registration somewhere in the system. So that outlines that current process for training.
Okay, and let me ask you, were all of these people were registered to vote through what would be commonly referred to as the motor voter laws? Is that correct?
I don't believe so. They were not.
No,
No?
No.
Okay.
that seemed to be the case for the Gamble case. That was a DDS case. So
Mr. Chair, there's an addition, there are 5 total Fulton County registrants in this complaint. Gamble is the one that is continued, but so there are 4, not 3 on my list. There's Espinoza Mendoza, there's Osage and Romero and Labra. And all of these were registered by walk-in application or mail-in application or a public health application.
My understanding is only 3 of them were through Fulton County. If you have separate information, I believe the others are DeKalb. DeKalb attorney might be able to speak more to
Right.
that.
Correct. We have
Which was the other name?
4 are from DeKalb and 5 are from Fulton County. So Marcy Espinoza Mendoza,
Yes, that's
Samantha McLean Gamble, Rosemary Osage,
Osagle.
Osagle. 2 spellings.
okay. I will have to check on those.
Dulce Romero
Yes, I have that.
and Aleth Labor.
Yeah. Going on the findings, it only listed 3 for Fulton County. So I would need to check on those other 2. I don't know, since we don't get the full report, I don't know if what the investigator found related to the other 2, but only the 3 that I mentioned were listed in the findings. But I mean, I can find that out, but would not be able to do that immediately.
Correct. Could you tell me which voter was registered in 2012?
13, that
13?
would be Labra.
Labra. Is there an explanation of why if Aleth Labra did not vote, why she is still on the voter rolls and active on the voter rolls?
I believe she's been removed. Yes, all 3 of them have been removed.
But no, actually, my question is, why was she active and on the voter rolls until this report was delivered?
I can only say, and unfortunately, once someone gets registered until it's brought to their, which is why it's important to catch it on the front end. And which is why, now the procedures have all the steps to make sure that you go through. And then also, which was part of the reason I'm sure the state included that in Jarvis, so that there is sort of you have the pending citizenship stage until they bring that in and you can verify it and it is uploaded. So with Jarvis, it should be easier to catch these. I mean, that's part of just the enhancement that the state has done as well. I'm not even sure if they were using ENET or if it was a different system in 2013, but I do know with ENET, you didn't have that extra step.
Right. And in that year, the law said that if you were not active, not a voter for 3 years, you were moved to the inactive list. And then fall into the process of inactivity to be eventually, if you're
Yeah.
not active, to be removed from the rolls.
And that question may need to be directed towards the Secretary of State, because that sort of switch over with active and inactive is usually coming from like a system-wide thing on their end versus a county
Yeah.
wide level. So that
just-
may be,
If you're registered in 2013 and you don't vote, by 2016, you should be moved to inactive. and then it fall into the process of being completely removed from the voter rolls. Correct?
I don't disagree with that.
Right.
And I think there probably were many years prior to 2020 in which a lot of that cleanup with active and inactive was not happening on the state level. It is
Well, it's-
occurring much more frequently now.
It's the county's responsibility to maintain accurate and current voter rolls.
And we acknowledge that these three people should not have been registered. One of the registration officials is deceased since this occurred. But that is a step they're trained on. And I think with the new training and with the new system, it is something that is much less likely to occur. And then hopefully with the enhanced system from the state level and also the active and inactive, that will
Right.
get processed easier.
And Marcy Espinoza Mendoza wrote no on her mail-in application with the question of, are you a U.S. citizen? But apparently that was ignored and she was made an active voter in
That
spite
was-
of being,
Yes, that was absolutely an error back in 2017.
A few of them check no.
right. And Aleth Labra checked no. But she was put on the voter rolls as an active voter.
And I
Yeah.
don't disagree that should not occurred. Looking back, 2013 and 2017, it's a little bit hard. I don't know what the training procedures were back
Right.
then, or the history. One of those poll worker or registration officials is deceased, but hopefully the steps we have taken in the last few years to improve has helped with that.
Well, I would hope so, because Fulton County is registered at a point of 115% of citizen voting age population. So they're going in the wrong direction. They were 114% 2 years ago, and now they're 115%. It's no wonder that the Department of Justice would like the voter rolls to review and compare for their accuracy and currency.
I have a question.
Mhm.
In the December, this may be a meeting for a question for Director Williams. In the meeting in December, we were told that the voter rolls were scrubbed monthly by Fulton County, not the Secretary of State's office. Is that something that's new?
They do check for duplicates and that matter. I believe you should have received in January a copy of the policy that handles that.
Can you
The voter
refresh my
roll-
memory?
It would have been, I think, around January 26th, I believe.
No, I mean, can you, I
oh,
notified.
yes,
We get a lot of
sorry.
things.
IT goes through and at least looks for those duplicates. The role is every day it's different, between getting information about deaths or felons, or new people registering or people moving in and out of county or in and out of state. The role is constantly changing. One of these steps is to look for duplicate names. We try to catch that on the front end by looking at driver's license and other issue to see if there's another registration. Some of the registrations may look like duplicates and it requires staff to sort of look at, because it could be a junior and a senior in the same household, but that
Correct. I
suffix is not on the
understand
name.
duplicate.
So there is a process to sort of go through. But again, the role is always changing. There's always work to be done because
Yeah.
it's such a fluid thing.
Yeah, so I'm clear.
Mhm.
The scrubbing that Ms. Nadine was referring to is just looking for duplicates, not non-citizens.
Okay.
Oh,
Sure. If you want to. They can
there's no
explain.
way of like
I
looking. for
don't
non-
believe that there is an,
Especially if their registration card says they're a non-citizen, that's not a way to check to see if this is a citizen or not.
I don't, especially with older paper registrations. I'll let you speak to that a little bit.
Good morning, Board.
Good
My name is Catherine Glenn. I'm the Registration Chief for Fulton County. Currently, Jarvis, we have to verify if they're a citizen and give the source document of that citizenship. In 2013 or 2017, even though these people checked that, it was clerical error. I can't go back and change that. The only way we knew that these people were no longer, that they weren't citizens is through them filling out the survey for the Superior Court that they could not serve on the jury.
Mhm.
They did nothing wrong. There was a clerical error for Fulton County through the people checked that they were not citizens. So they should not have, they get registered, I mean, they get processed so that a letter can be sent through the system, which was ENET. And the same thing with Jarvis. There is a process, we still process them, but we check that they're not citizens, or they go into pending, waiting for documentation. They get an opportunity to supply that. But all of that goes to verifying everything on the application, because some come through mail, some come through Oliver, and then we have to verify that they are citizens currently. Going back to speak to voters still in active status, and they never voted. The Secretary of State does that letter, the confirmations, when people don't vote, they do go into inactive status. Between the transition from ENET to Jarvis, there was a long period of time that those voters were not sent those confirmation letters. We cannot just take them off. They have to go through the process. We have to notify them that we're going to take them off if they have not had any contact or had any voting history or any updates, because you never have to vote.
Yeah.
You can continue to update your record and never vote. You don't have to.
Correct. So this process took 12 years. Is that what that, not you, I know it's not you, so the Secretary of State's office, right? So the Secretary of State's office dropped the ball here. And the reason why they were brought to us today, or we know about this, is because they were still on the voter rolls. So because they are still on, just, I want to make sure I'm clear. So basically what you're saying is the reason why they were still in the voter rolls, I think they've been removed recently, but they were still in the voter rolls for the past 12 years, is because the Secretary of State's office did not do what they were supposed to do.
Sarah, they could have updated through when they went to get their driver's license, because non-citizens can have a driver's license. We don't get those from
Oh,
EPS
really?
because they've checked that they're not citizens. But when they go, it's potential since they were
Yeah.
already.
There are,
I have a lot of
Yeah.
questions.
So-
How are non-citizens
I know,
getting?
there
driver's
are-
licenses? We'll get to that though.
Wait.
Yeah, I know they do. You're
there,
right.
there
But I
are
wanna-
various ways where people can move to active even without voting, because it relates more to contact with the voter. So if someone goes in and they update their address with DDS, a lot of times that will, even if they've been in inactive status, it kicks them back into active status. And that's just like an automatic thing that
Yeah.
occurs. There's not an easy way that I know from the county perspective to go through and to be able to verify whether someone is
A
truly a
citizen.
citizen or not, that were registered prior to the change. I don't know if the Secretary of State has access to other databases or something that can run that kind of search. I'm not, I
So
don't know, but I know
basically-
from the county perspective, we don't really have a way to do that.
So basically, from a state level, there's really no, there's not a solid way to verify whether a person is a citizen or non-citizen on our voter rolls.
Not that the,
Unless they,
Right,
unless
unless
they check
something
their box and say I'm a
happens.
non-citizen,
Yeah,
or they get
or
jury summons.
they get some, like say if they get a precinct card, precinct changes to make it a precinct card and they realize, why am I getting this? I'm not, I can't vote. They may call the office. But I'm not aware of a sort of way for
Okay,
us to go from the start. So there are ways where people may realize, because these individuals probably did get precinct card notices and other
Yeah, but they
information
did their
because they're on
job. They
that
said that they
list.
were not a
Right.
citizen.
No, I agree.
Right? But, so
and-
I don't want to prolong it, because I think we're kind of repeating ourselves. So this is my last point.
No, and I don't want to place any blame on these voters. I mean,
No, I don't
wasn't
have any
fair.
blame on the voters. The voters did what they were supposed to do. The voters did what they were supposed to do. They did it twice, actually.
Yeah.
They checked that they're a non-citizen on their registration card. They still were registered. And then they checked that they were a non-citizen when they got their jury summons. Thank God, because now that alerted you all and you were able to address it, which I appreciate. I'm glad you did that. But it still puts us in a position where we're looking at this from a state level. And what I'm hearing is that there is no statewide method of determining whether someone's a citizen or a non-citizen because we're just sitting on this honor system. And this is the honor, thank God the honor system worked this time. But if they check, yes, I'm a citizen, they have a driver's license, and let's say they showed up for jury duty. I mean, we have non-citizens that can do this. I know we haven't got to the cab yet, but we have people who voted 11 times. I mean, this is kind of, and this is not on the county, I guess, because the county doesn't have a way of determining
Yeah,
if there's
there were
non-citizens.
clerical errors, if there were clerical errors in the past, there's not a easy way for us to go back.
Well, in the future
and
either, right?
find that.
There's not a way to do it in the future,
No.
like now,
Well,
right?
No, right. If we were to look at it in the future, but
Yeah.
at least for people registering now, it's much less likely to happen because there are so many steps.
They
But
have
as
to
far
show
as
an
people
ID
who are
or
already registered.
What are they showing? Because if they have a driver's
Well, when
license,
they
is
come
that what they
into
can upload and say
the-
that show proof of citizenship? What do they need to show?
Their driver's license says non-citizen, and they have to show us the, another document. If their driver's license says non-citizen, they have to show us another document to prove their citizenship, naturalization paperwork. And we have to actually choose which document we're using.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Glenn,
Yes.
does the driver's license say non-citizen?
No, but we check motor voter, which tells us who's a citizen and who, if they're a non-citizen.
So you do have a way
Is
of
there an
checking.
indicator on a driver's license for a non-citizen that indicates that they are not a citizen, a US citizen?
I do believe there is, but we go into the motor voter system itself, and it says if you're a citizen or a non-citizen.
So that's how you can check if you have
We
non-citizen
can.
on your voter. roll.
We can
So you can check.
we can check, but not a database like.
Yeah, but
we
you have
can't
a way of
submit the
checking.
voter roll.
Okay, I thought you said Fulton
Okay,
County
well,
can't
it would
check.
it would have to be someone coming in with their driver's license and having.
Oh, you have to have the
Having a
driver's
check.
license to do it.
Right. Yeah, and currently that's not part of the process when someone comes into the, maybe that would be a recommendation.
Ms.
Resolution.
Pachuta,
Yes, sorry.
driver's licenses for non-citizens have a small bar at the top of the driver's license that says term limited. And that indicates that the license holder is a non-citizen. Does the county instruct and educate all of its poll workers and clerks to check the driver's license to see if it indicates that they are a non-citizen when they come in to vote?
I do not believe so. I do not believe that is part of the procedures because they're currently checking the identification essentially.
So a voter comes in and they have term limited on their driver's license and they get to vote.
And
They
I-
happen to be on the rolls because they're a non-citizen.
I can't tell you, I don't know exactly what I don't,
Right.
I'm a citizen, so I haven't had to worry about it. I don't know the differences. That
Let me-
might be a recommendation. It might even be a recommendation for the legislature or for rule, to have that included with not just checking that the person in front of you is
Right.
the person that's come in.
Well, counties are in charge of their elections, and I would hope that they would instruct and educate all their poll workers should not only just put the driver's license right next to the poll pad to read the number, but to actually look at the driver's license and see if there's an indicator that that they're perhaps a non-citizen. Now, they may have become a citizen and they should have papers that indicate that, or it should be in the system
Right.
that
And-
they now have their naturalization papers.
I can look into that. I'm
Right. There's
not as
also.
familiar, but that is something I can look into.
Right. To share with this audience, there's also a federal program called SAFE, I believe it is,
Mhm.
that will run the entire database for the state of Georgia, or certainly for Fulton County or any county, DeKalb County, to look for non-citizens. And it is free. It is free now. It used to require some payment. It is now free. I do not understand why every county or the entire state is not running this database to check for non-citizens, rather than us just putting out press releases that we have no non-citizen on our voter rolls. That's not true. We're looking at 7 cases or 9 cases right now of non-citizens on the voter rolls. And these are just 2 counties of 159 counties in this state. We could do better than this.
And this is what we know because they were summoned to do jury duty and they happened to do the right thing by saying that they're a non-citizen. But if you have a bunch of people on the rolls where we have county election workers that are not trained to look for non-citizen IDs, they're just matching the voter rolls. And then on top of that, if you have someone who does get a jury summons and decides that they want to go and sit on our jury, even though they're a non-citizen, then we don't catch them. So for people that are saying, oh, it's just 9 people, it's just 9 people that happen to do the right thing. We have a lot of other people out there that may be on the rolls that haven't, especially when we have inflated and dirty voter rolls. So I think we should look at requesting counties to send their voter rolls through this system so that we can scrub these voter rolls to ensure that there aren't any non-citizens on them.
So I have a question. It's stunning to me because, you know, we hear all the time that we don't have non-citizens voting in our elections and that kind of thing. And given the inflated voter roll numbers, and given the fact that this investigation opened the case October 22nd of 2024, and we're in February of 2026, when Fulton County was made aware that there was this investigation, what proactive steps did they take to look at other identification and that kind of thing for their voter rolls? Did they do anything extra to attempt to see if there are non-citizens who are on the rolls?
I can't answer that question directly, but again, it is harder. We don't have an easy way of just looking up, you know, prior registered people. And I do have a note. You had mentioned 2 other people. So I believe it was Gambrell we find in the role, but the 5th one.
You were talking about current, right?
Yeah, currently, I mean,
Currently, when you register, you have to put in that proof of citizenship.
right. So given the fact that this investigation's been going on a while, I'm curious to find out how many, or is there any way to tell how many non-citizens does Fulton County have on its voter rolls at this time?
I don't know.
I'm not aware of a database that we
I don't
can
think they
easily.
because they have to
check.
have their ID.
Yeah. The 5th person that you had listed, is it Osage? They just tried to look it up. They do not see that person on Fulton County's rolls.
That person was taken off too.
Yeah, but oh, okay, they're canceled. Okay. I will look into the other 2 that you mentioned. But
Yeah.
Anything else?
Okay.
Is there a representative from DeKalb County here?
Great, your turn.
It's my turn at the podium. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Brent Herron, Herrin. This case is very similar to a case that was heard in December for DeKalb County. That was SCB 2024-178. However, unlike case 178, the DeKalb voters in this particular case, no one checked the box no on the application. For 2 of the voters, they actually affirmed that they were U.S. citizens when they submitted the registrations. For 2 of the voters, the boxes were not checked yes or no. For voter Jones, and the investigator's report said that his registration card had not been submitted. We in fact did submit voter Jones' registration card to the investigators for the Secretary of State. I have it here if you guys would like a copy. But clearly, when he signed the card in 1996, he indicated that he was a U.S. citizen. With respect to voter Hanea, he indicated that he was a U.S. citizen on his voter registration card. That was a registration that came in by mail. And I guess I should say with respect to voter Jones also, he voted he registered in October of 96 and he voted in numerous elections from 1998 through 2018. And I believe it was when he
11 times, right?
I don't know the exact number. I don't have that right here in front of me, but I know he voted in elections from 1998 through 2018. And I think he did go for jury duty, said he was a permanent resident. He was not a citizen, and then stopped voting after that, is my understanding. With the next voter, Hanea, that particular voter registered, sent in a registration card in September of 2020, indicated he was a United States citizen. He has not voted in any election, has no voter participation history.
Which one is
in
that?
Georgia. Hanea, Hania. Voter Francis submitted a registration card in February of 2020. He did not indicate that he was a United States citizen. He was registered to vote, which was a mistake on the part of DeKalb County. He has no voter history showing that he's voted in any election.
Let me ask a question about Hanea. I'm sorry, go back.
Yep.
The investigator found that they were unable to locate any person with Hanea's name and date of birth. No driver listed in the driver services for this person. Are we sure this person even exists?
I don't know that. What I do know is that the registration came in by mail. The registration came in by mail. And so because a driver's license was not sent with it, he was flagged for, if he showed up to vote, he would have to submit proof that he's eligible to vote at the voting precinct. However, he hasn't voted. Apparently he did show up, I guess, at jury duty and said he's not a United States citizen. Again, I don't know. I don't know if that person exists or not. Voter Francis, again, registered in 2020, did not indicate he was a United States citizen, has no voter history showing that he's voted in any election. Voter Woods submitted her registration card in September of 2022. She did not indicate whether or not she was a United States citizen, and she has no voter history showing that she's voted in any election. I will report that when we got this information from the Secretary of State's office, DeKalb County immediately removed these voters from the voter rolls. So they are no longer voters on the voter rolls of DeKalb County. I stand here today and tell you, just like I did in December, that DeKalb County made a mistake in registering 2 of these voters. They should not have been registered, and those are voters Francis and Woods. As I mentioned in the December meeting, as has been common in a number of these older cases that have come up, DeKalb County hired a new elections director in 2022, Keisha Smith. And since Ms. Smith has been hired, she has made significant improvements in the way elections are conducted and administered in DeKalb County. She's implemented additional training and processes, and put processes in place related to registrations. That additional and training includes new standard operating procedures to ensure that registrations don't occur, that these types of registrations don't occur. And that includes an audit. There are at least 2 sets of eyes on every single voter registration application that comes into DeKalb County. So the person that processes it, puts it into the system, and then there is someone that is above that person who then reviews to make sure everything that is on that list has been properly entered into the system. So every single registration coming into DeKalb County is audited. I am sure that there will be additional cases that this board has or that may come before this board that predate these additional steps that DeKalb County has put in place. However, we do not expect that there will be future cases since these new processes have been put in place where something like this will occur. As you all know, Ms. Smith runs an efficient office. She has high expectations of her staff, and she demands accountability when people mess up. The individuals that were responsible for registering these, the 2020 and 2022 registrants do no longer work for DeKalb County. I would ask that this body dismiss DeKalb County related to Jones and Hanea because when we got their registration cards, they indicated they were U.S. citizens. With respect to voters Francis and Woods, we would ask for letters of instruction based upon the new procedures and audit processes that have been put in place by DeKalb County to prevent this from happening in the future.
I'm sorry, I'm stuck on this Hanea person or non-person. Do you have the card?
Yeah.
The registration card? I'd like to see that, please.
And when you say they indicate they're a citizen, are you just referring to them signing it? Because there's no box or that checks yes or no.
In 96, there wasn't a box, but
There's one
but
now.
he's certifying by signing that he's a United States citizen.
Do you have, is there a box now
There
or
is a box
something
now.
that's clear?
If you'll look at Hanea's application, there is a
Got it.
box that says yes or no. I think in 96, there wasn't a box.
Yeah, that's okay.
And again, for Mr. Jones, every time you vote in an election, when you sign now the poll pad, you're attesting that you're a United States citizen and eligible to vote.
I certainly
if you
hope
catch
that
it.
What's that?
If you catch it.
right, I hope the poll clerks are looking at the driver's licenses because about 99% of people that come in to vote provide a driver's license, possibly one indicator that they may or may not be a U.S. citizen. I have a question. When a new applicant comes in, all four of the DeKalb County voters that are in question here, or registrants that are in question, they all registered to vote with handwritten applications, which is interesting. These were not initiated with DDS, although sometimes I think we need to monitor DDS these days. But when a new registrant, a new applicant registers to vote, aren't they put into a pending status until all of the information is verified and checked?
I believe that to be correct. And for at least 3 of these voters that were registered in this millennia, they never voted, right? So they would be in a pending status. They have never shown up to vote. With respect to Mr. Jones, who registered again in 1996, 1996 was, I was in college in 1996, so I have no idea what, the matter of fact, that was probably the first election I actually voted in. I have no idea what the processes were back in 1996 for verifying anything.
Okay, but if there's a pending application and the action is not taken on that application, then it's rejected after a certain number of days, correct?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, that's what it is in the code book.
Okay.
I don't know what the practice is.
I don't know what
in DeKalb County.
I don't know what the practice is, but I don't,
Right.
I haven't reviewed that part of the procedure.
All right.
But-
So when a voter registers, an applicant registers to vote, are they sent a precinct card to
If they're registered to vote, they would be sent a precinct.
precinct card?
Correct.
And the precinct card tells them where their polling place is, correct? And
That's correct.
information, it confirms the information that they have just registered to vote and the information that's on their registration application. But if there's a ghost voter, say like Hania, and the card comes back, so the precinct card is sent and it is returned as return mail, isn't that applicant then rejected?
Well, I'm not sure there was return mail. He was sent a letter in 2020 after he was registered saying you didn't supply an ID. And here are the list when you go to vote for the first time, here are a list of things, of possible things you need to bring to show that you're eligible to vote. That letter was not returned to DeKalb County.
So he did not provide the ID.
Correct.
And so why wasn't he rejected as the applicant?
At the time, I believe that he is put into this status that when he shows up to vote, he has to bring something to the voting precinct to show that he's eligible. That's what this letter says from 2020 that was sent to him. And I've got a copy of that letter if you'd like it.
So nobody checks whether this information is accurate or not.
My understanding is from Director Smith is that once that information is entered, There is a process through the Secretary of State's office that verifies motor voter, Social Security Administration that goes through and sends that. And then there is periodically they can download a report to see if those things have been verified. When we got word that of this particular voter, Hanea, it would show that the Social Security number came back as verified.
He didn't
in that
have social
report.
security number on here.
Yeah.
He didn't have social security.
I'm sorry. it came
Everything
back-
on here was a
I'm
lie.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, it came back that one of the things came back as correct, but a number of things came back as not correct, and he was listed as having to bring something when he showed up to vote. So he was flagged that he couldn't just show up with an ID and vote. He had to have one of these other things that are required in this letter.
Does that mean he was in pending status?
I don't know the answer to that question, but he certainly couldn't just show up and vote.
I mean, everything on here is a lie.
I will say Mr. Chairman, I will say when I reviewed this yesterday, not that.
Thank you for joining us here at the First Alert Desk. We are going to interrupt this Georgia State Election Board meeting as we take you out to a press conference by local faith leaders who are calling on voters to mobilize in the upcoming election in response to an FBI raid that took place in January and has since prompted a full-scale comprehensive investigation into Georgia's 2020 election. You're about to hear from Reverend Jay Augustine with Big Bethel AME Church, Reverend Bo Barber II with Prospect AME Church, Reverend Dr. Cynthia Hale with Ray of Hope Christian Church, and Reverend Timothy McDonald with First Iconium Baptist Church. Let's take a listen into the remarks, and then we'll bring you right back to Georgia's State Election Board meeting.
In the kingdom at hand. It's a place that has a history of being out front in the fight for human equality. Since January 28th, since the raid and the seizure of 700 ballot boxes representing votes cast by citizens of Fulton County, we have questions. We came in search of answers, but as we follow the logical line, we find ourselves asking more and more questions. Now, as a backdrop matter, the initial question must be, how is it after allegation and allegation, after investigation and investigation, and after litigation and more litigation, that there's not one scintilla of credible evidence to suggest that there were improprieties with respect to the 2020 elections in Fulton County? How is it then that there is a threat today here at the State Board of Elections meeting that there is an attempt to take over administration of elections any place but specifically in Fulton County? Let me let that sit for a minute. The second question, and I come from a background as a lawyer. I like to think of myself now as a recovering lawyer, but some habits are hard to kick. The second question is, how is it that a local prosecutor could present non-existent evidence to a federal magistrate such that the magistrate would sign off on a justification for a search warrant for a seizure, for a warrant for seizure? Well, after learning that the prosecutor was not local after all, but instead the prosecutor was an ideologue from Missouri, we also learned that the magistrate did not investigate the legitimacy of the allegations. The magistrate just simply signed off because allegations were made. Well, why then Fulton County? Why 5 years later? Why Fulton County? I could only determine that the Trump administration and its embarrassment of a Department of Justice targeted Fulton County because it could care less about democracy. It could care less about ensuring there are free and fair elections, but instead, it cares about partisanship. It cares about silencing the votes of those who see the failures that are going on in America and who voted against those failures in 2020 and who are duty-bound to vote against those failures again as we approach the 2026 midterm elections. Let me be clear. You may say something 10 times. You may say it at the top of your lungs. It still does not make it true. There was no legitimate reason for any Fulton County ballot boxes to have been seized. There was no legitimate reason for the State Board of Elections to possibly consider administrative takeover of elections in Fulton County. Therefore, the only possible reason is an illegitimate justification to cheat, to steal, to detour voters for participating in the democratic process, and to try to steal an election to thwart the will of the people in Fulton County, by extension in Georgia, and by further extension in these United States of America. I want to briefly close then by sharing with you something that is not a threat, it is a promise. If there are further attempts to usurp the will of Georgia voters by a partisan board of state elections that cares more about their political party than about free and fair elections in Georgia, we will mobilize voters in Georgia like you've never seen before. We will file lawsuit after lawsuit like you have never seen before. We will fight to protect democracy like you have never seen before. We will fight until hell freezes over, and then we will fight on the ice. People have made progress for democracy in America. We're not going back just because a dictator has some problems that people don't see things his way. Democracy is supposed to be about all voters, not partisan voters, all voters in Georgia and in all of Georgia's counties having the right to cast their ballots so that they can be counted, that their voices may be heard in a way that is impartial and free of partisan bias. I will now tender to my other colleagues, and I thank you for your time.
Good morning, everybody. I stand before you as a fellow Georgian, but also as the senior pastor of Prospect AME Church in North Columbus, Georgia. I'm also the director of social advocacy and civil rights at the Turner Seminary School of Theology in Atlanta. And I want to say to everybody that it is important for us to remember that history is a much better report card for the actions of those who walk the streets and who stand in halls of leadership in this 21st century. It is history that tells the truth about our actions and what we do and what we do not do. It is not new that the voice of the voter would be quenched by the injustices of those that would twist the law into pretzels to try to make an argument that is unfounded. A few weeks ago, we thought that the opening of an affidavit would reveal new information that would give justification for the seizure of ballots and the privacy of Georgians. But alas, we found nothing. There was nothing new. The litigation that had taken place years before was still in place. So we ask ourselves the question, is there logic? There is no logic when it comes to an unfair fight. Unjust laws and unjust legislation and unjust practices are created by unjust individuals. We need to recognize that not only are our communities under attack, but so are our liberties. It is also important to recognize that the degradation of the rights of individuals is in direct conflict with the methodologies and the principles of God's church. I want you to realize that before there was a Bill of Rights, before there was a Constitution, before there were voting rights, there was the Word and is the Word of God. And it sets us all on an equal playing field, where we all have the right to the equalities of a society that we live in. I want to also remind that if we do not mobilize, energize, and go out into the battlefield, we are beyond the crossroads. We have crossed over onto the battlefield. Without those voters who are willing to fight for their voice, and do not be mistaken, our vote is our voice. If we do not do so, then our voice will be silent. It will not be those of you who stand here today that will suffer, but it will be our children and their children's children, and the rest of those that will come on that we cannot count. I ask you, my brothers and sisters, what is the choice before Georgia right now? Because what happened in Fulton County does not stay in Fulton County. It also travels into Newton County, into Bibb County, Muskogee County, Chatham County, all over the state of Georgia. And what happens in the state of Georgia does not remain in the state of Georgia. It will go throughout the 50 states in this great country of ours like a cancer. And it will set a precedence that says that the private information of individuals, showing how we vote, showing where we live, will be fodder for those that would hold up injustices like the world has ever known. I believe that we should be motivated today, that we, all of us, the media, the church, civil society, we should all be together in this fight for equality, because it is not a partisan issue. For us to know that every man, woman, and child deserves the right to be heard in this country. I look forward to the day when we can all stand together, where truth is not some arbitrary ideal. It is not by accident that we find ourselves wondering whether or not our conscience will hold out, for we have become weak in that in this country. Help us by joining us and reminding everybody that if we lose our moral compass in this country to hold up the rights of everybody, then we have already lost. When we find individuals who are out there that would pit poor people against poor people, when we find that they can convince that simply because of the pigment of our skin that we are somehow different, I want you to know that the war has already been lost. So we stand on the ground of those who have gone before us, and we say that we are ready for this. We are qualified as voters. Those who hold up liberty and justice, we should not grow tired, but find strength and look forward to the fight. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Cynthia Hale, the senior pastor of the Ray of Hope Christian Church in Decatur, Georgia. And I am delighted to be here today, and I am grateful to the press for your presence as well. I stand here this morning remembering the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, who transitioned from this life yesterday. Reverend Jackson was a fierce fighter for the civil rights of all people. Reverend Jackson worked tirelessly for decades for justice and equality for all. He championed many causes, one of which was voting rights, registering, educating, motivating millions to go to the polls. Reverend Jackson, like my clergy colleague with whom I stand today, understood that every American citizen should be afforded the right to vote without hindrance. The right to vote, in the words of the late John Lewis, is a precious, almost sacred right. The right to vote should never be taken for granted by any person, especially not African Americans, given the fact that our forebears marched, were hosed, beaten, jailed, and sometimes gave their lives to win the right to vote for those who were coming behind them. Lewis also said we must vote as if our life depended on it, because it does. Voting is not only a sacred right, but also a serious matter. Therefore, we do not take it lightly. The tactics of those who try to pass countless bills to suppress the vote, engage in gerrymandering to give any political party or group an unfair advantage over another, to dilute our voting strength. While some may see the recent raid of the FBI on the Fulton County election office as an appropriate act, we are not confused about what is going on. We all know that for the last 6 years, election deniers have tried to use conspiracy theories that the 2020 election was rigged as a pretext for seizure of the Fulton County Election Administration. And now, given the fact that the president has been making threats to take over elections nationwide. It is clear to us that our right to vote is being tampered with again. Though these election deniers, as members of the state election board, are meeting at this very moment to propose seizure of the Fulton County elections. They obviously don't understand that their actions have serious consequences. It's also clear that they do not know who they are messing with. All clergy, but especially these who are here today, we represent thousands of Georgia voters. We are here today to make it undeniably clear that we are not intimidated. We are not afraid. We will not sit back and be silent while this latest egregious effort to rob us of our right to vote takes place. As reported in the AJC yesterday, a bipartisan warning came from former Democratic Governor Roy Barnes and Republican U.S. Senator Saxby Chambliss that their actions may not go well for the GOP. And I promise you it won't. Amen. What they need to know is that the threats and attacks make us more determined to claim what is rightfully and legally ours. The threats and the attacks actually cause us to engage in even more aggressive acts of voter education, registration, and mobilization as we move towards November elections. The voters of Georgia gave evidence of this in 2020, remember? An unprecedented number of voters turned out at a time when voter suppression was at an all-time high. Because the people of Georgia were determined that no one is going to take this precious, sacred right. We didn't back down then, and we are not backing down now. We are the folks who say, ain't gonna let nobody turn us around. Turn us around. We can't go back because there's no place back to go to. And we also say, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Thank you.
I'm Reverend Tim McDonald, a product of the Civil Rights Movement. 6 years served as the full-time assistant pastor of the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church, just 10 years after Dr. King was assassinated. I had the privilege of serving for 6 years at the Southern Christian Leadership Conference with Dr. Lowry. I know voter suppression when I see it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Been arrested across the years some 22 times fighting for the right to vote. Not only in Atlanta and Fulton County, but all across this nation. I know voter suppression when I see it.
Yes, sir.
What we are experiencing in Fulton County right now is nothing but another attempt to suppress the vote.
You're right.
Because Georgia is in play.
Hey.
Georgia is no longer a Republican safeguard. We proved that in 2020. The fact of the matter is, in 2020, Donald Trump lost.
Hey.
He cannot accept the fact that he lost Georgia. Let us be clear, it was a Republican Secretary of State who verified that vote after 6 different investigations. It was a Republican governor who verified the vote in the state of Georgia. We understand voter suppression when we see it. Now, what we have done in the past is the more they try to suppress the vote, the more we vote. The more we turn out, the more we mobilize. Rest assured, what they're doing in there right now is not going to cause us to become disgruntled and mad and back off and not vote. Oh, no. What they're doing in there right now is going to mobilize us.
Yes, sir.
It's going to excite us. It's going to cause us to do even more to make sure that we turn our people out. The state of Georgia is ready for a change. It's ready for a change, and a change is going to come. And no lies and no deception, whatever they might conjure up, is going to be able to stop us from accomplishing justice and truth and righteousness. The greatest equalizer in this country The greatest stabilizer of our democracy is the right to vote.
It is that. Yes, sir.
I don't care if you're a millionaire or a tax collector. One ballot, one vote. We understand this. They understand this. That's why they're in there. This is not the first time they talked about taking over.
My.
This is not the first time they're talking about making sure that Fulton County, the largest county in the state of Georgia, is no longer controlled by black folk, because that's what it's about. It's not even about Democrats. It's about black folk. We have fought too long for this right to vote. We understand its power. We understand its significance. We understand how it can cause institutions to change. And that's why we stand here as people of faith. We didn't just start in this battle. This is not a new battle for me, y'all. 50 years I've been fighting this same battle, and I don't feel no ways tired. That's why when I received the call, can you come? I call myself semi-retired now. I'm 71 years old. When they said about what happened in Fulton County, how they had come in and confiscated the ballots, I knew then I smelled a rat. I smelled a rat.
Yes, sir.
And we got to make sure that we got rat traps. Good rat trap. And the greatest rat trap we have is the black church. When the black church gives our people the marching orders, our people respond. We saw it just recently in 2020. That's why, certain people lost in 2020 and other folk won. We are not afraid of a good fight. We're not afraid to fight for justice and truth, righteousness. We're not afraid to fight for democracy. It is not a new fight. This is an old fight with just a different Jim Crow Esquire.
My.
Jim Crow the Fourth. We know how to fight. We know how to win. We know how to stand for justice. We know how to represent God's voice. And so I got a little excited when I saw them raiding, because I saw our people mobilizing. Sometimes the best thing that we can do to excite our people is to try to take away our right to vote. Because when you try to take away, you organize us. You cause us to see the real reason why you are doing what you are doing. And this is not a black or white thing. It's not even a Democrat or Republican. This is a right and wrong. And even those who follow certain people, they know this is wrong. They've been trying to take over Fulton County elections for decades. This is just another attempt to accomplish that goal. And we stand united, black and white, brown and yellow. We even got some Republicans who are supporting us in the cause for this right to vote. This will not stand. This will not happen, because God is not mocked. What you do in the dark going to eventually come to the light. And I believe that this whole process and what's happening here today is going to unite our people, cause us to take our voting rights very seriously, and we're going to see a new Georgia. I'm ready for a new Georgia. I believe a new Georgia is on the way. And we're going to see some things in this midterm that they've not seen before. Already across this country, folk are mobilizing, and people they did not expect to win are winning. Winning. We're going to see in this November election some things we've never seen in this country before. And I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited about what God is getting ready to do. Because this assault on the right to vote has to stop. Has to stop. It has to cease. And we're not going to allow one man to become a narcissistic dictator and tell us how to vote. We're going to fight. We're going to march. We're going to educate. We're going to mobilize. We're going to strategize. And we're going to make our state the best voting state in the entire country. God bless Georgia, and Georgia, keep on moving.
I want to take a moment again and say thank you all for coming out as members of the press, for receiving the advisory, and from hearing the messages from the heart of my siblings here assembled. We also want to take this opportunity, though, to make sure we answer and we're responsive to any questions you may have. If there's a question you have for any one of us individually, if there's a question you'd like addressed collectively, this is a time we want to make sure we're responsive to whatever questions you may have.
We did good.
We said it all then. We said it all. We said it all. All right. We said it all. Thank you all so very much. We appreciate you more than words can say. The fight for democracy is real, and we appreciate you covering us this morning. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
There wasn't nothing to ask about it.
Attorney General only.
A second.
We have a motion and a second to refer Ms. Mendoza to the Attorney General. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to make a comment. In this particular case, she believes she completed the voter registration form when requested by a third-party canvasser. I think that's a cautionary tale for some of these third-party canvassers who put a lot of pressure on people to do these registrations without fully letting people know or finding out if they're actually citizens.
Thank you. You have a motion on, the chair would entertain a motion on Rosemary Saji.
Mr. Chair, I move that we refer Rosemary Saji to the Attorney General for violation of 21-216. Mrs. Saji checked yes on her application, voter registration application, that she was a U.S. citizen.
We have motion to refer Mrs. Saji to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The chair to entertain a motion on Mr. Romero, or is it Ms. Romero?
Mr. Chair, I move that we refer Dulce Romero to the Attorney General for violation of 21-216.
We have motion to refer Dulce Romero to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Chair to entertain a motion on Labra.
Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a letter of reprimand to Aleth Labra for violation of 21-216. And that she filled out an application and checked no in response to being U.S. citizen, but did complete the application and signed it.
We have motion to refer
No, LOR.
Labra.
Letter of reprimand.
I'm sorry. We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to Labra. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. I voted 3-0.
I do have questions about why we have the option of checking yes or no for citizenship if they are already breaking the law by signing it or completing it, period.
I get your point because
You know,
you're signing an oath. I mean, whether you
if
whether
you,
you check yes or no, you're swearing and affirming that you're eligible to vote in Georgia.
right, it's backwards. And in these cases, you get kind of caught up into the system, so to speak, because you're filling it out. You're saying, no, I'm not a citizen, but then you're signing it saying I am. It's just very bizarre. So the voter registration cards need to be adjusted.
I
Uh,
believe that would be an issue for the Secretary of State.
Yep.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is SEB 2025-022. It's a multi-county case, alleged vote buying by Turnout the Vote organization.
Mr. Chairman, that completes DeKalb County's business before the board today. May we be excused?
Are you sure you don't want to stay longer?
I would love to stay and see what happens, and I will listen to it in the car on the way back to Atlanta, and I will put it on my computer when I get back to the
Stay
office.
for lunch or cocktails or anything else, right?
It's Ash Wednesday, so no lunch for me today. So
You're dismissed. Thank
thank
you.
you.
Appreciate your attendance here today. Next item on the agenda, SEB 2025-022. Mr. Executive Director.
You're free to go.
The Secretary of State's office initiated this investigation on April the 22nd, 2025, following a referral from the State Election Board with 3 separate complaints that were received from Ms. Gwen Hennessy, Ms. Caitlin Edmonds, and Mr. Luke Stoez. Each complainant states that text messages were received from the same telephone number offering $700 for voting for Kamala Harris. This is a potential violation of Official Code of Georgia, OCGA 21-2-570.
The investigator found that the complaint was unsubstantiated and there were no potential violations. It was the recommendation by the investigator. Any questions from the board, or is there, see, the respondent in this case is,
Turn out the vote.
yeah, it's just not showing. Having technical problems here today.
Is there Mr. Alex Morgan?
Mr. Alex Morgan,
And turn out.
turn out the vote.
What about Progressive Turnout Project? Nope. Okay.
Any questions from the board on this? Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, my only question concerning this case was whether whether voters were paid after they completed a survey. It's unclear, and this is kind of a common campaign tactic to offer money to speak to or talk or influence or chat up potential voters. But it's unclear whether the people that completed a survey on behalf of the person that perhaps is being paid was also paid. It just says that there were conversations and they were compensated for completing the project. And I'm not sure who they is. Is it the person that's working on behalf of the campaign, or is it the person that is a potential voter, which would be a clear violation? But if no one is here,
Can't answer.
I can't answer that. No one can answer the question.
The chair would entertain a motion on this case. There's no further questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I know an Alex Morgan. I do not know if this is the Alex Morgan, but in an abundance of caution, I'll recuse myself from any motion or vote.
Well, I make a motion that we dismiss this case since the respondent was notified, they didn't show up. We can't get our questions answered.
We have motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The chair will also vote aye, so that there is a quorum voting. So it'll be dismissed by a vote of 3-0. Chair would kindly ask for a 5-minute break.
Yes. So
Uh,
moved.
Without dissent, we will have a 5-minute break, just a quick break and get back to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you. Right here.
Let's go.
No, if you're a respondent, they should call you now. If you're a respondent, they'll, when your case comes up, they'll call.
Good.
Yes.
State Election Board is now back in session. The next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-165 Ware County illegal campaigning and photograph of ballots.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint allegation concerning the November 5th, 2024 general election in Ware County, Georgia. Ware County Election Supervisor Carlos Nelson reported 3 incidents that occurred during the advanced voting period at the Ware County Elections Office in Waycross, Georgia. In the first incident, Mr. Nelson stated that on 10/15/24, a voter was caught taking a picture of their ballot while inside the voting area. The voter was identified. In the second incident at the same location, on 10/16/24, another voter was wearing a MAGA hat while standing in line inside the doors at the voting precinct. In the third incident at the same location, 10/16/24, another person was seen outside the polling place on the side of the building wearing a MAGA hat.
Is Malcolm Brady or Benny Altman present?
Good morning, Chair, board members. My name is Jason Kemp, K-E-M-P, and I represent Mr. Brady. So for clarification, that's just for issue 1 of this matter. The basic facts of what the investigators have laid out are true. Mr. Brady took a picture of his ballot. He just mentioned that he was excited to vote, had no ill will in doing so. As the board members know, the primary intent of that law is to make sure that people aren't selling their votes and demonstrating proof that they voted a certain way in order to receive payment. That was not at issue here at all. In fact, Mr. Brady deleted that photo before he even left the precinct. He's not been in any trouble before. He's an elderly man and he is quite anxious about what this board decides today. We respectfully request a letter of instruction, and as he mentioned to me, you'll never hear his name again. Thank you. And again, that's just issue 1 for this matter.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
I move that we dismiss allegation 1, Mr. Brady.
We have motion to dismiss allegation 1. Is there a second? We have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Aye. Sorry. Aye. Mr. Altman present?
Mr. Altman, yes.
Mr. Altman had a letter.
Let me read this letter real quick from Mr. Altman.
You don't need to.
No? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, yeah,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, I make a motion that we dismiss against Mr. Altman.
We have motion to dismiss. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the chair will consider another motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a letter of instruction to Mr. Altman.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Mr. Altman. Is there a second? Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction to Benny Altman in case SCB 2024-165 signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion for allegation number 3. I move that we dismiss out number 3.
We have a motion to issue a letter, to dismiss allegation number 3. Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing allegation 3 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-226 Brooks County early voting tabulated, posted prior to election day.
Someone from Brooks County present?
So let me just read the complaint real quick. The complaint, the Secretary of State's office received the following complaint concerning the November 5th, 2024 general election, Brooks County. Tabulation tape was made public for public viewing following the conclusion of early voting on November 5th. The respondent is election supervisor from Quitman, Georgia, or the Brooks County Board of Elections and Registration. Is there a respondent here?
Yes, Chairman, board members, Jason Kemp. I'm here for all the respondents in this case. So the early voting tabulation was done on a Friday and posted erroneously as if it were the final. Our investigation, and I believe the investigation of the state also, was that this was just done in error, although it's frustrating that we could not figure out who actually posted those tapes, because that is a big deal to us. So in order to address this, anybody who was involved there that day is not going to be welcomed back to work as poll workers or volunteers. Also, obviously they're training on this issue now. They're making sure that people understand this very simple concept that early voting tabulation is not final. It's not to be posted. And just as a broader measure, the county has a new county administrator, and the board is laser focused on the Board of Elections. And I have a copy of it here with me. There's a bill that's going to be introduced probably today. It already has an LC number. It'll probably have a House bill number today to reconstitute the Board of Elections in Brooks County. The idea is right now it's constituted as a 3-member board, and the supervisor of elections is kind of a floating employee that is, on paper, it looks like they're under the county administrator's purview. But historically speaking, this person has served the Board of Elections. And so there's been, we'll just say, not 100% oversight, because everybody's kind of looking to one another to decide, well, who's going to reprimand this individual? And the county administrator has historically thought that really the county administrator should not be reprimanding elections. And so because of that, this has just gone unaddressed. This new bill will add 2 more members. So if the Board of Commissioners wishes to overhaul the board, they may. So the 3 members will go to 5, and then the staff of the elections will fall cleanly under the Board of Elections. So there will be accountability just within that board, and of course, the Board of Commissioners having general oversight of that board. So one last thing I forgot to mention, the complaint was filed in this case, but as soon as this was made aware to county staff, which was through Facebook, unfortunately, they did self-report. So although there was a complaint filed, our staff immediately self-reported this matter to the Secretary of State. So for those reasons, we respectfully request a letter of instruction for this matter. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Yes. How many early voting sites does Brooks County have?
1.
One tabulator, 1 early voting site, or
That's
2
right.
tabulators?
1 location.
Okay,
1 tabulator.
1 ballot scanner.
That's correct.
And they closed the poll on Friday and posted it on the door?
on the door as if it were the final count. The individual, I'm presuming, assumed that they were following the law for final.
Right.
We're not sure who did it, so we can't say 100% for sure.
My issue with the investigation was that no one would own up
Right.
or admit that they had done this.
Absolutely.
Right. So rather than the key there is to shut down the machine, push this button, not close the polls, this button on the Dominion scanner, right?
Right.
So you'll have a new team that knows how to do this for early voting in the next election.
Well, the effective date will be January 1 of next year. So we'll get through this election cycle. But we certainly now know that we're going to be laser focused on this issue for this election.
Right. So we don't tabulate until election day.
Right.
Right.
Any, Member King?
I make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
Second.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on SCB 2024-226 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming all the way from Brooks
Thank you.
County.
Thank you.
South, a second. Dr. Jones, a little quick on the draw.
We're trying to move through these cases.
I know it. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2025-003, Colquitt County failure to open poll at 7 a.m.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint during the November 5th, 2024 general election. The complaint, Christine Vining, stated that on 11/5/2024 at 7:29 a.m., she was standing in line at the Autryville Volunteer Fire Department polling place waiting for it to open.
The respondent in this case is Jerry Plymell, poll manager. Is Jerry here? No, okay. Any questions from the board? Any comments from the board on this case?
Mr. Chair, a letter was received, I believe, for this case.
Yes.
And the elderly, it's getting younger and younger every day, but Jerry Plymell no longer working as a poll worker, who is the poll worker involved with the late opening of the poll. And the letter was very explanatory as to what occurred. I'd recommend that we dismiss this complaint.
Are you making a motion?
I make a motion that we dismiss this.
We have motion to dismiss this complaint. We have motion second. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor of dismissing the complaint signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Case SCB 2025-003 is dismissed. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-097, Bacon County, City of Alma, miscellaneous.
The Office of Secretary of State received the following complaints during November 7th, 2023, general municipal election held in Alma, Georgia. And then it lists about 7 there.
Is there Mayor Taylor, Shamika Brinson, or Howard Bruce Burnett present?
There are 3 potential violations listed in one for Howard Bruce Barnett, violated 21-2-218C, address change and corrections. Also 21-2-571, voting by unqualified elector or giving false information. Potential violation for Shamika Brinson, 21 2-218C, address changes and corrections. And also 21 2-571, voting by unqualified elector giving false information. And then also potential against Mayor Larry Taylor, 21 2-414D, prohibition for candidates from entering certain polling places. There were several other allegations of. Let's deal with them individually. Allegation 1 was against Austin and Mary Boatwright. Are there any questions on that allegation? Sorry,
Is the complainant here, Mr. Bazemore?
is that out of order here? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Okay,
I move that we dismiss allegation 1, 4, 5, and 7. And issue a letter of instruction to Howard Bruce Burnett, Shamika Brinson, and Larry Taylor. Those are allegations 2, 4, and 5. Letter of instruction.
we have a motion to dismiss allegations 1, 4, 5, and 7. Let's deal with that. Is there a second to dismiss allegations 1, 4, 5, and 7?
Second. Oh.
Second,
Seven.
member Grubbs, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing allegations 1, 4, 5, and 7, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Wait, you said 1,
4, 5,
mean
and
1,
7.
3, wait,
One, dismiss 1,
3.
4, Jerry Smith. Dismiss 1, Boatwright. 4, Jerry Smith. 5, use of municipal employees to assist in a campaign, and 7,
Okay.
Dawson Dial and Megan Dial.
Okay, now what's your, another motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction to Howard Bruce Burnett.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on allegation number 2 to Howard Burnett. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no
Mis-
opposition-
Mr. Chair, that's for violation of 21-2-571.
Yes,
Okay.
motion carries 3-0.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion. Issue a letter of instruction to Shamika Brinson for violation of 21-2-571, voting by unqualified elector.
Second.
Can I ask why a letter of instruction on that one versus a letter of reprimand, or just curious why that one, which she seemed to purposely never, she wouldn't have that address.
Would you like to discuss that more?
Well, I mean, Shamika Brinson never was a resident of that address. It was her mother that lived there. But she moved out in 2017. Shamika was never listed as adult resident on her mother's lease.
Are you suggesting it should be a letter of reprimand?
Yeah, I think she was using the wrong address for her voter.
Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw my motion.
I mean, I would, I thought this one should go to the AG actually, in my notes, but the chair will consider a motion.
I did have the AG on my notes as well for her.
Chair would consider a motion
Yeah.
on,
So I make a motion that we send Shamika Brinson to the AG's office.
we have a motion to send allegation number 3, Shamika Brinson, to the AG. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Dr. John?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Shamika Brinson will be sent to the AG. And then the last one is allegation number 6, Mayor Taylor.
Did we already do Howard?
Uh,
You want to take care of Howard?
Yeah, we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're number 6.
It's,
We do have a letter from Mayor Taylor.
Okay. I make the motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Mayor Taylor.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to Mayor Taylor. Is there a second?
second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That concludes that case. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-050, Coffee County, City of Douglas illegal campaigning poll worker issue.
The Secretary of State received a complaint from Olivia Coley Pearson and Election Supervisor Christy Nipper during the November 7th, 2023 municipal general election in the city of Douglas. The following is a list of the allegations, and the members have those. There's 7 allegations listed there.
Do we have anyone that wants to speak or?
The respondents are Russell Lachey Johnson, Deborah Christie Nipper, Coffee County Election Supervisor, and Coffee County Board of Elections and Registration. Anybody here to speak on this case? Chair will entertain motion on these allegations.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we dismiss allegations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7.
We have a motion to dismiss allegations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 are dismissed. Chair will entertain a motion on allegation number 5.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand on allegation number 5. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand on allegation number 5. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of reprimand will be issued on allegation number 5. Chair will entertain a motion on allegation number 6.
I make a motion we issue a letter of reprimand for allegation number 6.
My, uh, my issue with this one is the fact that this woman covertly took her ballot out of the out of the polling thing, but I will, we have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand on allegation number 6. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to discuss taking a ballot out of the polling place simply voids the vote for the person that's taking their own ballot out of the polling place. I mean, I don't know why people would do that because they lose their vote. They can't come back in. They can't come back in and scan it. They can't come back in and get another ballot. They have lost their right to vote if they walk out with a ballot. If they want to be bullheaded about that, I guess they can do that. So I really don't have much of an issue of people taking that out unless you think there's some security risk with spoiling your own ballot. I don't think should be a violation of law for you to touch or hold your own ballot. Otherwise, every single absentee ballot voter would be in violation of the law because they're handling their own ballot. So it's rather silly to consider it a violation that a voter with their own ballot walks out of the polling place and they're holding their own ballot. The intent of the law, I would assume, or maybe I'm assuming too much, is that we don't want other people handling other voters' ballots, which is certainly a concern, but handling your own ballot is not a concern of mine. So I'd like to hear from the board if they have other opinions.
I think for me, the fact that she did conceal it made me think is that she may have understood that she wasn't supposed to do something, but but did it anyway. So that was the reason why I wanted to issue a letter of reprimand. I'm willing to amend to a letter of instruction. Maybe she's not aware of the violation. Because although we feel the way we feel, there is a code.
Mr. Chair, do you have an opinion?
My opinion is I don't like the way that this voter acted and that she concealed it, put it in her purse, and then denied doing what she was doing. And I find that
Yeah, she was
a little
aware.
concerning. She was aware of exactly what she was doing and that she wasn't supposed to be doing that. And to me, that is more than a letter of instruction when you walking out with your ballot and not understanding what you're doing is one thing, or making a mistake. This woman didn't make a mistake. She knew exactly what she was doing.
And she lied about it.
And she lied about it, yeah. So. Did you amend it or you want to stick with the original one? Or?
I think I'm gonna stick with my letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. I believe we have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
Motion carries 2-1 and a letter of reprimand will be issued. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024227.
Secretary of State opened this investigation after it was reported that Johnny Roper attempted to vote in the November 5th, 2024 general election in advance voting while on probation.
Mr. Roper here.
The respondent, Johnny Roper. Is Mr. Roper here? No? Any question from the board on this? The potential violation suggested that Mr. Roper violated OCGA 21-2-216B. Chair, entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we refer this to the Attorney General.
We have a motion to refer this case to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
Member Moses, number 2, second.
Third.
Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of sending SEB 2024-227 to the AG signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote of 3-0. Moving right along, now we're on page 2. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-056 Glenn County absentee ballot application issues.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint concerning November 7th, 2023 general election in Glenn County, Georgia. Glenn County Election Supervisor Chris Chanel alleges that Audrey Gibbons was assisting electors with their absentee ballot applications without signing as the person assisting.
Respondents Audrey Gibbons. Is Miss Gibbons here? No. Any questions from the board on this? Potential violations are 21-2-381A1CI, making an application for an absentee ballot, and 21-2-381A1C2 titled making an application for an absentee ballot. So it's for different individuals, of course. The chair to entertain a motion on this.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Chair to entertain another motion.
I have on my notes, after having reviewed this case, that it be referred to the Attorney General's office.
For what reason behind that?
Violations of OCGA 21-2-381, A1C, I, et cetera, and 2. Pre-filling out the absentee ballot applications for these electors.
We have motion to send this to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second to send this SCB 2023-056 to AG. Any discussion?
My only discussion is, in this case, the investigative report states that she was assisting with ballot applications for multiple applications. And she had been informed that she was required to assist, but apparently the practice continued. Therefore, I would recommend referral.
We have motion to send this to the AG, motion and a second to send this to AG. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by a vote to 3-0. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-060 McIntosh County, City of Darien.
The Georgia Secretary of State office received a complaint alleging that Susie Mae Edwards received assistance when completing her absentee ballot during the November 7th, 2023 general election. The individual who assisted Ms. Edwards was identified as William H.A. Collins, who was a candidate on the ballot for the City Council North Ward seat in the City of Darien.
Is Mr. Collins here by any chance?
Yes, sir. I'm William Collins.
I'm sorry?
I'm William Collins.
Okay, please proceed.
Oh, yes. I think what I didn't add in the letter that I sent, that Mrs. Edwards is a 97-year-old lady, and I have assisted her in paying her bills and different other things. She's a well, actually a part of the family. We say a friend of the family, but her husband is a relative of my paternal grandmother. And but I did not realize that I did anything illegal, as far as, because I did not help her with the ballot. I just assisted her in signing the ballot. And like I usually help her pay her bills, and some she gets money orders, some she uses her checkbook. And all she asked me to do is put my finger on the line because she's, sight is impaired. And she, just draws, the line and she signs it. And that's what I did with the ballot. But I did sign that I had assisted her because I assisted her with signing it. But she had already done her, filled out the ballot. And,
Is she visually impaired?
yes, she is.
And how impaired is she?
She cannot see, like I said, I can point out to the line and she can follow my finger, but just to see and read, she can't do that.
And you help her with all other kinds of daily activities also?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Collins?
And
Yes.
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I just wanted to verify, you were a candidate on the ballot at the time, correct?
Yes, I was running unopposed.
So was there possibly anyone else that could have assisted her, considering that you were running unopposed, I get that, but
Mhm.
that someone else could have assisted her at that time?
A grandchild could have. Yeah, but I don't. No. I know she, I remember taking her a magnifying glass and some of the things she can kind of see with the magnifying glass. So,
Okay. Thank you.
Is anybody else that helps her on a regular basis besides you? Or are you like the primary person who assists her?
I'm the primary person.
Okay.
Yeah. For some reason, she trusts me.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Collins?
Mr. Collins, the election code says that a candidate is not eligible to assist voters. Are you aware of that?
At that time, I was not aware of that. No.
But you are now.
Yes, I am.
And I appreciate the letter you sent. It was
Okay.
Thank you.
great help to me.
Thank you.
And the fact you drove all the way up here makes a difference for me too. So I appreciate that.
Yes.
Any further questions for Mr. Collins? The chair to entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instructions so that you have the code in writing for future reference.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Mr. Collins, you understand what a letter of instruction is, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just telling you what the proper procedure is.
And I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is 2024-221 Chatham County election night results.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Andre Pretorius, Pretorius with Chatham County.
Yeah, what you?
The Secretary of State's office opened this investigation after it was reported that on general election night, November the 5th, 2024, there was a delay in reporting the advanced voting results from Chatham County.
That is correct.
The respondents of Chatham County, and you're here, Mr. Pretorius, to
Yeah.
respond to Chatham County. Okay.
I have Mr. Wooten and Ms. German here if you need any questions from them as well. The issue that happened in that night was that the machine itself was not shut down correctly. And it resulted in our voting on that day, the day's voting that day, that went through just fine. And in the past, even if you didn't close it down correctly, the votes would still be uploaded and it'll be fine. But on this day, because the machine wasn't shut down properly, the votes wouldn't upload because of a software change. At that time, we self-reported the Secretary of State that we weren't able to upload or get the votes in. You could see the votes on the screen, but it wouldn't print out the votes. And so what we did is we called the Secretary of State's
I'm
office.
sorry, what screen are you talking about?
When they upload, when they put in the thumb drive, the memory card, when they put that in, it'll show that the votes are there, but it won't give us the printout to show that the election votes are there.
On the election management server?
Yes. And so because of that, we called the Secretary of State and say, look, we can't close out. We were done very early that day. And so the problem was we reported that we aren't able to get the votes in on time because we have this issue. We followed the Secretary of State's guidance. They told us that we need to go in and close out every one of the early voting machines because that's the only problem that we had was the early voting machines. So we closed those out and then we were able to upload those votes. So those were late. So self-report on that. We were asking for a dismissal on that because we followed the Secretary of State's guidance. They didn't tell us to do anything other than close out those machines and then upload those votes again, and which we did. So
Could you
we're
tell
awesome.
me which machines you're talking about?
The early voting ones.
The early voting ballot scanner
Yes.
tabulators?
Correct.
Okay.
And so based on that, I know there was an issue that the tabulator receipts weren't printed out. And what I've done for you guys is I printed out our daily voting log, and on there, it shows the check-ins for each of those polling places for early voting. And then it has the daily check-in for each one of those tabulators that we have. So it's for each polling place, each machine, we have the daily tabulator. I've provided those already. Yeah. And so you'll see we have a daily tabulator receipt that shows exactly every day what the votes were. So the only one that we do not have is the final one. And because of the way that things happened that night and based upon the Secretary of State's instructions, we followed what they told us to do. And so at that time, prior to certifying the election, we then printed out those tabulator tapes and certified that election. As part of that as well, to show that there is no issue and that issue has been corrected about closing it out, the last pages on your packet will show that we have corrected that issue, that it's no longer an issue, and that we do now completely close out the machine before we submit those. And so we believe that we have done everything correctly since that. We believe we were doing everything correctly on that night as well. The problem was that with the software change that had happened, that it would not accept the votes that we had, even though we had done everything correctly. On top of that, you also have in your packet, the Secretary of State requires us to do a hand count of one of the tabulator machines. And so when you go to the very last packet, you'll see that we have this audit tally sheet where they randomly pick one tabulator machine that from the early voting where we have to hand count everything. So there, it shows that everything was done correctly. And because the votes numbered and counted and hand counted in that case showed exactly that the machines, that specific machine had the correct votes on it. So based upon the daily check-in log, based upon the daily tabulator tapes that were signed by the poll workers there, that the mistake that we made on the last day by not signing that receipt that final day was just a mistake. And so we're just asking that if it could be a letter of instruction to continue on with the way that we are currently doing it, based upon that last package, you'll see that we're currently doing it correctly, or a dismissal based upon us following the Secretary of State's guidance that night.
Could Ms. German come
Yeah,
for some questions?
Is Mr. Wooten here too?
he is here.
Yeah, Mr. Wooten, if he'd come on forward too, please.
And I did bring the original tapes. She requested those. I have them here. We also have a chain of custody log showing that when the memory cards were pulled and then given to the Board of Elections on each one. So if you would like any of those, I can provide those as well.
If I might ask Ms. German to walk me through election day, and because you're the registrar, right? The registration director. So you're, and Chatham County, you're in charge of early voting and absentee voting. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So walk me through what happened that day with the ballot scanners, the tabulators, because you were in charge of those when they came in from the early voting sites. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So on the last day of early voting, basically we just closed the machines down. We did not end the election. And so therefore on the election day, we took the voter machines over to the elections office. And then at that point, that's when the elections office normally uploads the information and do the tabulation. And then that's when the error occurred. We found out that there was an error. We have done it that way previously ever since we had the machines. And so there was no problem until that particular night. So that's pretty much-
So on Friday, at the end of early voting, you bring the 23 tabulators back to your office, right? Your
Correct.
Or your warehouse. What? Okay. And do they stay? Are they shut? Are they powered down, but not closed?
Right. They're
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So no tapes have been printed out on Friday
No, ma'am.
or Saturday
No, ma'am.
or Sunday
No, ma'am.
or Monday.
No, ma'am. We don't, once we close the machines, we don't, on that Friday, everything is pretty much, the memory card is taken out of the machine and they're brought back to our office. And then nothing is done with that information until Tuesday morning when we take it over to the elections office. And so those stuff are in a locked room. We have a coded door in which all of that stuff is stored.
Okay. So the memory cards are taken out of the machines, the ballot scanners, on Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they taken out at the early voting site or
Yes,
at your
ma'am.
office?
At the early voting site, they close it down on Friday.
Okay. Is there a chain of custody?
Yes, ma'am. I
Form?
think, Mr. Pateras gave you
Okay. And who keeps those memory cards over the weekend?
the voter registration office does.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are they locked?
Yes, they're in a lock.
They're secure?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. And so, and when do you take them to Mr. Wooten?
on Tuesday morning.
On Tuesday morning. And is there a chain of custody form that's filled out for that transfer
Yes, ma'am.
to the election director, Mr. Wooten? Okay. Were there any issues or that you had during early voting with the machines or with the tabulators during early voting?
Not as I can recall, ma'am.
No? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So Mr. Wooten,
I will add, I know that she said this and I just want to correct the transfer record, whatever we have. There are tabulator tapes for the day off, but it's done in the morning when they open up the election, the polling place. So you will have in your packet the tabulator tapes that were ran and signed that morning prior to early voting start.
right, you're talking about the status tapes.
Correct.
Every day when the tabulator is turned on,
Yes,
a status tape is printed out.
that is.
And what's on that status tape?
It shows them votes up to that point.
Votes up until that
Yeah,
point.
so every day they do that, it'll run a tape that says this is how many votes we currently have on the machine. And the only other thing is, I believe when you look at that, there are, for one polling site, there is a tabulator tape that's run at the end. I think it was the Civic Center one. So there is one that was signed on the night after. So you look through that, you will see one of them that was done afterwards.
I'm sorry, what was done afterwards?
So when the machine was closed, there
Right.
was one, I think from one polling site, there was one that was printed and signed on that Friday when the election closed.
So-
I'm not exactly 100% sure, but I believe when you look through that, you will see that,
At the Civic Center?
I believe.
Is that also named Eisenhower?
No, the Civic Center is the one that's downtown Atlanta.
Okay.
East of Atlanta.
Okay. So it was tabulated at the end of early voting rather than on election day.
I wouldn't say it was tabulated. It was just whoever closed that machine printed one.
The
out.
3 tapes printed out.
Yes, I believe that for
Okay.
one of those sites they did have. Yeah.
What did they do with the tapes?
It's in that packet. It was turned into early voting.
Turned in to Ms. German?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And then Ms. German, what did you do with those tapes?
Are you asking me?
No,
Oh, Ms. German.
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Once we receive all of the information back in the office, when all of the sites deliver the information, we have a coded door in a room in which we store all of that election material in until that Tuesday when we take it over to the elections office.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Wooten, if I could ask you, you retired, right?
I did.
Is.
All right. So, Mr. Wooten, tell me what you did on election day with these early voting memory cards.
We accepted the memory cards. We did a chain of custody form. We accepted them. And we had published that we would early tabulate as of 6 p.m. And so we started our early tabulation, and the screen of the election night reporting server was showing the votes were on each card. We didn't realize until we started to do the download that they were not, they were there, but they would not download into the election night reporting system. And we tried several kind of troubleshooting things, and we couldn't come up with anything. So I called the state and talked with staff at the state, talked with Blake and others there, and they suggested that the best way to get the results, in other words, our goal at that moment became, let's get the results that we had 90,000 early votes. Let's get what's the process we need to get these results into the system and reported so that people can see these votes, on TV, and, so that it's properly done, and so that we can produce our election night reports as well. And so the state suggested that we set up a scanner there in our server room, and that we insert the memory cards and close those cards, or close that election on those cards, and then input those cards into the election night reporting system. When we did that, everything reported fine. And it took us, I talked to the state before 8 o'clock. It took us until midnight to get that done.
Okay. And so what you realized was the memory cards that those had not been closed out.
That is correct.
Okay. And so what did you take them back to their scanner tabulators and close them out on the scanner tabulators?
The state suggested that we use 2 scanners that we have there in our building. So we used 2 scanners there and just input those and closed them on scanners that we have, that the elections office has.
So you opened the polls, you opened the early voting on one scanner, but you closed the early voting on different scanners.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you know if the votes are true and that are show up or correct, because you don't have the zero
Well,
tape?
the memory cards haven't been, once they were removed, they were in custody on the lock and key at the registrar's office. Then she transferred custody to me, and we put them in the vault until we started the early tabulation at 6. And so the scanners that we have there in our building had no memory cards in them, and had nothing, there was nothing on them. They had not been used for the election.
Okay. And so you close them out on different scanner tabulators with different protective count numbers. But were there any other issues? Did it work fine after you closed?
Everything worked fine.
Okay. All right. Well, I have some questions about this, and I have some slides I'd like to ask about, because as I reviewed the opening and closing tapes, I noticed several things. Can you put these slides up? Mhm. All right. Next slide. All right, so we're talking about ballot scanners, tabulators, scanners, all the same thing. And with that, a memory card goes with each tabulator, and there's a serial number for each scanner. It's like we had this talk last month. It's like the VIN on a car. It's like it's the identifier for that scanner. And on that scanner is a protective counter, and that counter is used to validate the votes that have been cast, the ballots that have been cast on the scanner. It's like the car odometer. Okay, it's the one that just keeps running and tells you how many thousands of ballots have gone through that scanner. The zero tape is the empty ballot box. It's what you do at the start of your trip. It's your zero miles or zero ballots cast. And the reason that you're supposed to close it out on the same scanner tabulator is because you want to know the end trip odometer, the end count, the end number of votes or ballots cast. And of course, that tape is reviewed and signed and certified. That's the only certification that is discretionary in elections. Other certifications are considered ministerial according to the court. But this is the one where the poll manager and the assistant managers can elect to sign or not sign if they deem that there is some irregularity. Next slide, please. Next slide. Ballot scan. There are two state election board rules pertaining to the memory cards. One is, you see the first one, it says the memory card shall remain in the ballot scanner at all times during the advanced voting period until the polls close on the day of the primary election or runoff. The other rule is the election superintendent or tabulating center personnel, which would be you, Mr. Wooten, shall cause each ballot scanner to print a minimum of 3 tapes showing the vote totals cast on that ballot scanner. Not a different ballot scanner, but that ballot scanner. Next slide, please. Here are some of the tapes. And I have plenty of tapes to show you. These are 2 sets of paired tapes. I'm sorry the print is too small for most of you to see, but for those that you have a screen that's close up, you can see on the left side 2 tapes. This is one paired set. I just have the top and the bottom of the tape. The top identifies the scanner, the protective counter number, the date that it was printed. The tape just to the right of that has the signatures. You see their certification. It's verifying that these are 0. That's the 0 tape. And then the one to the right of that, Sean, is the closing tape. And it has the ballot ID. It's the same ID as the opening scanner ID. And you see that it has poll open on November 5th, poll closed on, this was an election day tape, and it's closed on November 5th. And scroll down a little more, please. And one can see that indeed the unit serial number for the scanner is the same as it was for the opening scanner. And the protective counter has incremented 258 votes. And so you see the protective counter increase by 258. And then you see that there's a poll close date and time, November 5th, 7:33. Next slide, please. In Chatham, in your early voting, you had 23 ballot scanner tabulators, 23 memory cards. This is for November 5th, advanced voting. Next slide, please. Advanced voting was over on the 11th. So you should have 23 zero tapes and 23 closing tapes that match. Next slide. What I found was that there was one that was closed on October 21st, one closed on October 23rd, which means tabulation occurred on those dates. And I just have a question of why that happened. And then 3 were closed on November 5th, which was election day. One was closed late on the 6th, actually. It was in the middle of the night. So you said it took that long. But oddly, I found that 17 of these tabulator tapes say that the poll was closed on November 13th. That's 8 days after the election, and I just did not understand why they were closed 8 days after the election and they were printed. That's even after certification. So I have a question about that. The next slide, please. This is an example of ballot scanner 1, ID 950, poll opened on 10/15. That's the first day of early voting. The poll closed on 11/13. I don't understand that. And also the problem of the tabulator memory card was closed on different ballot scanners. That is a break in the chain of custody. The protective counter is invalid and it makes the vote total unverified. Next slide, please. Same thing. The poll close. I think this was probably indicative of the poll closing early. It closed on 10/21 because no, it just closed. It seemed to have been closed early, but also a break in the chain of custody. Next slide. These are two different ballot scanner numbers, break in the chain of custody. And this says the poll was closed on the 5th, but the report was printed on the 13th. I just didn't understand why it was printed on the November 13th. Next slide. Next one. Okay, same thing. Next slide. Same thing. Goes on, keep going. Next slide. So these polls are closed on the 13th. They're opened on the 15th, which is the first day of early voting, but they're closed on the 13th. And next slide. And I just consolidated AV Annex. There were 3 scanners, 6 opening tapes. So you must have taken a memory card out when it got full and replaced it with a new memory card, because there are 3 ballot scanners and 6 open and closed tapes. And you notice the SEB rule at the bottom, 2 rules. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Same thing. So could you help me with answering the question of why they were closed on different scanners and the date of closing was November 13th?
Well, we closed them on different scanners because that's what the Secretary of State's office told us to do, so that we could successfully get our results entered. We'd be able to print our election night reports. And so that's what we did. The 11/13, I believe that date, we were preparing to send our data to the Secretary of State's office, which is required, where we send copies of all of our forms. And when we were gathering all of that material, we realized that we didn't have closing tapes from the early voting time frame. So we on the election side went in and produced the closing tapes for the early voting time period so that they could be submitted to the Secretary of State.
What happened to the tapes?
We never received tapes. We didn't get tapes because they did not run. I'm not speaking for the registrar, but we did not receive tapes. She might want to answer.
Oh, I thought you said you printed out tapes when you realized that they wouldn't upload into the election management server.
No, we got them uploaded into this server, yes, but we did not print tapes.
I thought you just said you'd close the polls out on these other scanners.
We did close the polls out on the other scanners. And Ms. Johnson, if tapes printed, I did not see them and did not have them.
When you close the polls,
I agree
It
with,
automatically prints out 3 tapes.
I agree with what you're saying. But that, you know, if I can use this term, the fog of the election, trying to get everything done and trying to correct, you know, the error so we could get the results done and such and such. I don't really have an answer for the tapes that would have printed out on election night between 9 p.m. and midnight. I just know when I went to my materials, I did not have tapes. I knew that the registrar's office did not provide me with tapes. So we then we still had those memory cards locked in the vault. And so we took them out and printed tapes.
You took them out, on the 13th,
Yes, ma'am.
but you claim that there were no tapes produced when the polls were closed on the different scanners
You mean during early voting?
from the early voting tabulators. Yes.
I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
Mr. Sherman could.
Can you repeat the question?
I would like to see the closing tapes from election day that were run when the memory cards were closed out on these different ballot scanners.
On the last day of early voting, we did not print any tapes, ma'am. I believe I stated that earlier, that we did not print tapes on the last day of early voting.
You didn't print any tapes, and Mr. Wooten did not print any tapes.
Not that we know of, no.
I don't understand.
What did you certify?
You said that they automatically print, so I don't know if automatically they printed. What I can tell you is that we don't have any record of them, of having a printed version of it until we had to redo it on the 13th. So we do not have that specific, no.
Yeah. So what was certified? What did you certify?
Well, we printed the SOVC. All the results were entered into the system. We printed the SOVC. We printed the summary. We did our reconciliation process. We reconciled with check-ins and ballots that were cast. Our election reconciled fine. There were very, very small discrepancies, and that's what we always use to certify.
I'm super confused here. First of all, thank you, Dr. Johnston, for the wonderful presentation. Was that sent by the SOS investigator, or did you do that on your own?
I did that on my own.
I had a feeling. So the public can understand there's 2 of you here, and can you explain your relationship and who's responsible for what? Because I think that might be confusing to the public.
Chatham County has we have a split system. The voter registration board of registrars is a separate county department. The board of election is a separate county department. Up until last month, I led the board of election. Sabrina German is the registrar, and she leads the board of registrars.
So she's doing registration, but she's also doing advanced voting, correct?
Because it's considered absentee.
Okay. So I'm really baffled by this whole situation of how do you certify an election when you don't even print poll tapes?
Well, I mean, I print tapes on election day, and I do all of the processing of absentee ballots and counting of them. We also take custody of the memory cards from the registrar, and we tabulate those. So on the election side, we tabulate and count, and then reconcile and consolidate and present that report to the Board of Elections for them to consider and talk about and question before they vote to certify.
So, Ms. Sherman, you do advanced voting, and was this out of the ordinary that you don't print poll tapes, or is this routine practice?
It was routine. We've never had a problem or an issue prior to 2024.
Why was 2024 different?
It was a software change that resulted in the votes not being able to be printed. That's
What-
what we learned from the Secretary of State's office. There was a new software that.
The
What
election,
new software on what?
on the election night reporting software changed.
Oh, you're talking about but how does that affect the tabulators printing poll tapes?
It doesn't affect that. It affected that the results would not upload into the new ENR system. That was the theory the state said. That, I mean, we were working on a theory at this point in time. And,
So-
you know,
So when you're, and I understand you have a lot going on. I mean, elections is very demanding and people are waiting and they're going, where's my results? And I understand all that. But you've got the election night reporting system that you're having issues with. It would seem to me that you might want to reference back to the poll tapes to verify, like, what are we doing here? There's got to be a paper, this is why everybody loves papers, because you have a backup system to actually hold in your hand. Just like up here when we couldn't connect to the internet and, we have our digital notebooks up here. Well, thank goodness I printed my backup. I don't understand how poll tapes are not printed until 8 days later after certification.
The tapes are just one portion of that. There are multiple ways to verify the numbers without having to use a tape. So
the chain of custody doesn't matter?
well, we have a chain of custody of what happened to the memory cards.
You've
We have
broken
a
the chain of
daily
custody
tabulation.
when you have the memory cards that you have taken out of the scanners
We have.
and you close them out on other machines.
Yes, yes, ma'am. But we also have the daily check-in account numbers that show how many people voted, came in and checked in to vote on each day of early voting. We have, so to verify that would just be that simple. You know how many people voted on that day. You verify that the numbers that were given increased by that much. We do a daily.
And what do you cross-check that with?
With the daily tabular tapes that we printed out that you all have in front of.
These tabulated tapes?
Yeah, there's daily ones for each machine.
This is for that election? This is not
Yes.
for that. No, this is not.
No. The other one, there's a thick packet that I provided that goes to each one of those that has the check-in and the tabulated tapes for each machine daily that was done.
Yeah, we just got this morning.
Yeah, I know.
All of this, we just got this morning.
Yes, because that wasn't what was requested from our office.
Well, I understand, but we're talking about the November 5th, 2024 election.
Yes.
So I understand you're talking about the number of ballots cast on the tabulators and you're accounting for that. But how did you know what votes were cast for what candidate? The tabulation of the election without running the tapes and printing out the votes counted for each candidate. You don't have that on a status tape. That's not on a status tape or even a close or even an open tape.
we could see that on our screen. When we put the memory card in, we could see the votes. It just wouldn't download them.
Where are they recorded?
Pray.
They're recorded on the memory card.
Well, you said you could see them if they're I can't see what's on a memory card.
But then we printed our SOVC. Our statement of votes cast printed that night. And
So,
our summary.
so to certify, you're saying the board has to take your word for it when it comes to the memory card and what they've seen and then match whatever you said to the cast vote record. And like, how, I'm confused as to how a board can certify or did certify this election having not seen any evidence whatsoever of what you're stating.
Well, they saw a lot of evidence.
Well, they didn't see a tabulator tape.
But they saw all of the recaps.
But you're telling me that the memory card, because it's on the memory card, you told them what was on the memory card?
No, I gave them the SOVC, which is printed from the memory card. The results.
Is this your normal process?
It has.
This is what you normally do?
you always print the SOVC and the summary from the results that come off the memory.
Well, you're supposed to always have closing tapes, but do you normally not have closing tapes?
For election day, we have closing tapes for every scanner for election day.
No, I mean like all of them. So you just just election day, you have closing tapes.
Well, they're the ones that I can speak to.
Is this normal practice in Chatham County? Is this normal practice, or is this just this election?
Well, we haven't had this problem since.
Is this a normal practice?
No, I would say no. We
Okay.
haven't had it since, and we didn't have it before.
So it was only on this election
Yes,
that this error occurred.
yes,
And you don't see it as an error because you had other means of verifying.
yes.
So the chain of custody just doesn't
if-
matter.
If we'd have had any type of a ballot or vote discrepancy, I would have reported that to the state. And I would have, in all likelihood, requested that we rescan the ballots. But we didn't. When we did our reconciliation process, we started that immediately, looking at the number of check-ins, the number of ballots that were spoiled, the number of people that checked in and then didn't cast a ballot. In other words, there's a reconciliation process you go through and you balance that against the number of ballots that were cast.
Well, because you don't have any closing tapes on election night, then how do you know that there wasn't anything that took place between the election night and the 13th when you closed the tabulator, when you closed it?
We're still in balance.
I'm sorry?
Our reconciliation process showed that we were in balance and we're still in balance. And the memory cards that we had were locked in a vault.
So you just wrote the number down off of the screen and it didn't print a tape and you didn't see that as an error or something was wrong? Why didn't it print a tape? Was it out of paper? Like what was, is there not an explanation for that at all?
I can't speak to when we closed the polls out on election night so that we could download the results.
Mm-hmm.
I never saw any tapes.
And you didn't ask for them?
I'll say that would have been something good for me to have done, but as much as we had going on, it was a very, once we encountered this problem, it became let's get our results in, and so we can tell people what the local results are, so the state will have what our results are, and the national news as well.
How did a candidate know how many votes they got from early voting if there were no tabulator tapes for them to look at?
Well,
Were they
I can say-
posted on the wall or?
I can say, as a candidate in that race, I was not concerned that there was any issue.
Are you sure you won?
No, I did not win.
And you
I
were
was
concerned?
No, I was not concerned because when I reviewed everything and I reviewed the votes that were cast and I looked at what the results were.
Did every candidate get to do that?
Yes, every candidate.
Review everything that you reviewed?
I had the same, because I was a Republican candidate in a very heavily Democratic area. I can tell you that the person that was helping my race helped at least 3 or 4 other candidates in that race. They had no.
So are you saying because you weren't concerned about your race, then we shouldn't be concerned about the other candidates and whether they were
I'm not
concerned
saying
about
what
theirs?
you should do. I'm just telling you what I.
Well, you jumped in as if that's some type of like explanation as to why the other candidates shouldn't be concerned as well. So I want to know why, because that was just an unnecessary comment, because the fact is all candidates should be able to see how many votes they got.
Would you recommend your process of doing things to the other 158 counties in the state?
As I said, on this night, we generally have everything done correctly, but based on the fact of how it was that night and the problem that we had occurred and us speaking to the Secretary of State, we understood that we had made a mistake.
Right.
By
but
not
I
putting.
understand,
I'm not
it-
saying that should be the
like you're
process.
defending
but
it.
for advanced voting, I'm still not uploading to enhanced voting's election night reporting system is different than properly closing a poll.
Correct.
And it's different from breaking the chain of custody. It's different from breaking election board rules on removing the memory cards and not printing the tabulator tapes. It's different from not ensuring that there are zero tapes to begin with. There's like, it seems to me
Right.
there's like a whole lot of issues that are completely different from uploading the election night results.
No, we
Correct.
had 0 tapes.
Correct. This particular case has to do with reporting election night results. There are a lot of other things that need to be asked and investigated. And so I would make the recommendation that we open a new claim related to the tapes themselves, and investigate that, and just rule today on this reporting of election night results, and then come back and address the tapes when there's more information and we're able to investigate it.
Yeah, because I would like to know what happened.
Well, and so, the investigator's not here, and then Mr. Blue, I believe we asked if he could be here and he couldn't be present. Is that correct? And so I would just like to ask, as election directors and that kind of thing, when someone from the Secretary of State tells you something, do you verify what law? You know, if they tell you, to do whatever, do you say, can you please point me to the election code and where that's allowable by law? Does that ever come up? Just out of curiosity?
If they do have an issue, they would call, yes, the county attorney's office to verify. If they have an issue with what they were doing, they would call our office and ask if that is correct, or if there is a law that allows them to do what they're supposed to do. Yes.
So the directors will say, can you verify that that's allowable per code?
Yes, correct.
So was there any communication as far as these election night results where the Secretary of State's office, you're allowed to do this per code section XYZ?
What the Secretary of State's office told us to do? No. What do you mean?
What I'm asking is when election directors have a question or have a process issue and they call the Secretary of State's office and say, hey, we're having an issue with this, we're not sure what to do, and the Secretary of State gives them direction on what to do they say, I just want to be sure that we're staying inside the law. Can you please cite the code section that allows us to do this or the rule that allows us to do this?
No, we assume that they know what they're doing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The summary of this is the complaint was about reporting election night results late. The cause of it certainly begs the decision of this board to open a new case and investigate this, with the concern that at least two tabulators were closed early, and I don't know, maybe not recognized or not wanted to be reported. That's not proper. We've just heard a case about early tabulation, and it is a violation. And actually there were 6 tabulators that these memory cards were closed on that were not what they were opened on, what the opening tabulators were. So all of 23, excepting 2, 21, because 2 were closed early on the right ballot scanner, but 21 were closed on different scanners, which is problematic as far as chain of custody. It's obviously a problem. And apparently the Secretary of State, there's a conflict with advice given by the Secretary of State. The other issue is the date that these polls were closed, and I'm still not clear whether they were closed on election day or not, and where the results came from, or whether the files that were pulled off of EMS or election night reporting are the correct files or the correct votes. I would like to open a new case. I would like a numbered voter list from this election, and I'd like the slog files from this equipment.
Investigator Patton, would you please get with Dr. Johnson after this and work on the complaint? So,
Mr. Chair, if I may,
yes.
I'd ask Vice Chair Johnson to please consider in that Mr. Wooten testified that he printed on a different scanner at the council of the Secretary of State. We really need to know if that allegation is true. We need to know who's giving out that kind of wrong advice and not taking their own recommendation for chain of custody procedures serious if that occurred. And if it didn't occur, then fine, we'll have to deal with it from the other side, but that needs to be addressed.
Right. And just to be clear, the memory cards have since been deleted, correct? Yes. Okay.
But you have kept the slog files, correct? Okay.
What? Okay.
Do we
I'll
want,
reserve my
do we want to continue this particular case?
No,
No?
if we'll have a new case number.
And you want to move on this case or continue it with a new case number?
We can make it, the complaint in this case was election night reporting results were late and could be decided. And a new case could be open
Yes.
to investigate the inconsistencies in tabulator tapes.
Chair will entertain a motion on SCB 2024-221 election night results.
So Chair, I make a recommendation that we issue a letter of reprimand for not reporting on time.
We have a recommendation issue of letter. We have a motion issue of letter recommend. Is there a second? Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of reprimand on SCB 2024-221. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you. We'll be in touch with you on any new case that might be open for this.
Okay, and I will have those records in the county attorney's office if they want to contact me. I have the original tapes and everything else if you need those.
Mr. Wooten, it's
I have
come.
the original tapes and I'll get the slog
Oh, but
files
not
and
the
put it in my
closing.
office in case anybody wants to come. Thank you.
Mr. Wooten, it's come to my attention you've retired recently. After how many years of service?
Started as a poll clerk about 27 years ago.
Thank you for your
Congratulations.
service. Thank you for your service.
Thank all of you. Well.
We appreciate you. Thank you. How much further do you want to go?
Keep going.
Okay, quick. Next on the agenda is SCB 2024-114 Appling County buying votes.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following allegation concerning the June 18, 2024 general primary in Appling County, Georgia. Claire Jones alleged that Appling County Sheriff candidate Linton DeLoach was offering gifts and payments for votes.
The respondent is Lyndon DeLoach. Is Mr. DeLoach here by any chance? Yes, Mr. DeLoach. Please proceed.
Those things that are listed.
Would
those
you
things-
introduce yourself for the court reporter,
Oh,
please?
I'm sorry, Linton Deloach. Those things that you see that are reported right there was done by me. Well, I did give gifts not to individuals, but organizations for them to do what they would want to do with them. I had no control over who would win the door prize. I gave the door prize for recognition, just name recognition when they, as a sponsor. I had no control. Somebody from out of town could have won the prize or whatever the case may be. Somebody underage could have won the prize. It was just given as a donation to the organization.
Do y'all make donations throughout the year to a lot of different
Yes, sir.
organizations?
I do. Some of the same ones.
Right. The findings were that there were no potential violations in this case. Chair, unless there's further discussion, Chair will entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion, we dismiss this case.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to dismiss SCB 2024-114 Appling County. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you for making the
Thank you,
trip up
Board.
here.
Thank
It's
you.
dismissed. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-168 Appling County poll watcher issue.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint during May 21st, 2024 general primary advanced voting period in Appling County, Georgia. Wayne Kennedy alleged that the Appling County election supervisor, LaShonda Carter, removed/disqualified him as a poll watcher.
Responding to this case is LaShonda Carter, election supervisor. Is Ms. Carter here? Do it. Ms. Carter did not log in?
Nobody's waiting.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy did not log in? Okay, he was the complainant.
He's here. He's here.
Oh, Mr. Kennedy's here? All right, Mr. Kennedy?
Afternoon. Well, this may be a first. I've heard many cases, but I don't believe I've ever heard one where a poll watcher was disqualified. But I'm gonna give it my best shot. I had some handouts with some key talking points that I had provided this morning that was gonna be given to you. So you might could follow along. Also earlier, I had emailed all the board members some documents that I'm gonna mention in this key talking points where you can follow along. In that email, is some emails, is a slog file where we're gonna address an issue, and I've copied 3 pages of that slog file for you. There's a credential letters for poll watchers where I'm on it. There's an affidavit. There's a Facebook post, one of many Facebook posts. I just copied one of them. And there's a 911 call audio that I generated. I made the call so you can clearly hear it. I hope y'all have listened to it. And there's 2 police body cam videos, which, you know, this being 2 years old, sometimes it's hard to go back and pull up what happened. So I'm glad I did what I did, and it's on record for you to see exactly what happened. So
Yeah, our file's pretty thick on this. Give me the 1-minute briefing of exactly what happened.
well, what I'd like to do is go through this 2-page points that y'all should have a copy of.
I'm not sure you have to do that.
I know.
I mean, we've read this. You tell me in your own words exactly what happened.
I poll watched for years. I'm a retired shift supervisor at a nuclear plant. You know, I get it. I know what all and all is about. So I've been poll watching for about 3 years. I've been to several state poll watcher training. I've given poll watcher training. I poll watched in neighboring counties in Chatham County. So this particular election, my son-in-law was a candidate. And so I set up a tent across the street from the elections board office outside the 150-foot barrier. And in the mornings and afternoons, I would electioneer, auction, whatever you want to call it, for him. And then about 4 o'clock, I'd go over and poll watch for the last hour, watch them close the polls, shut down the machines, count the ballots. You know, they'd open the trash can, and I would do that every day. But that up to about the 9th day of advanced voting. So on about the 10th day, it come up a thunderstorm. So I went home. I come back after the thunderstorm and went to put the top back on my tent across the street. And when I did, I looked up and I saw the election supervisor's husband coming out of the elections office across the street. And he come up to me and he said, "Hey, I want all this to stop, all this harassment of the poll workers." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You know, the girls over there saying I'm harassing them." And I went explaining my poll watcher duties. You know, I just go watch in the afternoons. I'm not harassing anybody. And then he said something about sexual harassment. And I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "You know, I know where that's coming from. He's the husband, and I've been in the nuclear industry. I know all about it." I said, "This is serious. You know, I feel intimidated and harassed." So I said, "Okay, wait a minute." So I picked up the phone, called 911. I said, "Hey, I need a witness." But he carried on. He kept confronting me about wanting it to stop, you know, and, you know, kind of going along with what all his previous posting all said. So I got 911 and she could hear him talking. She said, "I'll stay on the phone with you until the officers get there." And she did. So 3 officers showed up with the body cams and they went to questions about what had happened. So then we had a discussion, you know, and one of the officers pulled him aside and talked to him, and, you know, and then she convinced him that it was probably not the good thing to do for the husband to come over there and confront me like that. He wanted it stopped, you know, what I was doing poll watching.
I don't think he really understands poll watching, because one of his posts said, oh, this has been in our family for 30 years. They've been a supervisor and a previous supervisor of election for 30 years, and they didn't want us poll watching in their business. So this went on for a few minutes, and she convinced him, and he went back across the street. We continued to talk. But just in a few minutes, the election supervisor come out of the office with the green book, talked to the officer and said, I'm going to disqualify him as a poll watcher. And she said, for what? For interfering with elections. She said, okay. So she confronted me. It's on the tape. So she said, Wayne, I'm disqualifying you as a poll watcher. And I asked her for what? What's the reason? Because she had done this in the March presidential primary, and she gave me a little two-sentence thing where she said, this is your warning for going behind the machines to get the tabulator reading. So she knew there was documentation generally required, but I wasn't even the one then that went behind the BMDs to get the tabulator. Another lady was, but she gave me the warning. She gave it to me, and she said, Wayne, you're the leader, so I'm giving you the warning. And the lady that actually did the offense didn't get anything. So
Mr.
she knew there
Kennedy,
was
Mr. Kennedy, right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
We've seen an hour, 2 30-minute videos of just what you're describing. So you don't need to,
Good.
go over this.
But anyhow.
Once again, we understand.
Okay.
And if I would ask if there are any questions for Mr. Kennedy specifically.
She admits that she removed you as poll officer, correct?
Well, she lied twice. She
Well,
lied
she
twice.
lied, but then she finally admitted it.
Only because the body cam video.
Well, the investigator called me before he interviewed me and said, hey, I'm confused. You're still qualified, right? I said, yes. Because I went back in the next day after this, after some advice, and got my badge and poll watch. So I said, well, am I qualified or am I not? So, and the local board did nothing, and I didn't get an apology, didn't get nothing, but I felt intimidated. I didn't even go back and poll watch the rest of that election. And because on Saturday following that, the husband was right at the poll pads behind the counter, and there's an affidavit to that effect.
You did not go back?
I did not go back. I felt intimidated and harassed. And so I did not even go back up there for my candidate, my son-in-law, and set the tent, because evidently the husband, he wanted poll watching stop. And I didn't want to create another scene. So I just didn't go back.
Is Miss Carter still working there?
No, and that was in this right here. She actually resigned twice. She resigned.
All right, if there are no other questions, is there a motion?
Well, she's already gone.
If I may make one other comment. One of my comments initially was going to be that we've had a similar instances of tabulating early, and I've got it all documented here on that sheet I handed y'all.
That would have to be a different case.
It is another case, but it's about to expire, 2 years expired, and we've asked 3 times now that the board hear it, because evidently the investigator is not getting a statement from.
What case number is that?
Miss Carter.
That case number is 2024-143, and we haven't secured the documents. We don't know if the documents have been secured. We've asked.
Okay, we'll look into that.
We'd
We'll
appreciate
look into
that.
that one.
And I mentioned it in mine because that tabulating early happened on day 8. My getting disqualified happened on day 10. I don't know if
We'll look into that case.
because that was pretty serious that it happened that close to me getting disqualified.
Look into that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion on this case.
Yes.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to Miss Carter, if we can find her.
We have an issue, we have a recommendation to issue a letter of reprimand on SCB 2024-168.
And her husband didn't work there, right?
Pardon?
He wasn't, her husband didn't work there or anything. He was just
He
there.
was a farmer. He actually invited me to his farm, in that post.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand to Shonda Carter, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. A letter of reprimand will be issued to Shonda Carter.
We'll look for that case.
Appreciate y'all's time.
And we'll look for the other case.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for driving up here.
Okay, yeah, they looked at it. They said that it's actively being investigated by the SOS right now. That the case that you mentioned is being investigated by the SOS right now.
That's
It's-
been
it-
the
it-
case now for over a year, year and a half, and we're within 2
We,
months. and
we're,
just-
we are rapidly going through these cases.
Well, no, they're still investigating it for 2 years.
What we were told in a phone call was all that's needed is a statement from the respondent. And it's
So if
not
we
been
never get the
provided.
statement, they're just gonna hold it?
Pardon?
They're telling you they're just gonna hold the case if they,
Well, we
until
don't
they
know,
get a
see,
statement?
And I'll go ahead and mention to you, Ryan Germany is her attorney.
Oh, come on.
We'll look into this. The next case on the agenda, SCB 2024-19 was dismissed earlier. The next case will be SCB 2023-067, Bryan County, Richmond Hill.
Hmm.
067.
I'll read it. There's a complaint alleging on October 16th, 2023, incorrect ballots were used to vote on the first day of advance voting in the November 7th, 2023 general municipal election in Bryan County, city of Richmond Hill, Georgia. Candidate Chris Rayford was listed in the city council post 4 race instead of post 3 race where he should have been. The complaint alleged that between 19 and 25 voters were affected due to incorrect ballots. Allegation 2, the investigation alleged that the complainant went back to vote his corrected city ballot on November 2nd. He was refused. The poll workers told him he could not because he would be voting twice. At the time, the poll workers did not know how to process the corrected ballot as a provisional one until election supervisor Olivia Chapman gave them instructions on how to do it. The complainant was able to return and vote the next day on November 3rd.
The respondents is Bryan County Board of Elections Registrations and Olivia Chapman. I take it you're here for Bryan County because you don't look like
I
an
am, sir.
Olivia.
I am. My name is William Deal. I'm here on behalf of the law firm Thompson, O'Brien, Kepler, and Nasuti. We represent Bryan County.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the board. We respectfully disagree with the conclusion that the facts here amount to a violation of OCGA 21-2-418. That statute applies to whether or not when a provisional ballot must be provided. And the statute itself identifies really 2 circumstances in which a provisional ballot must be provided. And that's when a person believes that they are registered to vote in the certain precinct, but there is no record. Statute tells us we need to provide a provisional ballot. And then also when you have the circumstance, and this is related, when a person appears at a precinct and the records indicate that they're at the wrong precinct. They are entitled to, and not just entitled, we are required to provide a provisional ballot. That's not the circumstance here. As you saw in the report, the circumstances, there was an error that was provided to Bryan County's election superintendent where the wrong district was provided in that election. That was found and identified on the very first day of early voting. Bryan County, Richmond Hill, which is the municipality in which this election was, immediately went to the Secretary of State. We were told, hold off on these particular ballots, that we would hold them. Secretary of State would give us later direction on how they would like us to proceed with these particular ballots. As you noted, there were less than about 20 of these ballots, or just around 20 of those ballots. Bryan County did not receive any notification until this individual appeared at the ballot. And at the time that he appeared, we had not seen any letter that had come from the city of Richmond Hill. We had not heard anything from the Secretary of State. And so the poll manager that was there said, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. You've already cast one ballot. We understand we're waiting for direction from the Secretary of State, but I can't allow you to submit a second ballot. I should note it's not just a municipal election that's on this ballot. There's also the SPLOST referendum is on the ballot as well. SPLOST was not implicated. So there are some, there's a little bit of question here on what kind of ballot we are doing and what we are doing with these prior ballots. The city of Richmond Hill had issued direction on that day to these 19 individuals that were who had cast a ballot with the wrong ballot information. Unfortunately, Bryan County hadn't received that. We did not receive that until actually our poll manager took down this individual's cell phone number, asked him to go back to his house, take a picture, send it to her cell phone so that she could see it. once we had it, Bryan County received it, called Richmond Hill, and we realized that was the direction of the Secretary of State. Immediately after that, everybody who was who had this ballot issue was permitted to vote. This was the last day of early voting. There were replacement votes. I believe that there were 8 people that did not replace their ballot or issue this new ballot. So given the facts and the circumstances, from Bryan County's perspective, we could not issue a provisional ballot. We did not have any direction. This is not a circumstance where the individual it was misregistered or at the wrong precinct. We already had a ballot. And from our election superintendent's perspective, she can't allow somebody to have 2 ballots. And so that was the direction, and that was her conclusion. Frankly, that was the conclusion that she reached to avoid having to be here and have questions because she had someone with 2 ballots. Happy to answer any other questions if there are any.
Any questions from the board?
Votes was the delta.
I believe it was less than 10 that were not replaced.
There was
with a new
9.
9.
10 voters returned to vote, 9 did not. There was
Well, I mean, I'm talking
13 votes between you.
the first and second.
That's correct. Yes. So the delta between the candidates was not enough that this would have made a difference.
Okay.
Any further questions from the board? Chair would entertain a motion.
I don't know what to do.
Tell me again why you think 21-2-418 doesn't apply.
21-2-418 applies to a person who appears at a ballot stating in good faith belief that he or she is timely registered to vote in such county of residence in such primary election, and that the person's name does not appear on the list of registered electors. His name did appear on the list of registered electors, but he had already cast a ballot. And we were just waiting for instruction on what to do with this second ballot, understanding that there was going to have to be a second ballot, but not knowing what that looks like.
You said they did not answer the splosh question?
He did. I believe that everybody involved did answer.
Everyone did answer the splosh. Did the splosh pass?
The splosh did pass. Yes.
Okay.
By a much larger margin than 18. So,
but it contributed.
It did. Yeah. And
could have.
Provisional, those ballots originally were treated as a vote for or against the splosh.
I'm bringing this up because when we heard the city of Oakwood case, there was a splosh on that one as well, when there were additional people that voted in that one, and that splosh also passed. And, and then we found out that the attorney, this is a different case, it's a Hall County, but we found out that the attorney at the time was also, I'm sorry, the attorney of the county stopped being the attorney and became a lobbyist for the splosh, and then told the city that they were not to redo the election. That's a whole other case, but it's still centered around, that's why I'm asking about the splosh, because I'm wondering why there's another scenario, so to speak, where there are individuals that voted in the wrong race and there was a splosh on the ballot. And so it just seems eerily similar.
I think that happens, and it happens frequently because those splossed ballots tend to be off cycle with state elections. And so I think that's not uncommon for there to be.
The voters shouldn't be off cycle, right?
Well, off cycle. So they're on municipal cycles, right? It was not a statewide race in this case.
Chair will entertain a motion. Anyone?
I know, I'm still thinking. I know, because I have questions about that. I'm going to make a motion to issue a letter of reprimand in this case. But I feel Like I want to send it to the AG, just not because I think you did anything wrong. I'm just not sure. It just seems a little eerily similar, but I will make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second? We have a motion second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on SCB 2023-067 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you, sir.
And that's only because it didn't affect the outcome, so to speak.
So there.
We don't
no.
know.
You're right.
Sorry, that concludes my business. I'll be excused.
Hang on one second. Which allegation was that related to?
Oh, that's two, I believe. I think one was unsubstantiated.
One had to deal with him not receiving provisional ballot.
Yeah, that was for allegation two.
Okay.
And an allegation too, this county, Bryan County did not make the mistake as to whether, as to what district that was going to come. That came directly from.
Is
the
allegation
municipal-
one.
Yeah, yeah. Allegation one is a
Yep.
letter of reprimand.
Allegation two, Chair will carry a motion on allegation two. Mr. Hunter was not issued a provisional ballot.
I recommend we issue a letter of reprimand as well for that one.
We have motion.
Because they're aware that they were supposed to.
We have motion to issue a letter of
We were
reprimand. Is there a
not,
second?
we were not aware. We
were
had
supposed
not heard anything from the Secretary of State at the
About
time
issuing a provisional ballot.
about issuing, right. The city of Richmond Hill had separately issued a letter, but my client did not know of that letter at the time. So it was just Mr. Hunter's ballot that was impacted. As soon as Mr. Hunter texted our poll manager, then we reached out to Richmond Hill and got a little bit more background on why people were coming back to vote
I'll
twice.
amend to a letter of
Letter of
instruction.
instruction?
Yeah.
We have a motion, amended motion to issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
There's a second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-237 Long County tabulation issue. Voter left the poll with a ballot.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint allegation concerning November 5th, 2024 general election in Long County, Georgia. Long County Election Supervision, Saoirse Snell self-reported two issues. The first was walking out of the fire station polling place with her ballot. The second involved a tabulation issue.
The respondents are Saoirse Snell, Long County, and Karen Eichman, Darrell, precinct poll manager. Are either of those individuals here? Any questions by the board on this case? We have two issues here. Where the lady left with her ballot.
She leaves with her ballot. She returns with her ballot. They allow her to scan the ballot when she returns.
She left with her ballot by accident. Correct.
She didn't stuff it in her
She didn't
purse.
stuff it in her purse. That's correct.
Ballot stuffing.
So the potential violation was that Saoirse Snell violated 183-1-12-.119, and she left an elector was left with a ballot.
We're gonna do them separately. I'm
Yes,
assuming.
because there's two.
Yeah. So I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Snell. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
She's a supervisor.
That's the supervisor.
It'd be
Wrong person. Hold on. think I can do them both
It
together.
was Searcher Snell instructed her to allow Ms. Holtz to scan the ballot.
Yeah, no. I would like to amend that. I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand to
Ms. Snell?
Ms. Snell. Because Ms. Ekman is the one who followed the instructions of her supervisor.
Right, she allowed her to come back in and scan the ballot. So a little reprimand on issue number one. We have
It was just, is it just this one?
Hmm?
Was it just this one person?
yes, on this issue, yes, apparently. We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand on issue number one. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any no discussion? All those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on issue one, signify by saying aye.
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 Any dissension? No, hearing no dissension, so moved.
Now, Ms. Ekman. I mean, she was following instructions, howbeit bad instructions.
So the recommendation here is that the Karen Ekman violated rule 183-1-12-0.18 and that she had allowed elector whose name did not appear on the list of voters was not given a provisional ballot, but they were allowed to vote on the BMD by manual activation.
Mhm.
And she failed to produce or failed to have an elector execute a voter certificate.
Yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand on issue number two. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-053 Mitchell County City of Camilla buying votes.
Secretary of State received the following complaint during November 7th, 2023 general municipal election in the city of Camilla. And there are approximately 16 complaints. They're all on your summary, so I won't read them all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There was found to be
A lot that were unsubstantiated.
failure to post timely on allegation number 8, and the other 15, no evidence was found on. I have 2 people. I'm sorry, I'm just, okay. The respondents are. Yeah, I'm getting hungry and losing my mind here. The respondents are Cheryl Ford, election superintendent, and city attorney Latanya Wiley in the city of Camilla. Hello, ladies.
Good morning, Alicia Thompson with the City Attorney's Office.
It's no longer morning.
Good afternoon, Alicia Thompson with the City Attorney's Office.
And good afternoon, Jacquita Parks with the City Attorney's Office.
And as you correctly stated, Mr. Chair, we're here not on the buying votes matter. I think that was one of the first allegations that were listed, but we're here on allegation number 8 that rose to the level of a possible violation. And so we just want to make sure the record's corrected on that note that this is related to Sunday notice for Sunday voting.
Okay.
And as it's already been stated during the 2023 general municipal election, the election superintendent, Ms. Cheryl Ford, was experiencing some staffing issues. And so she was not sure whether she could staff for Sunday voting. And Sunday voting is permitted, but it's not mandatory. So it is within her discretion to have Sunday voting, but until she could decide whether she had an adequate amount of staff, she held off on posting that notice. When it was discovered that she would be able to staff the election, she reached out to the Secretary of State's office, realizing that there was a short issue with the notice provision, and asked for direction on the matter. The Secretary of State's office couldn't provide clarification on the matter. So she used her reasonable judgment and went ahead and published the notice for the Sunday election 1 day late. So again, instead of that 7-day period for notice, she posted it with 6 days remaining. She posted it, she's required to post it on the city's website. She posted it on the city's website, on the city's social media pages, as well as the public access channel. So she did again go to great means to ensure that the public knew that the election was taking place, but it was posted 6 days instead of 7 days ahead of time.
You're 24 hours late.
24 hours, yes.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
Allegation number 8.
Allegation number 8.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction, allegation number 8. Is there any discussion? Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to issue instruction allegation number 8. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction will be issued on that allegation. Let's deal with the other 15 allegations. Are there any questions from this board on the other 15 allegations listed? Chairman will
entertain a motion. I make a motion that we dismiss allegations 1 through 6, 7, and 9 through 16.
We have a motion to dismiss allegations 1 through 7 and 9 through 16.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Are you staying for the next one too?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Are you going to?
I didn't know if it was going to be.
The Secretary of State received a complaint from Camilla, Georgia, where it is alleged 20 to 25 voters did not receive a privacy envelope with their absentee ballot.
Thank you.
You might as well just say you did it.
Right.
So this was an inadvertent mistake. Of course, it was the first day of voting in the general election. So there was just a lot going on within City Hall that day. And the individual who was the absentee ballot clerk, when she was preparing the absentee ballot packages, she was called to take care of a technical issue that occurred with some voters in the voting systems, and she secured her packaging efforts and went to remedy the issue and came back. And it's believed that when she came back, she possibly missed out on a couple of envelopes where the privacy envelope would initially be inserted. She did not know that this mistake took place until she received calls from voters saying, I don't have a privacy envelope. And so they instructed the voters to secure their vote within a white envelope and send that into the election staff. And the General Assembly and the Georgia Code actually have a cure for a similar issue. If election staff receives a absentee ballot package and the absentee ballot is outside of a privacy envelope, they're instructed to cure it by putting that vote inside a single envelope and then casting the same vote. So again, they understand that human error can happen, whether it happens on the side of the staff or whether it happens on the side of the voters. So again, this was just an inadvertent accidental mistake that we suspect it was around probably 3, but there was also notice of maybe 20 to 25. But we've been told that it's possibly 3 that called in to complain about it.
What have you done to correct this?
So the absentee ballot clerk, she's aware of the issue, and I want to say that we're going to ensure that she'll go through training and review the code and any procedure that governs packaging of absentee ballots.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
I move that we dismiss this complaint case.
We have motion to dismiss SCB 2024-183. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second from member Grubbs. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That motion, case SCB 2024-183 is dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mitchell.
Be excused. Sorry, may we be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
you don't live very far away, do you?
Yes.
Safe travels. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-029 Baker County, accessibility for elderly and handicapped voters.
The Office of Secretary of State received the following complaint from the Secretary of State's Inspector Monique Neal on 3/12/24 during the general primary. While in performance of her duties as a polling situation or polling station inspector, Inspector Neal observed the following potential violations at the Newton Baptist Church polling place located in Baker County, Georgia. And it lists 3 there.
Yes, sir. The respondents, Baker County, Carla Hurd and Nicholas Coker.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Russell Britt, the county attorney for Baker County, here on behalf of the respondents. If I may, I've got a photograph of the polling place because I think a picture's worth 1,000 words. So this alleged infraction deals with the March 12th, 2024 general primary in Newton, Georgia. The purported violation involves a rule that requires a continuous unobstructed path from the parking for handicap to the place of voting. And if you look at the picture before you, you see the church right there, the doors by the first tree in the picture, that is the polling place. And because there's not a permanent handicap spot at this location, the polling place historically has placed a temporary handicap spot immediately in front of that sidewalk that leads straight into the door. So it's literally the closest parking spot for elderly to be able to get into the room. Now, it's hard to tell from the picture, but that street actually is 2 lanes of travel plus the parallel parking immediately next to the curb.
Yeah, I can tell by looking at it, violates ADA code.
Well, yes. So, Mr. Chairman, right there's a curb. That is correct. But if you look between the 2 telephone poles, approximately 2 car lengths away, there is a slanted curb that allows a wheelchair to go up. And so my position is, technically there's not an unobstructed route for a wheelchair because they could easily get out there and go down to the ramp and then come back. However, and it's also important to note, we're not talking about the metropolis of Atlanta. We're not even talking about the metropolis of Winder.
I understand. I understand. I mean, it's difficult, especially for older buildings, for y'all to be able to comply with the ADA code and all the regulations, and even that ramp probably isn't sufficient, probably. But the space could have been closer to the ramp, which would have made it more accessible than being so far away.
It would for people with wheelchairs, but then you got to remember for elderly people that aren't necessarily in a wheelchair, that puts it farther away. So that creates an issue. But all that being said, when it was reported to the election supervisor at the time, who's no longer there, she immediately ordered a ramp, a temporary ramp that is for every election since has been placed right there at that sidewalk.
So it's been fixed.
It has been fixed.
Very
In
good.
addition to, they just moved to a new polling place that has permanent handicap spots with easy accessibility. And also there's no evidence that anybody was prevented from voting on the election in question. And so therefore it's a no harm, no foul
Yeah,
situation.
we've dealt with this with other smaller counties that really have limited facilities and are unable to always meet the ADA code. And I have way too much experience with the ADA code. The chair would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I make a motion that we dismiss this case. They've rectified it.
Would you just consider a letter of instruction? I mean, the letter of instruction just,
Okay.
I mean, there's a
Alright.
violation. and it's just-
I was really hoping for a dismissal.
We've done that in the past with other,
Okay,
and we
all
did
right.
the one up in,
I amend my motion. I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to be consistent with what we've done in the past with some of the
No,
cases.
but I just, the reason why is because they rectified the situation. And when you look at the picture, it's almost impossible for them to have done something unless they were to do full construction.
And this is a county of 2,700 people.
White County with Helen, where they also had the problem with the handicap, and they rectified that too. And I think we did.
But I think if, from my understanding, in that case, there wasn't something that was really hindering. They could have addressed that earlier. They just didn't. And then when they were called out about it,
It's
then
your
they
motion.
fixed it.
What would you like?
I know. I gotta stand on my I think that this should be dismissed.
All right, we have motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion to dismiss and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissal signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Being no opposition, so moved. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. You're dismissed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your service.
Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-023, Early County.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint on March 12th, 2024, presidential primary in Early County. Early County Election Supervisor, LaKanya Whitaker, notified the Secretary of State's Elections Division that she had rejected 4 absentee ballots because of signature mismatch on the oath envelopes.
The respondent, this is Doris Powell and Javius Powell. I'm gonna take a wild guess. Are you Doris Powell? All right. If
Good morning.
you want to pull that mic down a little bit more, please introduce yourself.
My name is Doris Powell.
Please proceed.
My son is not here, could not get here, but he did send a letter at last minute. He is a K-9 unit officer, and they had to do room checks or building checks this morning. And he also has to have training this afternoon in Foresight. But he did send a letter with his statement.
Are we okay with her summarizing the letter?
Yeah, if you would just summarize it real quick for us.
Okay. It just basically says, to whom it may concern, I am writing to provide my formal statement to the hearing board. First and foremost, I want to clearly state that I deny any intentional wrongdoing to conspiracy or to fraud the voting process. At no time did my mother, Doris Powell, and I knowingly or deliberately attempt to violate any voting laws or procedures. At the time of the absentee ballot process, I was a fairly new law enforcement officer completing, field training and transitioning to solo patrol. My schedule was demanding with very limited days off and frequently changing shifts. Additionally, I had not yet established a permanent residence at my new location before voter registration closed, which resulted in Early County remaining as my primary voting jurisdiction. Due to being approximately 4 hours away across the state and adjusting to a new job, I was unable to return in person to complete the ballot initially. My mother reviewed the absentee ballot on my behalf, and I contacted her by phone and instructed her on how I intended to vote. Because of my parents' address and still my primary address, and because I was directly communicating my voting choices, I believed at the time that providing verbal consent was permissible. So basically, we thought we were doing the right thing. He was not able to do the process of him voting. And we were unaware that we were doing anything wrong.
Ms. Powell, did you sign for several people?
I have a disabled husband, a disabled son, and Javius, I did sign for those.
Well, I understand they're disabled, but are they not able to sign for themselves?
They, at the time they are, I guess, they are.
They were able to sign for themselves. Why did you not let them sign for themselves, sir?
Oh, I did not let them. They were, right there. They just asked, could you go ahead and sign it for me? Like I said, again, we did not know we were doing anything.
Breaking the law.
Yeah, we did not know that.
You understand that's a big no-no, right?
We know now. We know now. Yes, sir.
And you can always sign that you assisted too. Did you sign?
That was
I didn't know that.
we haven't been voting that long.
Okay.
And I, read something, signed it, and again, we thought we were doing it in the right way.
Okay.
My apologies for not doing it that way, and it will not happen again. I promise you, but we were unaware we were doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
And we also explained that to the investigator, Mr. Parrott, as well as Mr. Kanya.
And these are all family members.
Yes, yes.
You all live in the same
all of them.
house? Are you all
My
in the same?
husband's actually here.
Are you all in the same house?
We're in the same house. Yes, ma'am.
Who's here with you?
My husband,
Did you sign for him?
the disabled one, John Powell, is here.
Can he come to the podium, please?
So you're making sure everybody in the house vote, basically.
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately.
Okay.
And my husband also, the reason why I helped him is because of the issue of not reading and writing well. So, and my son is autistic, high functioning, but autistic.
Now, Mr. Powell, I've been married for 41 years. My wife would never let me sign anything for her. You're gonna have to explain this one to me.
Explain?
Yes.
Okay.
Did she sign for you?
Yes,
Why didn't you sign for yourself?
I signed, but she showed me what to do, now sign it.
Oh, you did?
But she also did read it out for me, whatever I need done.
So you did?
I give her permission.
Okay, so she read it to you
Yeah.
and you just told her that it's okay to sign it?
Yes,
Okay. But you can sign your own.
I do sign, yes.
Okay,
She don't sign per se, she sent out for me, whatever.
okay. All right.
Any questions from the board?
So Ms. Powell, help me understand, Gary Daniels and Shirlisa Daniels, are they relatives?
My children,
Your children, okay.
And they live with you?
they, well, not now, Gary still does, but Lisa does not.
They did at the time?
Yes,
Did they live with you at the time?
yes.
Okay.
Ms. Powell, you cannot sign somebody else's signature. You
I
understand
ma'am.
that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. You can always assign as assisting.
Okay.
Okay, and they can just put a mark where the signature is if the writing is not good. Okay, unless they're truly so handicapped that they can't even make a mark.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any further questions from the board?
I just want to say, Ms. Powell, I appreciate your passion of making sure everybody votes and everybody exercises their right to vote. That warms my heart, but like Dr. Johnston said, and Ms. King said, you can't do that. And I'm just restating that. I know you know that, but just for other people's benefit as well. I know sometimes it's frustrating when you're trying to help someone vote. If it's a family member, you're like, here, just let me sign it for you, and it just, people don't stop and think about that, but it's a very important thing. So, thank you for being so helpful with your family and letting them know how important it is to vote. And, that's very patriotic. So thank you for that. And, I think you understand that it's a big deal to sign somebody else's
Yes, ma'am.
name. Yes.
Right.
Any further questions? Chair to entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction that clearly outlines the law and the policies and what you can and can't do.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction for SEB 2024-023. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. I want to say that I appreciate you coming. If you hadn't shown up today and explained your case, this probably would have gone to the AG,
Mhm.
The Attorney General.
the Attorney General, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for further action because
Yeah.
a lot of people choose not to come and talk about why they did what they did and the result isn't always pleasant for them.
It was
So-
an honest mistake. Like I said, we did not intentionally do anything, so I just wanted to come in person and say that. So.
Thank you very
all.
much. All right. Safe travels back.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
We also need to deal with Javarius Powell, who is the son, who was not with her at the time and called his mother and asked her to sign for him.
Yeah.
Chair will entertain a motion on that.
Yeah, I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction to him as well.
We have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction to Javarius Powell. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. You want to break now? 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion to break for a quick lunch.
So moved.
make a motion, we.
We have motion, we have seconds.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
There are flyers on the investigators table for places to eat. We will have a 30-minute lunch break. So please be quick. We will begin promptly at 10 minutes to 2. Afternoon session of the State Election Board. We'll start with SCB 2024-231.
The Secretary of State office received a complaint alleging Stewart County posted its advanced voting results on Friday, November 1, 2024, before the November 5th general election. Election Supervisor Alfreda Hudson self-reported the incident.
The respondents are Stewart County Board of Elections and Registration and Alfreda Hudson, Superintendent. Anybody from Stewart County here? No? Any questions from the board on this case?
For the record, Stewart County has a population of 5,300 and has one early voting site. So Stewart County posted the results of early voting from their one early voting site early.
On November the 1st instead of the 5th.
That's the end of, that was the end of early voting.
It's a violation, potential violation of two different rules. Any questions? If no questions, the chairman will entertain a motion on this case.
Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a letter of reprimands to.
We have motion to
Stewart
issue a letter of
County.
reprimand. Is there a second? We have motion second. Any
Second.
discussion? Being no discussion, all in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on SCB 2024-231, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Mr. Chair, just to make a point, the posting the closing tapes or the tabulator tape from early voting, you're posting the results of the election. And it's very clear in the law that, posting election results before election day is a clear violation. I think at some point in time, I will start to recommend referral to the Attorney General for infractions like this.
Next item on the agenda is SCB 2025-027, Stewart County.
The Secretary of State's office received a self-report from Stewart County Election Supervisor stating that she conducted advanced voting for the June 17th, 2025 special election on Monday, May 26, which was Memorial Day.
Alfreda Lowe is the election supervisor, is a respondent in Stewart County Board of Elections. When I read this case, it seemed to me that a calendar was sent out, a previous calendar was sent out by the Secretary of State saying that it would begin on the 26th, Memorial Day, and then an updated calendar was sent out later stating that it would begin the day after Memorial Day. So it was just a mix-up where she didn't see the second calendar and she went by the first one. So any questions on this case? I mean, it sounds like a letter of instruction or something like that. The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction to Stewart County.
We have motion to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2025-027. Is there a second? Second. We have motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved by 3-0. Next item on the agenda, SCB 2024-012, Sumter County, failure to deliver voting materials to Clerk of Superior Court.
The Sumter County Board of Elections and Registration reported that ballots from LNA testing and a ballot stub were found in a storage facility.
There is a statement in the file from the attorney for Sumter County. The respondent is Sumter County Board of Elections and Randy Howard, Supervisor. Anybody here from Sumter County? Any questions from the board? It appears as said that they found some ballots from the LNA testing and a ballot stub, and it was at a storage facility, not properly secured.
Mr. Chair, I see in the letter that Randy Howard, who is the election supervisor, requested a continuance until he gets further information. Is anybody? had any conversation about that? In the attorney letter dated February 12th.
This code just came in.
Let's go on, case number SEB 2024-012 Sumter County. Failure to deliver voting materials to the clerk of the Superior Court. There's an attorney letter from Hayden Hooks saying that Mr. Howard would like to respond to the allegations, but have it continued until he's not received due process. So he requests that the case be continued until such time as the Secretary of State's office has provided him with sufficient information for him to respond to the allegations.
Can we just, I'll make a motion. I'd like to make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand and just let it be.
Okay, I'll second that.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on SCB 2024-012 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-117 Sumter County.
The Secretary of State's office opened this investigation after it was reported that during the general primary runoff election on June 18, 2024, all polling precincts in Sumter County did not have the correct poll worker access cards for the ballot marking machines. It was further discovered that 2 polling precincts did not have the correct number of emergency ballots, and 2 polling precincts were missing the ballot scanner box security key.
The respondents are Sumter County Board of Elections, Lysandra Patterson and Wesleyan Brown, election technician. Is anybody here from Sumter County? Any questions from the board?
This one was actually very concerning to me, about not having, the access cards and that kind of thing available, and the, their lack of emergency ballots. I really would like to hear from Sumter County.
I would too. We can continue it.
We can
Continue.
continue the case.
Yeah.
Is there a motion to continue?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we continue this case until the March meeting.
We have motion to continue.
Second.
SCB 2024-117, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so move. That case will be continued. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2025-005 Sumter County issues with tabulation of the write-in candidates.
The Secretary of State's office received a complaint from Sumter County regarding November 5th, 2024 general election, where they had an issue with write-in ballots for soil and water conservation district supervisor race. One qualified write-in candidate received 1,750 votes in the election, when he should have received only 1,210. The winning candidate's name was not listed on the election summary report that was supposed to be transmitted to the Secretary of State on election night.
Yeah, this one was really concerning to me because as you know, there was only one write-in candidate qualified, and they apparently felt like they needed to give him all of the votes.
Just give them all.
So they did that.
I think we should continue this. I would like to hear from Sumter too.
Did some,
I mean-
let me see what Sumter had. There was a statement from Sumter here.
It's from the same attorney. And Ms. Patterson regrets her mistake. She's asking for a letter of instruction, and this is kind of, I think, symptomatic of more issues in Sumter County. I think we need to make sure that I'm fine with continuing this, because this is like a fundamental non-understanding of adjudication, and just just because there's one candidate, you don't give them all the votes.
Right.
I would love to have Sumter County here to answer some questions on that case too.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we continue this case to March.
We have motion continue until March.
Second.
Is there second? Second to all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Would, Mr. Exec, would you reach out to Sumter County and tell them we would love for them to attend this
Made a note on those.
instead of just sending a letter? Thank you. The next item on the agenda is
That's good.
SCB 2024-068 Irwin County. That case has been continued. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-102 Telfair County procedure for voting absentee ballot.
The Secretary of State's office received a complaint from Telfair County Probate Judge Elections Superintendent Michael Wesley reporting on May 16th, 2024, someone delivered 5 absentee ballots to the Telfair County Registrar's Office. The absentee ballots were pushed through the door frame prior to the office opening. The Telfair County Registrar Office notified the IT specialist, and he was able to retrieve images from the surveillance camera that showed the person that pushed the absentee ballots through the door frame.
Respondents in this case are Alice Strong, Charlene Williams, and Barbara Ann Quinn. This is another interesting case for me because I'm very familiar with Lumber City in that area down there. I've been to it many times, and I can easily see this being somebody just trying to help out their neighbors in that part of the country. Which I differentiate a little bit from ballot harvesting, which I'm actually opposed to, but
Ballot
so
harvesting,
it's,
ballot
well, I
harvesting.
agree. I mean, it is in a sense the same, but I also understand what it's like to live in a very small town where you have your neighbors and can you take this for me?
Hey, man,
You know,
ballot harvesting, ballot harvesting.
it is. So, any comments from the board, any questions from the board on this case? Or any of the respondents here, Alice Strong, Charlene Williams, Barbara Ann Quinn. There are also statements from each of those individuals in the file.
Mr. Chairman, this is, I agree with you. It's kind of similar to the Early County situation, except it's not a family and it's, it's kind of heartbreaking and there's, I think there is a, the retired sheriff that submitted, this is in McRae. And, but like Ms. King said, ballot harvesting is ballot harvesting. It doesn't matter if it's 1 ballot or 1,000 ballots. We have to take that into consideration. So it's gut wrenching for me. And I want to have compassion, but I also think that people need to understand they can't just go and collect ballots and then, shove them through the crack of the door. There's got to be proper, we talk about accountability in elections and that goes
Right.
for all the counties, not just the big ones, not just the small ones.
Right.
I agree. And I would certainly, support letting these people know they did wrong, because it was wrong.
Was wrong. And the election, this was the primary, and it was during the early voting period. There was plenty of time to return these ballots when the office is open with the appropriate person returning the ballot, or even there was time to put it in the mail, even though one of the letters stated there was not enough time. I think it was almost a week before the election was over.
Any further comments from the board?
Well, the other comment is the complainant, one of the complainants is Michael Wesley, the probate judge, the election superintendent. I think I would respect that complaint coming from him.
Any further comments from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we refer this to the Attorney General.
I will second that motion.
Just want to.
Mr. Chair,
So are you, I just want to verify the violation for Alice Strong, the violation for Barbara Ann Quinn, and the violation for Charlene Williams. Are those the three that you want to refer to the Attorney General?
yes.
Okay. So we have a motion to refer those three individuals,
Second.
and there's a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. That calls for a lunch break on the agenda now. Dispense with that.
Be back in 30 minutes.
Yeah. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-088 Dodge County.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint during May 21, 2024 general election. The poll manager at the Balula precinct in Dodge County voted before 7 a.m. on May 21st, 2024.
Respondents Louis Sheffield. Is Mr. Sheffield here? Any questions from the board on this case?
And there was a statement from Mr. Sheffield.
There is.
Yes.
Mr. Sheffield's statement.
It just says he's not any longer a poll manager.
Mr. Sheffield barely made any statement at all.
He just said he's not there anymore.
He's not there. That's right. He voted at 6:48 a.m. Early, that's right. Early voting, correct.
Well,
He did not
Well-
check the time apparently and said assumed it was 8 or 7 o'clock because
Yeah.
it was daylight.
to me, it's a clear violation.
It is a clear violation. The chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we do a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand on SEB 2024-088 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item is SEB 2024-244 Dooley County.
The Dooley County Board of Elections and Registration reported that a candidate entered a polling precinct on 12/3/2024 during the general election runoff.
Respondent is Wayne West. Is Mr. West here? The potential violation 21-2-414D.
And there's a letter.
There is,
Yes.
yes,
It looks like he was notified when there was something that was sent out that let everyone know.
Yep.
So I make we're ready.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we issue a letter of reprimand.
A
We have-
second.
We have motion and second to issue a letter of reprimand. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-248 Worth County.
The Secretary of State's office received the following complaint regarding the November 5th, 2024 general election in Worth County, Georgia. During the risk limiting audit of absentee ballots, it was discovered that a defective ballot was not properly duplicated. Instead, a blank ballot was scanned into its place, resulting one fewer vote was recorded for the presidential race and the House of Representatives District 8 race.
The respondent is Brandy Bowles, election supervisor. And the Worth County Board of Elections registration. Is Brandy Bowles here or Worth County? Yes, please come up. Finally. Please introduce yourself, please.
My name is Brandy Bowles. I'm Worth County Supervisor of Elections and Board of Elections and Registration. I'm gonna take a breath. I'm a little nervous. I did come up with a statement for you. On November 20th, 2024, we self-reported by phone call and an official letter to Aaron Bell with the Secretary of State's office in regards to a duplication error that was discovered in the post-election audit on November 15th. Today, I'm providing you with that detailed summary.
How long is your detailed summary?
Not very long if I talk fast, but it will keep me,
Okay.
keep me in order. So that's why I do have it. So after the audit of the presidential race, we were supposed to audit the 368 absentee ballots. 11 of those required duplication. 9 ballots were UOCAVA. In total, there was 8 electronic and 1 mailed, and all of those were duplicated correctly. On the 10th ballot, the voter did X's instead of filling in the bubble, and it was sent to duplication, and it was duplicated correctly. The ballot in question, the voter drew small circles instead of bubbling it all the way in. And it was sent to duplication, but it was not completed. And so a blank ballot was scanned into the ICC. I discovered it after the audit, and so I immediately went through all of the other ballots to confirm that there was no other errors, and there were not. We also initiated a full review of our procedures and policies and why it happened. And we've identified several things that occurred that night. One thing is we've determined it was a lack of attention and the distraction of the duplication panel that was required to do it, and also a lack of supervision on our part. Our general process was for them to come in at 5 o'clock, and they didn't start in a timely manner. There was a lot of activity going on, so they didn't start in a timely manner, so that pushed them into when the precincts were coming in and checking in. And so there was a lot of activity and crowding in our office, which in my opinion, it distracted them in their performance. So they've also in past elections been called to do other duties like help check in the poll workers and everything. We also had a ton of write-ins that year, so it was just a lot. Most importantly, it appeared to be a misunderstanding of what ballots needed to be duplicated and which ones did not. So this is what our findings are. The review and duplication of the ballots were not concluded in a timely manner, which pushed us, further and further out. The boards did not have a full understanding of when the ballot required a duplication, and they did not. The additional duties assigned to the members also affected them. And also the environment where they were performing their duties was less than ideal. Precincts coming in after the polls close, it creates overcrowding in a limited space. So in order to correct these issues, the Board of Elections has determined that review panel members and duplication panel members should only be assigned the duties of review and duplication. They need specific instructions on what ballots need duplications and what ballots do not. They need to be processed in a timely manner. So I'll kind of hurry this up a little bit, but we've decided to make them start promptly at 3 p.m. Instead of 5 p.m. That gives us 2 extra hours. So we also are moving it to the grand jury room, which is on our 2nd floor of our courthouse. It's empty. There'll be no distractions. Also, the supervisory part of it, me or my board chair will be directly supervising them. So we're confident that it's not going to occur again. And we are making a checklist specifically to state what an otherwise defective ballot would be, such as like substances on the thing that won't make it go through the scanner, taped, torn. We're going to be very specific in our instructions with our panels.
Well, Ms. Bowles, I want to thank you for doing a thorough review of that and taking actions necessary to correct it. So
Yes, sir.
we wish everybody would do the same. So we appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions from the board?
No, but thank you for coming and explaining and describing to us what you do to prevent it in the future.
You're welcome. It's a learning experience and you just get better from errors. So.
Mr. Chair.
Chair will entertain a motion.
Oh, I make a motion that we dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss.
A second that
We have a
motion.
motion and a second to dismiss. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any
Thank you so
opposition?
much.
Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
It pays to show up.
Explain.
Next item on the agenda is SEB 2023-082 Wheeler County, Glenwood. Problems at the polling place.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaints during the November 7th, 2023 City of Glenwood municipal election. And there are 11 complaints, and I won't go through them all since you've got them listed there.
Anyone says, let me catch up.
The respondents are Anthony White and Jatarius Wicker.
Yes, is Mr. White or Mr. Wicker here by any chance? Mr. White or Mr. Wicker? So there are 11 allegations. Let me get down to the findings. Potential violations against Mr. Wicker. 21-2-218C address changes and corrections. And Mr. White, 21-2-218C address changes and corrections. And also 21-2-571 voting by an unqualified elector. Those are the potential violations. The other allegations, there were no violations found. So does the board have any questions on the 9 allegations that were not found? Let me see if I can identify Mr. Wicker as allegation 1. And Mr. White is allegation 8. Any questions from the board? Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I have a question about allegation 2. Electors, Ms. Jones identified electors that were given a change of address form instead of provisional ballots when their eligibility to vote could not be determined.
Who's that?
Allegation 2.
I saw it was Mr. Horn. Ms. Jones is number 9. Oh, you know what? It's different from the summary than it is from the allegation at the bottom. Yeah, okay. Oh, Ms. Jones identified. Okay. Mr. Horn was the subject of the allegation. And what's the question?
I'll disregard that question.
Okay. Let's deal with, the board would, or the chair would consider a, motion on allegation number one with Jatarius Wicker.
So Chair, I make a recommendation that we issue a letter of instruction to Mr. Wicker.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Mr. Wicker. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Deal with allegation number 8, which is Anthony White. Chair to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna make a motion that we refer Mr. White to the Attorney General's office. It states that he doesn't live in the city, and when questioned, he was aware he didn't live in the city, but still voted in municipal elections.
Right.
We have a motion to send allegation number 8, Mr. White, to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The allegations 2 through 7 and 9 through 11. There's in total 9 different allegations. There are no violations found. Chair to entertain a motion on those.
So Chair, I make a motion, we dismiss.
There's a motion to dismiss allegations 2 through 7 and 9 through 11. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-082 Wheeler County. I'm sorry, did I just do that?
087.
I just did that. Next one is SCB 2024-087 Emmanuel County.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint during the May 21, 2024 general primary election. The poll manager at Adrian Community Center polling location in Emmanuel County voted before 7 a.m. on 5/21/2024.
Respondents are Darlene Chapman Dickens, poll manager, and Regis Salmons, poll worker. The Ms. Dickens or Mr. Salmons, are either one of you here? No.
The statement, Ms. Salmons.
There's a state from
Poll
Mr.
worker.
Salmons, yep. So Mr. Salmons says it's his first time working as a poll officer, and they did this sort of training to where they could train him going through the voting process. And he didn't understand at the time that it would actually be a legitimate vote. He thought it was a training issue to test run an equipment check. He didn't realize the machine would treat it as an actual vote.
Okay.
He did
Now he
not
knows.
intend to vote early or violate any rule. He said he was following instructions and believed he was participating in a test.
Okay.
So,
This is not the emergency broadcast system.
yes. Any further questions from the board?
And no one's here from Emmanuel County? Mr. Chairman, while I appreciate his heart and eagerness to test the voting equipment with his ballot, I think a letter of reprimand is in order.
So we have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand for Regis Salmons. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Darlene Dickens is also alleged to have violated 21-2-403A time for opening and closing of polls when she allowed him to vote early. Chair would entertain a motion on Darlene Dickens.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion for a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion for letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Letter of reprimand will be sent to both individuals. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-099 Peach County.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
That's right.
While monitoring, the Georgia Secretary of State investigator Chuck Miller reported the BMDs assigned to the Willow Lake Road Fire Station were not properly sealed. This was discovered after investigator Miller spoke with Assistant Poll Manager Pamela Miller Rains, who answered no when asked, were BMD units properly sealed with a plastic read-numbered seal prior to the poll officials setting up units for voting.
The respondents are Anthony Sallet, Election Supervisor, and Peach County Board of Elections Registration. Are you Anthony?
Sir.
We might have to move that microphone up a little bit.
All right, good afternoon.
Hi.
Prior to this election.
Please introduce yourself for the court reporter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Anthony Sallet, Peach County Election Supervisor. Prior to this election, I was certified to run elections March 29th of 2024. Basically, I had just came into the position at the beginning of April. I did not understand the correct procedures or forms or anything of that nature. We was dealing with mostly redistricting at the moment that we had to fix within the county to make sure everybody was able to vote in the correct races and the correct precincts.
Mr. Salette, are you currently still in that position?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you learned some new things?
A lot of things. Since the May primary, I can say that with the last 7, 8 elections that I've done over the last couple of years, we have went through smoothly with minimum issues since then. Between me working with the other counties as well as working with the Secretary of State's office, I've came a long way.
Are you claiming this is a beginner's mistake?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How do you prevent that from happening in the future?
Ever since then, we have everything sealed. Once we complete LNA and we get done with all our processes and procedures prior to the election, we go through and make sure that every BMD, every printer, everything is sealed from that point on. So before it is shipped out, and I keep it all contained in a separate lock.
And you've had 8 elections since then? Roughly?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we just issue a letter of instruction.
So we have motion to issue a letter of instructions. Or a second?
I'll second that.
Motion second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. You have
Thank you.
received your appropriate slap on the wrist.
Mr. Salette, I will tell you that I have a lot of friends in Peach County. And if you hadn't corrected yourself, I'm sure I would have been hearing from them. So congratulations on not being in trouble and continue to do good work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is SEB 2022-150 Houston County.
Election Supervisor Deborah Presswood reported to the Secretary of State that former poll worker Margaret Messerol took a photo of her ballot during the May 22nd, 2022 general election primary. And then allegation number 2 is Election Supervisor Deborah Presswood reported that Margaret Messerol marked through the QR code on several ballots while attempting to vote. She also reported that Ms. Messerol walked out of the precinct with a ballot during November 8, 2022 general election. And I may have mispronounced your name. If I did, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're used to it. It's Meserly. And yes, I'm Margaret Meserly from Houston County near Peach County. And so I'd like to start out, if you don't mind, with a very short prayer. Holy Father, Lord, thank you so much for bringing us to live in a free country with an amazing, godly constitution. And and godly people around us as our neighbors. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. So I'd like to address the first allegation. I spoke with Ms. Presswood pretty soon after this because she dismissed me from poll watching. Wrongly, I might add. And she accused me of having taken a picture of a ballot, but I did not take a picture of a ballot. I was in possession of a ballot, a picture of a ballot, but it was not me who took that picture, and it wasn't taken with my phone. So I was wrongly dismissed. Along with this dismissal letter, Ms. Presswood admitted to me that she went in together with the GOP chairman who actually signed the letter of dismissal, because that's who I was representing at the time. She accused me of numerous things that I did not do, any of them. Praise God, I could say that I was innocent of every false accusation in this dismissal letter. But the one thing they thought I had actually done was take a picture of a ballot, and I didn't. I never did. So we actually, after I got dismissed from representing the GOP, because I had essentially, I believe this is not mentioned in the letter, but it was because I asked a question about the machines. I had been a poll watcher for 5 days and noticed that the number of voters went down on 2 machines. I was watching at one precinct with 30 machines. And on day 5, I noticed that number can't go down. The number of voters can't go down on any of these machines. But I asked Ms. Presswood, it was right there in her building, if I could just compare notes because this didn't look right. And she just exploded. I know now it was a pretend anger. She acted angry, and she wouldn't say why. I didn't know why. I even asked if we could maybe compare notes maybe tomorrow or later that week. And she just got angrier, just saying, no, no, no. And I was confused, and I just went on to work that day and received this email dismissal 4 hours later with this 2-page single line accusation letter that could not have been created in that short amount of time. And it even mentioned that the GOP executive board had voted that and decided I was misrepresenting them to the community. And I didn't do any of these things that I was accused of in this letter. So what I had been doing, and that leads to allegation number 2. Okay, let me go ahead and address allegation number 2. And that is that I marked through the QR code at the top of my ballot paper. I had learned at that point in 2022 that this QR code is not supposed to be on a ballot. It's an encoded message. Georgia Election Code 22-300, Section 2, protects voters by stating that, quote, electronic ballot markers shall produce paper ballots which are marked with the elector's choices in a format readable by the elector. And the QR code is obviously not readable by any elector, and that's the only thing the scanner reads. So I took a ballpoint pen that day when I was supposed to be voting, and I was wanted to vote. I just used a ballpoint pen and scribbled over the QR code, and I was just making a statement to myself, hoping it might go through anyway, but of course it didn't. And my elections department that we pay tax money, county tax money for the service of elections, issued me another card. I went through the voting system again, voting exercise again, did the same thing, had the same results. And then because I had been a poll worker earlier for 2 years, I thought I could ask for a provisional ballot to vote provisionally without a QR code that spoils my ballot. and they refused. So I did not get to vote that day. But I did cross through the illegal QR code. That's there are so many codes that are not being adhered to by our county elections department employees. You may have guessed by now, I try to be active with there are thousands of people in our state who want true elections back, supplied by county systems, county services that are legal, and they look for accuracy, not necessarily uniformity as the top priority. It's accuracy. And y'all have heard the stories of the proof, court accepted evidence of thousands and thousands of votes being flipped in a moment, So I've been speaking about these things in our county meetings, our monthly county public meetings in front of audiences and of course the commission. And the commissioners are very upset that I'm doing this, but it's court accepted evidence. And it's all of us who suffer for it. It's all of us who are suffering for the use of these illegal system machines.
Let me ask a couple questions if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
You spoiled 2 ballots, right?
Yes, I did.
You went through the QR
Well,
codes?
actually, they were spoiled before I crossed through the spoiled mark on my ballot. So I didn't spoil it first. It was already spoiled when I marked through the QR code.
How was it spoiled before you marked through the QR code?
The QR code is not readable by the elector.
Okay, so, but you.
And that's the only thing the scanner reads.
Right,
Is the
right,
QR code. It is
right.
not connected to what's humanly readable on
I
every
understand, I
ballot.
understand.
Yes,
But
sir.
So you marked through 2 different ballot QR codes.
QR codes.
Right.
Yes, sir, I did.
And you understood prior to voting that the QR code was what was actually read by the tabulator, correct? The scanner,
Yes.
right. And
Certainly.
that's how the vote.
If it was
calculated.
unnecessary for registering our votes,
Why didn't you vote by absentee then? Because you know that absentee ballots aren't treated the same way.
I really don't know how the absentee ballots works, and I'm not absent. I always like to vote on election day.
Did you ask for a provisional ballot before you marked through the 2?
Certainly not. Certainly not.
No. So were you just trying to make a point then that the
I was,
QR code
I
is?
certainly never expected to have to drive 2.5 hours to be here to address it. I did not get to vote that day. And I just can't bring myself to take part in a system that has a spoiled encoded mark on it that the scanners are reading that I can't read.
Right. Okay.
And when there's a law, good law on the books about this, I'm offended that so many more laws are being added to make this book thicker and thicker and thicker when so many good laws are not being followed. I'm glad it's amusing to you.
Ms. Messerly, I completely sympathize and understand with how you feel. And I have been there as well. And, here we are in a situation right now where SB 189 was put into law to remove the QR codes from our ballots. And yet here we sit with our Secretary of State who has done nothing to do that except come up with a budget of $66 million or whatever it is to do that when it doesn't have to be that hard. I completely sympathize with you and I understand your mindset in doing that. But the problem is that unless and until those laws are changed, this is what we have to deal with. And I understand that this is more of a civil disobedience perspective that you have, I think, in a way, to mark through the QR code, knowing that's the only way that the scanner, could read that with the settings and all that kind of stuff. I agree with you that it shouldn't be the way that it is. And we should not have to go and get on our knees and beg for a better way to vote, a more accurate way to vote. We should not have to beg to have poll tapes printed and accurately reconciled. We should not have to beg to not have non-citizens voting in our elections. We should not have to beg people to follow the law when we're asking everyone else to follow the law. I understand how you feel, and I've been there myself. But that's part of the reason why I agreed to be on this board, is that everybody has to be held accountable for the law. And if we're going to expect our counties to be held accountable for the law, we have to follow the law until we can get it changed too. And while I agree with you and I understand the frustration, because I've been at this for 6 years now with trying to get fair elections in Georgia and to get rid of machines that just have another entry point of a vulnerability for our elections. And when, when the reporters come and ask me about certain aspects, I say, I want fair, legal, only citizens voting, one vote for legal voter with provable elections, reconcilable elections. So I get that. The problem is that puts an undue burden on our election workers. These are our friends and neighbors that work in our polls. These are people in our communities who are running the elections. And I think if you sit through enough election board meetings, you will hear that people, they're just trying to do their job. And by golly, they can't even call the Secretary of State's office and get good, reliable information. They can't call the Secretary of State's office and have them say, this is the procedure that you follow. And oh, by the way, you can find that law in 21-2, da, 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 da. It's fair and it's legal. They may or may not get a fair, accurate legal representation of what they should do. The problem is you just admitted you violated the law. So what are we supposed to do when you violate the law? And can we treat you any differently than we treat anyone else who violates the law? It puts us in a very difficult situation.
May I speak?
Certainly.
Ms. Grubbs, I don't see it as a civil disobedience. I did not ask. I did not get to vote that day. I did not get to vote that day. This was free speech. I'm the one who lost. I did not get to vote that day. This did not create any extra effort on anyone's part. They are not the victims here.
But it violates 21-2-576, destroying, defacing, or delaying delivery of ballots. I mean, it's a clear violation of that code section. I mean, you may disagree with it, but it's a clear violation of that code section. You defaced a ballot.
There are some bad
I'm not going
laws
to
on the
I'm
book
just saying, but
too.
it is a.
Then go to the State House and tell them. That's part of the problem, is citizens who have been frustrated for such a long time.
I have been there.
Doing the
Yes, ma'am.
action.
Yes, ma'am.
Doing the action of marking through your ballot isn't going to help change the laws. The legislators are the ones who are in charge of the law. We have to follow what the legislature says too. And our duties as a state election board are to enforce the law, right? And to make rules and promulgate rules and regulations. And, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if this was after, if this was after July 7th, you might have an argument, because that's when the QR code is supposed to be removed, and we're waiting to see if that's going to happen.
May I address that too? What was on these ballots before the QR code was a barcode. So I don't have a lot of confidence in whoever might have made that decision to make this decision, unless.
Well, I don't either, because it hasn't happened and they've had ample amount of time to do it. And so I absolutely share, like Member Grubb said, I share your frustration as well. And you're 100% correct. Not only can we not read a QR code, but we cannot read an index system that's associated with the QR code. And telling me that I'm checking my ballot by reading the text that's not read by the scanner is just a fool's errand, and it's insulting. So I understand 10,000%. However, they do have until July 7th of this year.
That's true.
To remove it. So technically the ballot was still legal, because that, it's interesting. To your point, according to the code that says you are supposed to be able to read and review your ballot, no. However, it is the process that has been accepted to administer our elections. So it's kind of a, it does cancel itself out emotionally or seemingly. However, that ballot is that ballot. That's the ballot that everyone has up until July 7th. So I agree with Member Grubbs that there was a violation. And whether it was done emotionally or even with the understanding that you're unable to read your QR code, I would suggest in the future either voting absentee or asking for a provisional ballot.
So if I were to ask for a provisional ballot next time, I mean, I did, and I was refused. So aren't I supposed to
Oh,
be
I
able
thought
to
you said
vote?
you didn't ask.
Well, after the second crossing out of the QR code,
Well, after the
I asked for.
you have to
well,
ask
I
before.
think I asked after the first one, but they gave me another card to
Well,
go
let's-
through the same exercise.
Let's try. You have to ask before you deface the ballot.
Yeah, I want
You
to, this isn't just about you either. You know, I mean, I understand that you're making a personal protest against that, but if this board allowed something like that to happen after the primaries, we'd have 1,000 people up here doing the same thing. And that 1,000 people adds a lot of time to those election workers out there that are trying to just do their job. I mean, yours cost them a couple minutes. 1,000 people is going to cost them a couple thousand minutes, so we have to set a standard
Well,
of what's allowed, what's not allowed.
wouldn't that mean that many people have no regard, no trust in the system?
And that's a
why you have to
legislative
go to your
issue.
legislature.
It's a legislative, that is not, we have to abide by the laws that we're given, and so that's the law that was given to us.
Exactly. I could give you a list of 1,000 laws right now that I think are asinine and stupid. Let's talk about flock cameras. I mean, we could talk about a lot of different things that should be illegal, but the point is, it looks to me like the Houston County elections, they seem like they were pretty patient. And, there's so many people, good, honest elections people that are working so hard, and they didn't choose the system. This system was forced down our throats, and it's not their fault.
I'm not blaming the people who work at the.
I understand, but they're
for 2 years
the
myself.
consequence of it, and so it's really not fair to put them through it in that manner. Again, it's an unfortunate way. It's a frustrating feeling, but should we treat you any differently than anyone else who violates the law?
Certainly not. Certainly not. No, ma'am.
And it breaks my heart because I feel your frustration. I've been there, I know, and I get it. And what I would say to anybody is request an absentee ballot and then drive it in on election day and turn it in on election day. Because that's essentially what you have is a hand marked paper ballot to be counted on election day.
That would be nice.
Well, hopefully, the
Would be
wisdom
nice.
that we have in our legislature right now, hopefully, before this session ends, they will legislate for hand-marked paper ballots. That is my prayer. That is what I hope they will do.
Mine as well.
But unless and until they do, we're stuck with this bad system that we've got, and we've got to navigate our way through it, but we can't navigate our way through it by breaking the law.
Right. Thank you. I'm still hoping you might dismiss my cases, my allegations, but,
Well, we were briefly discussing, I think this should be a letter of instruction, just so that you have all the information you know now. And the reason why is because I agree, the state is breaking its own law by not allowing you to be able to verify your selection. It's not right. So yeah, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
There's a motion to issue a letter of instructions. Is there a second?
second.
Is a motion and a second discussion? I just want to make a point that this doesn't encourage people to commit the same violation. And anybody who thinks that they can get away with this to come before this board in the future after this warning is probably solely wrong on that. So don't think that you're just going to come here and get a letter of instruction when you deface a ballot and cause issues for the people that are trying to run elections out there. So
I agree, but I also think that we need to, I mean, the state needs to be reprimanded.
Mm.
If we really want to talk about being fair.
Amen.
there,
Inconstitutional. Well, I hear your arguments and I sympathize with you. But my concern with this case is the disruption to the poll workers. They don't make the law. They can't make decisions. They're the innocent parties that you're taking it out on. And I don't think that's proper election conduct for you or for them to have the burden of having to repeatedly give you another ballot. That's the same thing.
Well, I had
And-
asked for a
and-
provisional ballot. That's all. And I agree. I certainly don't want to create any trouble or extra work for anyone.
we have a motion and a second to issue a letter of instruction. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Thank you so much.
Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-170 Houston County voter registration problems.
The Secretary of State's office received the following complaint concerning the November 5th, 2024 general election in Houston County. Deidre Ridley attempted to vote early in the November 5th, 2024 general election. She discovered that her voter registration had been transferred from Houston County to Crisp County without her consent.
The respondent is Deidre Ridley. Is Deidre here? Ms. Ridley? No, we have a statement from Ms. Ridley in the file. Does the board need me to read it?
No.
No,
Is there
for Ms. Ridley, somebody changed her voter registration erroneously, so she was put into a different county. And rather than accepting a provisional ballot at where the county that she should be voting in, she apparently returned to the newly assigned county or the old county of record, I guess, and voted there, which is not the right thing to do.
Any further comments from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
So we don't know who the respondent is.
Respondent was Deidre Ridley.
No, I mean.
No, there's an
no,
unknown respondent of
Yeah.
someone who unlawfully
Mhm.
altered
Yeah.
her voter registration.
I would like to
That's-
discuss
yeah.
this. I think we should send this to the AG's office and see if they can find, okay.
Well, what about Ms. Ridley?
Oh, so I make a motion that we dismiss Ms. Ridley's.
We have a motion
Portion
to
of
dismiss
the-
Ms. Ridley's portion. Is there a second?
A
Second.
second.
We have motion and second from Dr. Johnson to dismiss Ridley's portion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, motion carries 3-0. There's an unknown respondent also.
Yeah, I make a motion, we send this to the Attorney General's office so that they can,
We have motion to send the unknown respondent to the
Yeah.
Attorney General's.
But my question about that is, yes, if we knew who the respondent was, absolutely, it should go to the Attorney General's office. However, it's an unknown and the Attorney General does not
They don't investigate.
they
investigate.
don't investigate. So no more information will be provided than what's in the report that we have now.
God,
So-
that's just so weird to me that our Attorney General doesn't investigate.
They don't have investigators on staff.
Okay.
They don't do SEV meetings either.
Do you want to revise your motion or?
Yeah, I guess I have to. So, yeah, so I make I retract my motion and I make a new motion that we just dismiss this case since
We have motion
there's
to
nothing we
dismiss.
can do with it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Well, discussion, I would just like to make the point that when a case is dismissed, there are many reasons why it may be dismissed. And this is a case where there is a violation, but we are not able to enforce the violation of election, code or conduct because of the lack of information.
All those in favor of dismissal signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-111, Macon County absentee ballot drop box.
The Macon County Election Board reported that a surveillance camera system for the absentee ballot box was not being recorded during advance voting for the general primary runoff election on June 10th through the 14th, 2024.
Is Macon County here? Ms. Riley? Oh, you.
Macon County. We're going to give you 37 seconds.
Good afternoon. You can dismiss and I'll be seated over.
Please introduce yourself. Please introduce yourself for the court.
Tarshia Riley, Macon County, Georgia Elections Director, my board vice chair, and Leonard Felton and Chair Christopher Fox. We are here from Macon County.
Let me understand this real quick. This is the case where it wasn't the video recorder, the tape was pulled because of a subpoena that y'all received?
No, sir. It was an open records request that.
Oh, yeah, open records request,
Right,
yeah.
that went to the county manager, and that open records request was not shared with my office. So it was to my understanding that my surveillance system was currently working.
And somebody had pulled the hard drive and not
They
told.
pulled the hard drive because allegedly the person that submitted the open records request did not state the actual dates and times that they wanted footage. So our building is the courthouse annex building. So it's two other offices, the tax office and the magistrate court office. So the person allegedly did not specify which footage they needed. So they pulled the hard drive, which caused me to be in violation for 2 days, not having my Dropbox monitored by surveillance. However, for those 2 days of early voting, I did utilize a poll worker as, that was a floor monitor to kind of just monitor the Dropbox for those 2 days.
When did you find out it was pulled?
The first day of early voting around 8:30, when I come in like 45 minutes early.
And how'd you correct it?
I utilized the floor monitor to just monitor the Dropbox, and I then proceeded to call my board chair at that time. And she instructed me to call the code enforcer, because he also serves as our IT person, to let him know that my surveillance system was not working. So,
And it was only out for 2 days?
yes, just for those 2 days.
Any further questions from the board?
And you self-reported this?
Yes, I did self-report.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Thank
Me
you.
too.
We heart you for doing that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where's the Dropbox located?
The Dropbox, the slot to the Dropbox, our building, the annex building is a former bank. So on my end of the building, the Dropbox is a slot that you can open and drop the ballot in.
But that's
the
not being
actual
monitored.
Box, it was on the inside of my office.
But the slot's not being monitored, correct?
It was not monitored for 2 days, but now it is.
But the slot itself is being monitored.
Yes, the slot
Okay.
and the box. Yes.
Is the Dropbox inside the polling place?
Yes, the box where the ballot is held is inside of my office, but the slot is right outside the entrance door. And you just pull the slot back and you can, because it used to be the night deposit box. The building is a former bank. So,
So it's an exterior slot,
yes,
which is not in compliance with Dropbox.
right. I think we got cited for
Law.
that in 2022 or 2023. So we're in the process now of getting a mobile box.
Any further questions from the board? I know y'all want to talk, but it may
No,
not
no,
be
no, we're
necessary.
done. We're finished.
Chair, entertain the motion.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. You'll get a letter of instruction. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it for y'all? Safe travels. Well, there's page 2 done.
Moving right along.
Moving right along. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-100 Bibb County problems with polling place voting equipment.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint concerning May 21, 2024 general primary in Bibb County, Georgia. District 8 Commissioner candidate Michelle Parks stated that District 8 ballots were not at the polling place on Election Day. Voters could not access their polling place at the Beulah Baptist Church precinct due to road construction. There were multiple problems / mechanical issues during the election.
Now, I'm just going to take a wild guess and say you're not Thomas Gillen.
I am not. I
Okay.
am not.
Could
He
be
would be
wrong.
here, but we had a runoff yesterday, so
All
he
right.
is otherwise engaged.
Would you please introduce yourself for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Grace Martin, and I am here as legal counsel for the Board of Elections today.
Proceed, please.
Yes. So I want to start by saying, again, that Tom could not be here simply because we were having this runoff yesterday and he has a lot going on right now. But when this issue happened, as advised in the summary, the registrar had just resigned. And it turns out that that was the only person who had been at the Macon-Bibb County Board of Elections when the last redistricting happened in either 2011 or 2012. So when this happened, there was nobody at the Board of Elections that had any experience managing these redistricting issues. And I believe that we have potentially up to 30 different districts that we have here. So we've got 9 county commission districts, 6 school districts, and 4 water authority districts. As indicated, these issues were able to be resolved. So we did not have any disenfranchised voters from this. Our election supervisor has gone through and he's done it address by address at this point. So there should be no issues at all moving forward with these, commission lines or district lines. There were also, I think, less than 50 voters that would have been impacted by this. All of these issues took just a few minutes to resolve once they were brought to the attention of our election supervisor. We would ask simply for either a dismissal or at worst a letter of instruction on this issue. Again, we have addressed all of these issues. Even recently, we have gone through and made sure that everything is laid out address by address, street by street. And we even have some houses that were right on the redistricting lines. So we've had a lot that we've had to address with this, but it should all be resolved at this point, and we would simply ask for either a dismissal or a letter of instruction on this.
There were 3 issues. The second one had to do with road construction. There was no violation found on that. You agree there was no road issues?
Yes.
And then the third one was allegation of multiple equipment failures. Equipment issues. You have any comments about that?
My understanding is that Mr. Gillen was not aware of any issues when they went and spoke with him. There was no one who could identify any mechanical or machine issues that day. So I don't believe that there were any.
Okay. Any questions from the board on this? Well, on allegation 2 and 3, there were no issues found. The board chair will entertain a motion on those 2.
Make a motion, we dismiss those allegations.
There's motion to dismiss allegations 2 and 3. Is there a second?
Second.
With motion and second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Issues 2 and 3 are dismissed. Allegation 1, there is evidence that there was some issues with voters being in the wrong district being there. It appears that's been corrected. Chair will entertain a motion on allegation 1.
I recommend that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have motion to issue a letter of instruction on issue number 1. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of instruction, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Thank
Receive a letter of
you.
instruction. Thank you.
Thank you. And this does conclude my business. May I be excused?
Pardon me?
This does conclude my business. May I be excused?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank
Leave,
you. And
leave.
happy Ash Wednesday. Peace be with you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-247 Talbot County.
The Office of Secretary of State received the following complaint during December 3rd, 2024 general runoff election in Geneva, Talbot County, Georgia. The Geneva voting precinct in Talbot County did not open at 7 a.m. because the poll manager was late to arrive. Instead, it opened at 7 minutes after 7.
Erica Cheney is a respondent here. Is Erica here or is she late? Sorry, did I say that out loud? Doesn't appear that Erica's here. Any questions from the board on this? It appears that this did open up at 7:07, I guess. Any questions from the board? Chairman, will entertain a motion.
I make a motion, we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second? We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The next item is SCB 2024-154 Meriwether County challenged votes.
While you're looking at that, I just want to state there is a documentary that is out on YouTube called No Time to Fail. And it kind of outlines, it follows the 2020 election in Rhode Island, and it kind of outlines some of the work that election workers have to go through. So when I see things like this with the 7 minutes pass, it makes me think about all the steps, all the work, the lugging of the machines, the loading, the just all the stuff that has to happen in order to open the polls. And so I like to recommend that documentary. It's free, it's on YouTube. You just look it up, No Time to Fail.
All right, Meriwether County received an email challenging a large number of registered voters that appeared to come from a resident of the county. It is believed that the challenge was fraudulent and made without knowledge of the resident whose name was used to make the challenge.
This involves a whole bunch of counties, a whole bunch of election county staffs. The complainant is Peggy Threadgill, respondent Sasha Williams. Is Miss Williams here? I hope so, because I have a lot I want to say to her.
I know. I hope she's here too.
Miss Williams? No.
Of course.
This one for the board, this one angered me a bit because it appeared to be something that
Feels like a
was just
Rico.
unbelievable that somebody would waste time and energy of all these election staffs with this kind of nonsense.
Well, it's enough of a challenge to deal with challenges, voter
Mhm.
challenges and voter registration challenges. To send out a fraudulent list of over 5,000 challenges to multiple counties concerning multiple residents
Yeah.
is
Egregious.
is terrible.
The chairman would like to exercise his right to make a motion on this, which does not require a second. And the chairman makes a motion that this case be sent to the Attorney General and the DA.
Mr. Chairman, may I propose an alternate thought?
Yes.
My thought initially before you made your motion was to continue this case and subpoena this individual to come and have a public meeting, because my concern is I'm all about sending it to the AG's office and to the DA's office, but I don't want it to get sucked into the vortex of Never Land, and it's a while before we hear from it.
Right.
So, I would like to see if you'd be willing to amend your motion and continue the case until we can have a subpoena issued and get this individual in before us. Just a thought.
So you're trying to say you don't want me to have the one thing that'll make me happy.
Well, I mean, it actually accomplishes more because it gives you the
understand.
opportunity to
Address her in
face the
person.
individual.
I understand. I will withdraw my motion. I'll make a motion to continue this case.
Second. Oh, wait,
It
you
doesn't
don't
need to
need
be
a second.
second,
That's right. You don't need a
Any
second.
discussion? All those in favor of continuing this case signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Chairman votes aye.
Would you like to make a motion to issue a subpoena?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we issue a subpoena for this individual that has got people doing all this busy work. I believe Ms. Sasha Williams in Decatur.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second to issue a subpoena to Ms. Sasha Williams. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
I agree. We should inconvenience her a little bit.
This also brings to light all the good work that we have from people who actually do the hard work and present good information that go unnoticed and unrecognized.
The
Mr. Frazier.
Well, that's who I meant.
The next item on the agenda is SCB 2025-023 Meriwether County Lonoke failure to hold a special election. We received a request for a continuance yesterday on that, and it was continued. So that case will be continued to the next meeting. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-095 Monroe County.
The Secretary of State's office alleged that Monroe County Election Supervisor Kay Warren failed to submit the election result report by the 11:59 p.m. election night deadline. It was further reported that after being contacted by the Elections Division, Ms. Warren stated she did not know what the 11:59 report was and refused to submit it, claiming she was tired and at home in the bed.
Ms. Warren did provide a statement. Ms. Warren had been up since about 3:30 in the morning and had worked a very, very, very long day and was probably not in the best mind at the midnight when she got the call. Ms. Warren, are you here by any chance?
She's in the bed.
Not now.
She's in bed.
Taking a nap.
Are there any questions from the board on this case? Cheryl, entertain a motion on this case.
I recommend we issue a letter of instruction to her for this. Yeah. I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction to Ms. Warren. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. I think I'm too tired to go on with the rest of this agenda. So.
Take a nap.
Yeah, no kidding. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-024 Richmond County residency issue.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint/request for information from Elizabeth Kuntz. Ms. Kuntz alleges that Charles Walker, a member of the Richmond County Board of Education representing District 7, does not reside within this district. In 2020, Mr. Walker and his wife divorced and he moved out of the district. On his notice of candidacy and affidavit for the November 8, 2022 election, Mr. Walker used his wife's address in District 7. This is a potential violation.
I see Mr. Walker here.
Yes, this is Mr. Batson, my attorney.
All right. You're going to let your client speak?
At least we're not in bed. I wanted to say thank you to the board for the continuance back in January for us to prepare better today. I believe you were passed out a binder just a moment ago. It's not as thick as the law book that y'all have up there, but it does contain a lot of information and we're going to try to get through. Every case is different and I understand the complaint and I do understand the seriousness of this. This is why I'm here today. That's why I showed up last month. And I want to make sure that you guys know a little bit about me because all you see is what's on the, I wanted to point out very quickly that if you turn onto the inside of your binder, you may have received an email from Ms. Cone earlier that had a lot of the stuff that's in the binder, but what's in the binder in the front sleeve pocket to your left when you open it up are two affidavits, one from the board attorney, Mr. Larry Fletcher, the other from the executive director of the Richmond County Board of Elections, and that is Mr. Travis Doss, sorry. And so those two are included and they were not included in that email if you guys had seen the email previously.
Those are the affidavits for which we emailed to get to today.
That's what we picked up extra before we got here today. Anyhow,
So tell me what this David says.
Which one is that one?
that was
From,
Mr. Fletcher.
Fletcher?
Fletcher, yeah.
Pete Fletcher, the older brother of Larry Fletcher. Pete Fletcher had been the board attorney for 40-something years. When the issue first came up in 2020, Mr. Walker went to Mr. Fletcher for advice. They discussed legal advice. He got legal advice and they discussed domicile, and that's basically intent where you want to reside. He's always wanted to reside, go back into the 7th district. So that's what Mr. Pete Fletcher advised. He died in September of 2022, and he could have been here. I'm having to put together everything that Pete could have told you from the get-go. So Pete dies in 2022, and then Mr. Walker then subsequent to that, then goes to Larry, who is now the new board attorney, and gets the same advice. The domicile is based on intent. And you'll see or hear from the statement today that because of the vicissitudes of life and economics, he has just not been able to buy a house back in District 7.
What paragraph in here tells me that he got that advice? So I don't have to read the whole thing.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's where you're going.
And of course, Larry didn't know about the direct advice that he given that Pete had given Mr. Walker. But after being requested by Mr. Walker what to do, Larry then started investigating and talked to the board superintendent, who was around at the time that his older brother talked to Mr. Walker.
It would be page 3, section N. At the second to the last at the very bottom. Are y'all seeing that? I'm sorry.
Said N.
In at the bottom of page, should be page 3.
I see you discussed it. Where does it say that he got the advice that his domicile was where he's claiming?
No, domicile is based on intent. And he.
Domicile is based on what?
It's domicile is based on your intent. It's a matter of law.
Based on your intent?
Yes.
Intent.
Yes. Now, that's why I'm here. I'm here to tell you my version of what the law is, and I think I'm correct. And he relied on thank you. He relied on Mr. Fletcher giving him that advice, and that advice was domicile is based on intent, based on the research that Mr. Fletcher did, which is consistent with research I've done, and you all talk to whoever to verify what their opinion is about domicile in Georgia. It's based on intent. So all sorts of circumstantial factors can weigh in about what the person's intent is. And so the good thing about the vicissitudes of life can be accommodated, and someone who in good faith intends to be in a district and does good works can still do that, even though they may not be able to afford a house back in the district. On the other hand, the intent allows the authorities to prosecute those who try to game the system and take advantage. So domicile is intent.
That sounds odd to me, but I'm not an attorney.
Well,
I mean, if I intended to move to Hawaii, that's not my domicile.
The issue is this. It allows for individual cases in circumstances such as he can run for election. People down there know where he's living, and yet they go ahead and elect him. That's just a risk he has to take. They trust him or they don't. But domicile is an intent issue.
I think
it would be great if we always lived exactly where we intended to live or wanted to live, but that's not the case. But at least the law in Georgia, domicile allows for a determination of intent. So that's the advice you got. And as a matter of law, citizens are allowed to rely on the advice of lawyers to conduct their affairs. And so that's what he has done the whole time. And if you would,
if you'll hear let him go ahead and tell you the facts, background to this case, you'll get an appreciation for why this all makes sense.
And I can understand jumping to that to try to get clarification because it is important. There were some circumstances that presented themselves after the divorce and right before the divorce. I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. Probably not that important right now because it appears that y'all want to get into the meat of this, and that's fine. You know, I'm an Augusta guy. I've been on the board for 8 years. This would be this coming May, 8 years. I was serving as vice president for 2 years, and 2 years I served as president. When I was knowing that I was going to be getting divorced, knowing that I was going to be vacating the house because it was awarded to my wife during the divorce proceedings, I went to our board attorney, and in the investigative report, it asked me, did you seek legal advice? And yes, I went to the one person that I knew that probably knew what I should probably do. And that was Mr. Pete Fletcher. And so we had a conversation and Mr. Fletcher said, let me do some looking into this. You just keep doing what you're doing. I always have prefaced every conversation that I've ever had concerning this issue with, I do not want this to be a stain on the Richmond County Board of Education, always, no matter who I was talking to. And Mr. Fletcher said, look, don't let that be a problem. I then followed up with him. He came back and said, I've done some research. This shouldn't be an issue for you. And, you know, you just keep moving forward. Simultaneously in that, without anybody giving me any legal advice or be doing anything, my ex-wife and I got together and created a lease, and that's in the binder there. And the lease says is that I'm the only person that could have occupancy in that house. And we did that for a particular reason. I didn't want to be at the home and have something happen where a policeman called or she's out of town. She was a pharmaceutical rep and traveled quite extensively at that time. So I would pick the kids up from school. I would take them home. I might have dinner with them, do their homework. She may come back in town. She may not, and I would spend the night. And we felt that that was necessary in order for me to be there so that nobody could question why I was there. And that was something that she and I did and we did in November of 2020. We were legally divorced in October of 2020. And we immediately did that so that I could come on the property. I wasn't violating anything. She gave me the opportunity to do that. And it gave me the freedom to come and go as needed with our 2 young children there at the home. So that is still in effect. It's not been nullified. It's not been expired. Today, it's still in effect. So that lease agreement still exists. If I go down chronologically, and you guys have got the timeline here, and I don't know if it makes sense to go through each one of them, time constraints here.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I figured not, but you can see it. But there are a couple of highlights that also I feel are important to note. My ex-wife lost her job in 2022, a longtime pharmaceutical rep. And because she had no income, she asked me to lend her money. Her ex-husband, being the guy that he is, did. And a $30,000 loan in March of 2024, which was held by a promissory note, which is also in your binder. In May of 2024, she asked for the same thing. I acquiesced and gave it to her. So now I have equity in the house. It's the money that I gave her with interest because it came out of my retirement fund. I didn't have $30,000 for 2 chunks laying around, just go, here's 30, here's 30. I took it out of my retirement fund. So it's secured. Both of those are secured by promissory notes that are in your binder that have interest payments to today.
Did she do a quick claim deed with you?
She did.
So you have a quick claim deed saying that you own part of the house?
She did in August of 2024.
How much time do you spend in that house?
Now, how much time do I spend in it now?
Yeah.
Not as much as I did when the boys were there.
It doesn't mean anything to me.
I understand that. From time to time, I do go over there. I assist her with stuff. She's still dealing with Hurricane Helene issues, which is another tied to the home. She didn't have any credit. She had severe damage to the house. I signed a line of credit that enabled her to fix the damage to the house. And now it's me who's responsible for it. So the line of credit that I have with Wells Fargo is in my name for repairs that have been done on that house. And I'm just waiting for her to get the insurance money back so that I can be made whole.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I think.
I do.
I think the lawyer is right and Mr. Walker is correct that with regards to intent of residents where one has lived before, if they intend to return to that, although they may temporarily be and live at another residence, that they do not consider their permanent residence, that the way Georgia law is written, intent is a significant part of that establishment of residency. I don't always like it, I must say, but from my viewpoint here, but I think it is in the Georgia election code. And I think we've sort of gotten tied up with a personal family situation with divorce and where one lays one's head every night, particularly. So if we're ready, I'm ready to make a motion.
Any other questions from the board?
Nope. Mr. Chair, I move that we dismiss this case 2023-024. Mr. Charles
We have a
Walker.
motion to dismiss or a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
I wasn't trying to be mean. I was just trying to
No, I
understand.
understand. No, I get it. But you're right. It was life happened. And it kind of bumped up against this. I will let y'all know, I do not intend to run again. I do believe in term limits and I'm term limiting myself. So you won't have to see me again.
Well, you certainly get the best ex-husband of the world award.
Well,
I don't know too many
those are
ex-husbands
the
that are
only things that I'm telling y'all about. There's other stuff that I've done as well. So
Jeez.
Well, this is better than the case from several years ago where the fella had a post office box for his residence to hide his girlfriend's location
Oh, no,
from the wife.
I'm glad I didn't use that as an example.
I'm just saying.
Thank y'all very much. Have a good
Thank
afternoon.
you. Thank you for coming back a second time.
That's real.
Jeez.
Unbelievable. I'm losing my place here.
2024-054.
054. Yeah. Next case on the agenda is SCB 2024-054, Coweta County.
On August 1, 2024, the Secretary of State's Investigation Division received a complaint alleging an absentee ballot application with an electronic signature was emailed to Coweta County Elections Office on behalf of the voter by the organization U.S. Vote Foundation, which is a potential violation of the code that prohibits electronic signatures.
The respondent is Susan. I can't even imagine how to pronounce the last name.
Suanette.
Suanette. Okay. Is the respondent here with U.S. Voter Foundation or anybody else speak on behalf of U.S. Voter Foundation?
Isn't this the second one we've had from the U.S. Vote Foundation?
I don't recall.
I don't.
We have no respondent here.
No, that was the America PAC.
The findings were that there is a pre-filled absentee ballot application that did not reference a statutory language that was substantiated. There were documents. There is a document from attached, a letter from the U.S. Voter Foundation. And these people work with the overseas voters and military voters to try and assist them with voting Uocava and things like that, they claim the voter fills out 100% of the ballot. They don't fill out any of the ballot. 100% is filled out by the voter, and the
But they
voter
do the
uses their own electronic signature on it. So they write their signature out and then put it on there electronically, take a picture of it. So this organization claims that they have absolutely nothing to do it besides sending out the ballot, but they admit that it did not have the necessary language on there, and subsequently they don't allow Georgia to access this, or Georgia citizens to access this anymore. They've been around for 20 plus years, I guess, in a whole lot of states. Any questions from the board? I thought the letter was pretty self-explanatory that they sent, so. Chairman, I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I didn't, no one's here to explain this letter. I mean, I have questions about the letter, so I make a motion that we send this to the AG's office.
I'll second that.
We have a motion sent to AG's office. Is there in a second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Right. Fayette County.
Next on the agenda is SCB 2023-034 Fayette County.
The Georgia Secretary of State initiated this investigation following the receipt of an online complaint regarding an ineligible elector participating in Fayette County elections. The complaint alleged that the mentioned elector was in violation of the code, qualifications of electors generally, and another code section, voting by unqualified elector or giving false information.
Respondents is Lane Watts. Is Lane Watts here? Lane Watts is not here. Potential violations, 21-2-216A4, qualification of electors, and 21-2-571, voting by an unqualified elector, and 21-2-562, fraudulent entries. Any questions by the board?
No.
Mr. Watts or Lane Watts, Mr. and Mrs. Watts has multiple prior infractions. Has been fined in the past. So this guy's a frequent flyer, apparently. Certainly seems
Yes.
appropriate to send this one to the DA.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Chair will entertain a
ADA.
motion.
I make a motion that we send this case to the Attorney General's office as well as the district attorney, the local district attorney's office.
We have motion to send this to the AG and the DA. Is there a second?
A second.
The motion is second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The chair will also exercise the right to vote and vote aye. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-096 Fayette County, accessibility issues.
On December 6, 2023, the Georgia Secretary of State Investigations Division opened an investigation after receiving a complaint regarding accessibility issues at Holy Trinity Church in Peachtree City. This is possible violation of SEB Rule 183-1-6.04, accessibility for elderly and handicapped voters.
By Zoom. Okay. I had a list of Zoom people on.
To your list. I saw that. Is there on the note there? Like up here underneath. Yeah. Just remembered. I'm not reading your notes, so just.
Right. Respondents, Fayette County Board of Elections.
Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Stow with the Fayette County Board of Elections.
Okay, great.
I also have Brianna Garrett here as the Director of Elections. I'm with the County Attorney's Office.
Please proceed.
This incident occurred at Holy Trinity Church in Peachtree City, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. This occurred several years ago under a previous director. Once it came to our attention when we got the report, we verified that the location where this polling place is located is actually a church with multiple buildings, and the polling place has since moved to a different building on that property, which we have confirmed is ADA compliant, and we'll reconfirm that before the election this year.
So the new place has. Do what? So the new place has sufficient ADA parking, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instructions. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion, and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. You will receive a letter of instruction on this case.
Thank you.
Sir. Are you staying for the rest of the cases?
Yes.
All right. Next item is SCB 2024-112 Fayette County ballot paper issue.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to say great job, Sean, solving the sound problem with Zoom.
I know, thank you.
Okay, back to the case. The Secretary of State's office received a notification of a self-reported incident that occurred in Fayette County. Judy Flynn, polling manager for AIP number 37 polling station, advised that on June 11th, 2024, between 4:30 and 4:40 p.m., Eugene Carter, assistant manager, reported that a scanned ballot was printed on a copy paper at BMD Station 1.
The respondent is Fayette County. Fayette County, please proceed.
Okay. Again, my name is Patrick Stow with the Fayette County Board of Elections. I'll admit this is not the first time we've been before you on a ballot paper issue. We were here in December of last year on a similar issue. And because of these issues, we have taken steps to be proactive in making sure this doesn't happen again. We've instituted retraining of poll workers. We've also put in some procedures to make sure that we're checking these printers before they go out to the polling places and making sure there's no paper still in them. And also, Director Garrett is here if you have any questions.
So you had left normal copy paper in the printer, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions, but I would like to say, considering this is Fayette County and considering Ms. Charlene Alexander had proposed a rule about counting the total number of ballots, this is a good example of why that was a great rule.
Right.
Just saying.
I know. Well, Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction on SCB 2024-112. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-112 Fayette. Nope, that's
206.
Got that one. CB 2024-206 Fayette County, improper campaign attire at polling location.
On October 29, 2024, the Secretary of State's office received a complaint alleging that a voter became hostile with a poll manager and clerks when asked to remove a hat displaying the campaign slogan, Make America Great Again, inside the polling location. It was also alleged that the respondent used a recording device inside a polling location during active voting. These are potential violations of the code section.
Respondent is Michael Dunkel. Mr. Dunkel, is that you?
It is, sir.
Good. Would you introduce yourself for the court reporter, please?
My name is Mike Dunkel, and I'm just a citizen.
Just what?
A citizen.
Just a citizen.
Yes,
Please
sir.
proceed.
I know we're a little behind, but I would like to add a little context to this, if I may. Take an extra 2 or
Absolutely.
3 minutes. I knew at a very young age that I wanted to be in the military because of what this country has done both for me and
Where did you serve?
I served in the U.S. Air Force, retired, 21 years of active duty in 2014.
Thank you for your service.
The reason that I wanted to be in the military, and I knew at such a young age, is because of how much the military and this country gave to me. My father would have been dead by the age of 40 if not for the Army. Every single person he knew growing up, jail or dead. The Allies liberated the concentration camp that my grandfather was in. The Russians actually liberated the one that my grandmother was in. And 11 years later, my family emigrated to the United States during the Hungarian Revolution. I grew up with stories of what the U.S. meant to them, what the Constitution meant, what the Bill of Rights meant, and how important our rights are to us. So on that day, with just knowing that on that day, I went to vote. I didn't think anything of wearing a MAGA hat. I didn't know it was not allowed. Almost like if you're going to the Braves game, you wear your Braves hat. So I was going to vote, so I wore my MAGA hat. There was a person outside screening voters before they went in the building. I didn't take the hat off. I didn't try to hide it. She just let me in. And while in the polling place, minding my own business, not talking to anyone, and kind of with my arms crossed and my head down. And from across the room, someone talked to me like I was a dog that just went to the bathroom after being outside for the last 10 minutes. Hey, you, take that hat off. Didn't know exactly if they were talking to me, but assumed they probably were. I said, why do you want me to take my hat off? And they said, you're campaigning in a polling place. So you're not allowed to do that. So I told them, I said, I'm not campaigning. I'm just wearing a hat that says Make America Great Again. As an aside, campaigning to me seems like somebody with intent to change someone's vote. It's an action. I was only wearing a hat. In fact, by wearing that hat, anybody on the fence more likely would be like, look at that guy. I'm going to do something to make him angry and vote against it. There's nobody that was voting for the other side that's going to look at me wearing a hat and think, I've really been living my life wrong. I'm going to change my vote, which is really the essence of campaigning, is trying to get somebody to change their vote. And that was never my intent. I spent too much time in the military. I lost too many friends. I missed too much time away from my family, missing them growing up, all to protect the Constitution. It's what I swore an oath on. And I don't want my rights taken away, but I would also never dream of infringing on somebody else's rights by just wearing a hat. I mean, it's abhorrent to me to think that maybe I tried to interfere with somebody's right to vote or intimidated them because I wore a hat that said Make America Great Again. So when she said, you're campaigning, it didn't make any sense to me. And I said, no, I have the right to free speech. I'm going to leave the hat out. At that point, the campaign workers, there's multiple campaign workers, they're shouting at me. They're not happy that I won't take the hat off, acting completely unprofessionally. And they say, well, then we're not going to let you vote. I said, you're telling me that after all this time that I gave, you're going to protect your rights, you're going to take mine away and not let me vote. And they just got really angry. And there's 2 or 3 women now shouting at me. So I thought I need to de-escalate the situation. So I thought if I bring my phone out, they would remember who they are and where they are, and they would de-escalate the situation. And I would have something to prove my side of the story, but I failed utterly. I got no good recording, and it just made him angrier. So one of the women came and swiped at the phone. She hit me. Well, I didn't get hurt. I mean, no big deal. I mean, but she took the law in her own hands, trying to enforce it, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what her rationale was, but she took a swipe at me. I quickly put the phone away, and a supervisor stepped in and said, let this person vote. I thought that was the end of it. And I put my phone away, I voted, and I left. And then
spoke with obviously the Fayette, they called the detectives, came to my house that night, spoke with him. He said there was a videotape of the entire incident. And after watching the tape, he told me, both on the phone and via text, that after seeing my version or seeing the tape and hearing me talk to him, he agreed with my version of the story. And he thought that the whole thing would be a drop matter based off the fact that he said that the poll worker was possibly guilty of simple assault, and he thought the whole thing would just go away. I said I was not interested in pursuing that. I said I would just rather let bygones be bygones and let it drop, but here I am.
I appreciate you showing up today. It certainly makes a difference when people show up and tell their side of the story. And I want to, I have very little tolerance for people assaulting or being mean or rude to any of our election workers, because I know how hard they work and what a difficult job they have. And so listening to your side of the story helps me understand a little bit better about what happened. You understand, of course, that some place a line has to be drawn on campaigning. And when you have a word or a phrase that's associated with a particular candidate, then that can be viewed as campaigning, as even though you may not be asking for people's votes. You know, the fact that you have I'm voting for so-and-so with that slogan, people will view that as campaigning sometimes. It's hard to draw that line though. It really is sometimes.
I understand that.
And I'm glad that, you know, your testimony or your comments today are a little bit different than what you would understand by just reading this complaint. So I'm glad you showed up for that. So.
Yes, sir.
Does it say anything different than what he's telling us? No? Okay. Then I'll take your word for that. So, I just want to make those comments.
Yeah.
Any other comments from the board?
Just thank you for your service. And I agree with our chairman that unfortunately, the hat, T-shirts, things of that nature does constitute election. They're trying to, I guess what they're saying is that you may influence someone that may be undecided by looking at whatever you're wearing. I personally agree with you. I think that we are all adults, and if you can't make a decision without, you know, being told by looking at someone's shirt or hat, you know, I think that's foolish, but it is part of our.
I understand there has to be a line drawn. And
Yeah.
had the woman outside who was screening just in a
Yeah.
professional manner said, "Sir, you're not allowed to campaign here. The Georgia State Election Board has stated previously that wearing a hat like this constitutes
Yeah.
campaigning. Would you
Yeah.
please take it off?" Just taking the hat off.
Yeah. You know, the slogans, if they didn't work, nobody would use them,
Man.
you know? So.
And we have to admit, though, that this is the one slogan. I mean, if another campaign, every campaign has a slogan. I don't know if every campaign slogan is as popular, but every campaign has a slogan. And so, you know, I too go back and forth on the slogan argument because it's not necessarily saying vote for this candidate, but, you know, I'll digress on that.
Yep. Any other comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'll say, I hear what you're saying. I kind of take a little bit of a different approach because while there can be the connotation that particular slogan is identified, you know, with a particular campaign, I still err on the side of caution on free speech. And, you know, it aggravates me because I think, what, are we not going to be able to wear an American flag T-shirt when we go vote? And we're just doing something, you know, patriotic. So first of all, thank you for your service very much. And, you know, if you seem like a reasonable person, if someone would have come up and said, "Hey, dude, that can be considered campaigning. You know, you really need to leave the hat in your car if that's okay." I'm sure you would have probably said, "Oh yeah, I didn't even think about it. I'll be happy to do that."
I'm accustomed to doing what I'm told. I mean, 21 years of following this.
If you're in the service that long,
understand.
absolutely, absolutely.
Also, I'm not a habitual lawbreaker. I mean, I haven't even had a speeding ticket since 1997. So this is way out of the norm for me coming here to talk
Right.
to people.
Well, thank you for your service. And we do have to be mindful of those kinds of things. And I think an argument can be made that that's not a campaign slogan. To some people, you know what? That's a way of life. It's not a slogan.
Yes, ma'am.
So, anyway.
Okay.
Chair will,
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction that just clearly outlines all of the code, so you'll have it. You won't need anyone to tell you going forward, and you can reference it.
you understand what a letter of instruction is?
I am aware.
Okay. We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion second, by member Grubbs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Any no opposition, so moved.
Thank you for your
sir.
time.
Thank you again for your service.
Next item on the. Chair will entertain a motion for a 5-minute recess.
So moved.
5 minutes, that's all, 5 minutes. We recess for 5 minutes.
Your shooting to say that blue.
Now you want to start first?
Sure.
Janelle wouldn't take one. I'm glad you take one. Try to buy some. James, you want to start first?
I do, but I don't need you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, finest. Less sugar.
Well, I've gotten to where I have to have a glass of chocolate milk before I go to bed every night. I know that's not good for me, but I just.
It's that roof dark.
It is a dark chocolate. I just love that stuff.
That was so bad.
It's better than 3 shots of vodka, right? I'm out of Cokes. We're back in session. The next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-234 Fayette County campaign literature and a polling location.
You pretty well described it, so we can go ahead.
Yeah. Just continue.
This is a continued case.
Here, I'll briefly read it. The investigation was opened after the Secretary of State's officer received a complaint referral from complainant and polling location manager Michael Carver, who alleged that the Democratic poll watcher at the Fayetteville First Methodist Church polling location gave a voter a blue card that was later determined to have had Harris Waltz on it. This would be in violation of OCGA 212414A.
We had asked that the Democratic Party Harris Waltz campaign, we had as a respondent notified to attend the meeting. Were they notified? And okay.
I can speak while they're doing that. I can speak to why I wanted to continue this and what I've researched.
Please go forward.
So I wanted to continue this case because I wanted to determine first if this was an isolated incident and identify exactly who was behind it and distributing these cards. And while I have a strong indication of who it was, I don't want to speculate, and I wait to see what Mr. Paxton comes back with. However, I did discover that these cards were issued in more than one county. They were dropped off in stacks, clearly labeled with the name of the specific poll worker or poll watcher that they wanted to have these cards. And this was deeply concerning for me because even if an individual poll worker, poll watcher fails to remember that the state rules regarding electioneering, the organizations that printed these cards are fully aware that you cannot have these cards inside of a polling place, particularly within the 150 feet that is required. So this wasn't just a isolated misunderstanding. It was a coordinated effort to drop these cards off and ensure that those who voted provisionally have this access to this phone number, which we did try to call, and I think it's disconnected at this point. But either way, it was a concerted effort. So my claim or my push is if you see anything like this during the upcoming election, please, please, please speak up and speak up in real time. And I'm asking every county to pay close attention to these type of deliveries. From what I was told from an election worker in another county, that when the delivery came with these cards, they just put it on the table because it had a name associated to it. So they felt like it was just something for that person. They didn't go through it. They didn't look at it. They didn't see if there were any type of campaigns written on it or any type of information on it that shouldn't be. So I would suggest that if you see these blue cards, or if you do see a stack of cards or a stack of anything come in, particularly if it's dropped off by a political party or a representative of that party, regardless of the party, to please speak up, let them know, because that they are absolutely breaking the law. And then I also would like to encourage our counties to properly train their staff to be aware of these type of involvement, and how this can happen through just a little bit of a sly little game that's being played here. But I don't know if Jesse, I know we spoke and I told him that I did not want to call in. I started to ask that the Democratic Party of Georgia be a respondent, because I believe, from my understanding, these cards kind of went from one place through them and then passed out to everyone else. So, and I don't know if maybe the Democratic Party of Georgia is not aware that that is breaking the law, but they should know now.
Any other comments from the board? Chair to entertain a motion on this case.
See, I make a motion that we dismiss this case, since we do not know exactly who the respondent is, and then just make sure that we watch this going forward.
Did we handle Miss Bill's case last time?
We did. We dismissed her.
Excellent. That's all right. We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of dismissing the remainder of this case, signify by saying aye.
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 Member Grubbs,
Aye. Sorry.
any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved, dismissed. If y'all will give me just one moment. I want to confer with Dr. Johnson on something. Thank you. I want to bring up a topic before we go to the next case. We have
Mm. 25.
23 cases left to go through today. It's 4 o'clock. And then we have the old business and public comment after that. And I was discussing this with Dr. Johnson about whether we want to, I don't know how to get through this today at a reasonable hour, frankly. And so would this board want to try and power through everything, stay as late, or move the old business and public comment to tomorrow and have sufficient time for that in the morning to discuss it? What is the will of the board on that? We're going to be late today anyway with 23 cases. I mean, it's just.
I would think that we need to continue on with the cases, you
Yeah,
know,
we need to finish the cases today.
today, and then start with the old business tomorrow. I know it's disappointing when we have public comment scheduled and people are here for public comment and that kind of thing, but it was going to be late anyway, no matter what. So, I'm fine with getting through the cases and then having old business in the morning.
Facility. Do you have facility in the morning?
Okay. So for those of you that were been waiting with bated breath all day to hear this old business, we're going to discuss it in the morning and we do the public comment tomorrow so that we're not here till 9 o'clock tonight. So those of you that are here for the cases, we will finish the cases today. No matter how long it takes, we will finish the cases today and then we'll finish the rest of the agenda in the morning. So our next case on the agenda is SCB 2022-068 Fulton County double voter. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Do you want to read that real quick?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm in a trance.
You need one of these. I'm telling you, you need one of these starbursts.
I'm sorry. Which case is it?
068. 068.
Oh, 068. Got it right here. The Secretary of State's office received from a citizen a list of several electors who potentially have two voter identification numbers assigned to one person who may have also cast double ballots in past elections. After the Elections Division refined the list, the Investigations Division received a list of 20 pairs of voters who potentially violated OCGA 21-2-52- repeating voting in the same primary or the same election. And this is the November 3rd, 2020 general election and the January 5th, 2021 general election runoff.
Now I show a whole bunch of respondents on this. Let me call them out.
Well, we had actually, this is a partly continued case and we had decided on a number of these and I believe we were left with 2 respondents.
Which 2 are those?
Those 2 are wait a minute. Ms.
Oh, this,
Clark?
actually, this was,
Clark.
we brought Fulton in and failed to provide documents to the investigator. That's the part that was.
And documents, right.
Yeah.
But there were, and 2 voters. I believe it was Williams and
Edward Williams.
yes, and Clark. I believe.
As Stephanie Clark.
I believe so.
Is Edward Williams here? Or Hyacinth Stephanie Clark? No? You don't want to speak? Okay. All right. So the portion of this was continued based on Fulton County failure to provide documents to investigators. Fulton County have a response for that?
Yes, and if you'll recall, I was here in December for Walker County, and this is the same issue. We could not provide records because they don't exist. These double votes did not happen. There is an issue, and since the last meeting, Fulton County has spoken to the Secretary of State's office. There was an issue when they transferred from ENET to Jarvis with a duplicate record where one of the records was canceled. The voting history has sort of transferred to both the canceled and the active registration in Jarvis. The Secretary of State told staff how they could, outside of Jarvis, locate that. You would have gotten that in your packet of materials where we can look up each of the individual's voter history on the My Voter page. And you can see that only one of the registrations has credit for voting, and then the canceled registration does not have credit for voting for that election. But something has happened with Jarvis where it is showing that these are double voters. But the reason why we could not produce any records of the second vote is because it didn't happen. And this was not, they didn't show up as double votes when the system was still in ENET. This issue started showing up when it transferred to Jarvis. So there's, and I can't speak to the technical, what's happened in the transfer from ENET to Jarvis, but my understanding is when staff talked to the Secretary of State's office and when I was here with Walker County, when we had spoken to the investigator, like they had verified that that was an issue. The county doesn't have access to ENET anymore, but now that we know that we can look it up in My Voter page, and you should have all of the voters that were still remaining on the investigator's report. You can see that only one of their voter registrations is credit and the canceled registration does not have voter history. The complainant is Mr. Frazier, right? Could you share with the board your method or your data of how you found what you searched or reviewed and how you came up with the possibility of a double registration and a double vote?
Sure. So these were from back in 2022. I went through the Fulton County voter rolls and I found approximately 10,000 people that were registered more than one time just within Fulton County. So I turned that list in to the county. And when I did that, I simply looked on that voter roll, which was dated before these people were merged, before Jarvis existed. And on that voter roll, and I still have that voter roll here, it showed a date last voted of 11/3/2020 on all 4 IDs. So 2 people, 4 IDs. And again, the voter roll shows a date last voted. So I don't know how there could have been a mix up with Jarvis and with merging if this all happened before Jarvis and before the county even knew they were double registered. So I see different data, but I went on further to prepare for this. And I went on there and I looked at the voter history file before the Jarvis transition. And that also showed credit for all 4 IDs showing the November 2020 election, a vote on that. So again, that's what the data shows before the merge, before anybody knew they were double registered, and before Jarvis. So again, I think that answer, even though that sounds nice and we've got everything fixed, that's just not really the case. But then I went a little bit deeper and I looked at the absentee voter file. And for some of the folks that aren't into the weeds as much, that's the file that's created every night during early voting that shows everyone that has requested an absentee ballot, returned an absentee ballot, and had an absentee ballot counted. I went in that file and only one of those 4 IDs showed that they even requested an absentee ballot. So that's another disconnect in the data. And also I looked at the numbered list of voters, and that's the list that we try to get every election, but the Secretary of State now refuses to give us because they say timestamps compromise ballot security, it's against the law. Well, they have that information, so I think they're admitting they're breaking the law. But at any rate, that the numbered list of voters for Election Day 2020 in Fulton County does not have any one of those 4 IDs. So what I'm saying is the voter roll pre-merge, the voter history files pre-merge, both show 4 votes each, but the absentee voter file doesn't show that that person that even requested the absentee ballot returned it. So that says no votes there and no votes for the election day voting. So again, it just goes on to show how bad the data is in Georgia, that you can't really audit an election if voter history files, voter rolls, nothing matches, which makes it very difficult to say. I mean, I can't say with any certainty that these people voted at all. But what I can say is the data shows votes and the data shows no votes. So really what we need is a clean system where everybody knows who voted, how they voted, and anybody can do an audit of the election. So that's the biggest problem here. And the other problem is the fact that I, as a citizen, found 10,000 people registered more than once in Fulton County when the ERIC system claims that they find duplicates and merge them. Secretary of State claims they find duplicates and merge those. And the county, according to Georgia law, is supposed to, from time to time, maintain the voter rolls. They failed also. So I think I'm in the wrong position as a citizen to do Eric's job, Secretary of State's job, and Fulton County's job, and then identify or do my best to identify fraud in this state. Everybody's failing, and a citizen should not be doing this job.
Can I ask a question? As far as Fulton County goes, do y'all have data analysts that proactively look at things like this, like what Mr. Frazier does?
We have a policy, I mean, there is a general voter maintenance, voter list maintenance policy that we go through. That was also provided in your packet. Now, I don't know what he's looking at. I haven't, when we get this, all we get is the summary report from the Secretary of State's investigator. I don't have everything that you have. The only thing that is listed in this complaint is that we failed to produce records of the double vote. I'm saying we can't produce records that don't exist.
Right.
Now,
No,
as
I'm
far
wanting
as
to know.
Right. So if you will look in the packet that you were emailed yesterday, and then I think you got a hard copy today, it reviews just the monthly voter file audit that occurs. And part of that is looking for duplicate records. Part of it's looking for invalid addresses, commercial address records, unmatched precinct assignments. The registrar works with the GIS team and everything on a monthly basis to try and solve those. Now, the department has more information than citizens have as well. For example, you may have what looks like a duplicate, same address, same name. But the voter registration list doesn't show like one's a junior and one's a senior, but they can see that, they can see the birth dates. So sometimes there are items that flag, and then when you look at them, they don't believe it is a duplicate. But you can look at this policy.
Right.
And try and have
Unfortunately,
those.
with that amount of information that we just got yesterday, even though this case was continued and we didn't have that information previously, I haven't had a chance to comprehensively go through it. But my question is, do you have data analysts, dedicated people in Fulton County Board of Elections and Registration that actively look for issues like this?
It's part of the just regular voter.
So that would be a
list maintenance. I mean, it's as a department.
You're not doing it.
I-
Y'all, this is the 3rd month in a row. I mean,
it's
but
like,
you're telling
but
me you're cleaning every month, but then we're
well,
getting
it's
voter.
always a process. I mean, the voter list changes all the time. It is always an ongoing process.
That's
People
why I
move,
was
people
asking.
come back. We
Excuse
look for
me.
duplicates. It is something that staff, okay.
The court reporter has a really hard time getting everybody down when we all speak at the same time. So if we would just speak one at a time.
Now-
so that Madam Court Reporter over there can make sure she gets everybody's comments.
Understood. Excuse me, just a moment. All I said was, do you have dedicated data analysts to stay on top of this? I understand you have routine procedures as far as registration goes, but I'm saying, does Fulton County Board of Elections and Registration have any data analyst as it is a moving target, as you said, with voter registration, that go through and do in general, like what Mr. Frazier has done, and that would be a yes or a no answer.
I cannot answer that question. I was retained Monday, so I haven't had these kind of
Someone else
detailed,
answer.
but also I don't know what he is doing. I don't know what databases he's using because we don't receive that from the
He's
Secretary of
using
State.
publicly
Investigate.
He is using publicly available data, so you don't have to be anybody special
And
to
there
do
are,
what he's doing.
and there are, I'm sorry, there are lots of items that we use. We get the ERIC data, we get information from the Secretary of State, we get obituary records, we get felon records. There's all kinds of items that are used as well as this process that we've laid out in the policy.
Which is apparently not working.
Respectfully, that is not part of this case. If the state election board wants to open up a separate case, but this case matter was about double voting. And I can tell you that double voting did not occur.
You could say it did not occur, even though it's showing, so what?
There are, okay, Fulton County was not named as a respondent specifically, although the findings cite that Fulton County may have violated the record retention laws and failure to produce records to the investigator. We cannot produce records that do not exist. And I'm saying I'm confident that these double votes did not occur and that these records do not exist. That's why they were not produced. We can't violate the law or produce records that don't exist.
How do you prove what doesn't exist? Now I'm really confused.
You can look, I've provided copies of the My Voter page that demonstrate that there is only one of the voter registrations that has voter credit. The other registrations do not. Now, as to the specifics is exactly what happened with the data migration. I can't answer that specifically. My understanding is that Secretary of State has acknowledged that there is some kind of issue that occurred, which is why they told us, don't pull the merged record up in Jarvis. You need to look at the My Voter page. But I can't speak exactly for the tech people at the Secretary of State's office to get a clearer understanding on that.
Would you say that for every voter credit, there must be a paper document that supports that voter credit, that the voter either applied for an absentee ballot?
Correct. For the
returned
right,
a
for the-
signed absentee ballot or applied for a ballot in person?
We have those records for the one vote. We don't have records of a double vote because they didn't occur. So what the investigator is looking for is that they either came in person one time and voted absentee another time, and they came in both times. They voted once. So we have, as far as I know, we have not, the investigator did not say we did not produce any records. It's that we didn't produce records of this alleged second vote.
Do you have an explanation of why two different voter registrations, presumably the same person, received voter credit, but there's not documentation to prove that to back up that voter credit?
Maybe the Secretary of State's office could provide that information. My understanding is that originally in the original system that it did not show up that way. I don't have that data. We don't have access to ENET anymore to verify that. But I mean, again, this is the same issue that happened in Walker County. Now, they actually had a screenshot still of the ENET because the issue had arisen before they lost access. And I don't believe that this is unique to Walker and Fulton County. I mean, I think this is,
Well,
that's
they had
be a
evidence.
statewide issue.
They had evidence to back up what they were saying.
Right. And in that case, the investigator had contacted them before they lost access to ENET. So they were able to screenshot it and they kept it. I don't have that here, but I can't believe that it's only Walker and Fulton County this happened to. I think this is probably a wider issue.
Any further questions from the board?
Can I
I
elaborate?
think Mr. Frazier wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to be very specific. So the data that I'm downloading, because there were some questions, I'm downloading that directly from the Secretary of State's office, the voter history file. Anybody can download that from the Secretary of State's office anytime they want. So that's the voter history. The absentee voter file is right on the Secretary of State site. And the voter rolls that I work with were purchased directly from the Secretary of State site. So I'm not going anywhere else. I'm not making up information. All I'm doing is comparing data files. And the other thing, it was just stated here that the one individual was given credit for voting, and I'm looking at Ms. Hyacinth Clark's absentee voter file. This is a file directly downloaded from the Secretary of State's office, and it shows that she had an application date, a ballot issue date, but no ballot return date, and it says mail-in. So if it was never returned, how was it ever credited? So again, just one more clerical error, if you will, which seems like that's all Fulton County does is run clerical errors. But again, nothing matches. So that's what I'm trying to get to is we've got to raise the standard here to where there can be an audit of an election. Right now, that cannot happen.
So let me ask a question for Fulton County. Do you have, and I ask you about a data analyst, if you're routinely doing these things in Fulton County, which the answer appears to be no.
I can't, I'm sorry, I can't provide you that deal. Again, I was only retained Monday. Maybe there is more. I can provide an updated response to that, but I would have to.
Is
get
there
more
someone here
information.
who might be able to answer that question?
There's no data analyst.
Okay, so is there anyone, that's pretty stunning considering that we have so many issues with illegal people voting in elections, and we have this this double voting issue. I was hoping you would say, yes, you do have a data analyst, and we're working really hard in conjunction with the Secretary of State's office to ensure that Georgia's voter rolls are clean, but that doesn't appear to be the answer. Do you know if there is someone in the Secretary of State's office who is doing this analytical information? Because if there was this issue in transition from ENET to Jarvis, and there's a period of time that there was incorrect information, if I was a county administrator or superintendent or what have you, if I had bad data, I would be knocking on the door of the Secretary of State's office and saying, hey, this is what we found. This is what's incorrect. How do we go about cleaning this up? Do you have a contact at Garvis, who can help us with this issue or this transition from ENET? Or, hey, I think there might be a problem here. Is there anyone from Fulton County who did that with the Secretary of State's office?
We only recently learned that this was an issue in the transition.
How did you learn that?
Because we were named as potential double voters, and in researching that, we cannot find evidence that there was a double vote. And then just in investigating and reaching out to the Secretary of State's office. I can't speak for what the Secretary of State is now doing because I think they also recently have realized that this was an issue.
So in other words, if Mr. Frazier hadn't lodged this complaint, then you still wouldn't know.
I can't, it's possible. I don't know. And maybe they would have discovered it at some point. I'm sure this is affecting more than 2 counties.
I did reach out to the Secretary of State because I was looking at the voter history as well and saying, hey, you have credited, or there's a credit, I can see where the person voted in person on October 14th, but on November 3rd, 2020, you're showing that the person voted absentee. On November 3rd, you can't vote absentee. So it's got that credit there. And then it had the actual vote. One of the voters came before you last month, Ms. Steiner, and she kept saying, I didn't do that. So going through, I asked the Secretary of State, how is this so that it appears that you have double voting? And they explained to me that anything public facing, you have to go the MVP to show whether or not that person actually voted twice. Everyone, I have provided you with the MVP screenshot showing 1 vote for each person. There is not 2. We don't have a data analyst. We have 14 registration officers that are processing the work. We do have our GIS team that helps us with trying to identify duplicate voters, address issues, people in the wrong, based on zip code, if they're in the wrong precinct. But it's a lot. We are the largest county with 850,000 voters that we are scrubbing the files every single day. We are processing voters every single minute of every day, sometimes 7 days a week.
So tell me your name again, and
My
I'm
name is Catherine Glenn.
Miss Glenn.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, let me tell you that I believe that you're an honest, forthright person, and I appreciate you coming to the podium because you get the feeling that, you know, you get the attorneys involved sometimes, and it's like, look, let's just talk real stuff. Let's figure out where the problem is. If it's not Fulton County's problem and you're not getting what you need from the Secretary of State, let's rip the Band-Aid off and let's get real about that.
They're great partners. They're working with the same system that we all are. They do have analysts there that are always trying to make, everyone knows that Jarvis started off with a lot of problems. It's so much better today, and I would never want to go back to ENET now that we have it, and it is better. And we have great partners there, but we're all human working through trying to make it better. All of us, all 159 counties.
Right. I think the reason that it is so alarming with Fulton County, one of the issues is that Fulton County is the largest voting county in the state of Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can't get it right in Fulton County, it dilutes the votes of everybody else in the state. And it's not fair to the other counties when Fulton is not functioning at its highest and best use. And we want to see Fulton succeed. We want to see Fulton be awesome. We want to see those things happen. However, when it takes a citizen who takes interest to come through and do the investigation, it's a little bit absurd in my view that Fulton is not concentrating on these things or that you don't have a data analyst. I mean, when you see the amount of money that is on the Fulton County budget.
Well, that's for elections.
I get it. I get it. But I've also been down there and had a great meal down there at elections too. You know, I mean, there's no expense spared for Fulton when it comes to your budget and expending money on stuff like that. But if you can't get the voter rolls right, there is a big problem for the rest of the citizens in the state of Georgia. That's what I'm saying.
And I don't disagree with that statement.
I actually feel like you provided some clarity because, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but prior to you coming up, it was being presented as if what Mr. Frazier was showing didn't exist, that this never happened, it never existed, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
But when you came up, you said, yeah, we did see where it looked as though this person was credited several times. That tidbit of information helps and it goes a long way. Because we know that when we have him showing us data saying that this is what happened, and then your attorney is saying that this never happened, we have no choice but to look at this and say, wait, what's going on? So I'm almost finished. So the point I'm making is that we know that something doesn't sound right. And we just want to know what happened. If you said, look, I found it, because I agree with Member Grubbs. I think that you are a hard worker. I think you try to do your best. I think that, you know, I don't want to pin you between your job, your bosses, so to speak, for lack of a better way to put it, which would be the SOS, and this particular situation. I don't want to do that. But what I will say is that it doesn't sound like you're being supported. I know it may feel that way, but it doesn't look that way. Because if he's pulling SOS data and it's making you look bad and making Fulton County look bad, that's a problem. And it's not just a problem. I don't like that that's happening to you. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure we got more than Mr. Frazier's information is not correct in so many words by telling us that this never happened. Because clearly it did. Something happened.
If I can speak to that. I think what the statement was that it was no double voting, not that this situation didn't happen. I mean, that's the way I heard it.
Well, that's because you
And-
have all the information.
Yes, okay.
Correct. So I want to clarify, when I say it didn't happen, I'm talking about double voting. Double voting did not happen.
Well, you can't
Wait,
say
you
that.
can't say that.
You can't say that because we both have two people that are saying that, yes, it did show that this person was credited twice.
And that was before
Not-
transition.
Correct. So you can't say it didn't happen emphatically when two people are saying it did.
And it was
I'm
before
sure
the
current
transition.
records, or at least the public facing records, appear to show that it was double voting.
The current records that
there's-
you don't have
but-
because you just said you don't have access to ENET anymore. So you don't even have
No,
it.
I'm talking about in Jarvis. In Jarvis.
So they're not double
Again, if
voting
you look at
today.
My voter page, it does not show 2 votes.
I mean, is it possible that it was corrected after the fact?
No.
So it shows, so at some point it shows that they were credited to have voted multiple times, but that's really not what happened.
Also, there are no records of a second vote.
Well, he's
when
holding
this
the record.
Investigation. No,
I've got the voter history file right in front of me from.
when I
before the
say
transition.
no records, I'm talking about there's no second check-in at the poll. Like maybe they came in
Okay.
to vote in person. So there's a record of that vote in person. But then it says they voted a second time. There's not a record of a second.
Mr.
vote.
Frazier, can you see how they voted each time?
Yeah, 3 of the 4 show an absentee vote. And this was the old system doesn't say the day of the vote, at least for us lowly citizens. It just says what method, and it says YNN, which means absentee, not provisional, not supplemental, and that's for 3 of them. The 4th one shows NNN, which means they voted in-person election day. And again, that's
Right.
But- So you wouldn't have, well, I mean, I asked that because you were talking about poll pad check-ins and stuff. Well, you wouldn't have that if they were absentee.
Well, there's
You-
absentee in
so-
person and absentee
Right.
by mail. So
Okay.
both of them are considered absentee.
Got it, right. You're talking about the early voting versus by mail. So, but you're saying it was by mail or was it in person? Do we even know?
So that 4th one, it shows, well, the 3 absentees, I don't know if they voted electronic, which is Uwakava, or early in person or by mail. I just know that's how the system
showing
was
it.
showing it then.
And they
But
said that's an error.
But the 4th,
Okay.
so again, another error. Let me just say one thing real quick. If we are just assuming that the voter history files are riddled with errors and the only thing we can trust is my voter page, then you need to make my voter page available to the public. Right now, you have to have a full date of birth,
I agree.
figure that out. So that way you can see what is quote unquote real today. Because I mean, they keep saying we can't trust the data that is available to the people, which means the people do not have the ability to audit an election. That is, again, one more unlawful item that is happening in this state.
Yeah, I
That
just
needs
think
to get
people are
fixed.
tired of clerical errors being the excuse for mistakes.
And when I want to clarify again, when I talk about no records, I'm not talking about his spreadsheet. I'm referring to the background documents that the election department would have.
His spreadsheet that came from the
So-
Secretary of State's office that you could have obtained.
But
To be
I'm
clear, because I don't want to dismiss his work because
No.
you don't have it.
No, I don't disagree he's getting information that says there's double voting. And I don't disagree that there's something going on that is reflecting in databases that there's double voting.
Okay, just want to make sure it's
But
just a spreadsheet.
when
Make
we
sure we're clear.
research it, when you come in to vote, well, in 2020, you would have been filling out that form. So if you were advanced in person, you fill out that form, we'd have a record of that. If you also submitted an absentee ballot application and submitted an absentee ballot, we would have a record of that. There's not a record of these double votes, essentially, as far as the actual physical, like either checking in person or submitting an absentee ballot. There is the one method of what they used, whether it was in person or not a second. So when I'm saying there's no records, the actual records of the voting aren't matching the spreadsheet or the database that we are getting from the Secretary of State. So are you saying that the database has no correlation to actual voting?
I'm saying there's some kind of issue that has happened with people that had at some point a duplicate registration, even when they were merged. So when they're cleaned up and they're merged, like the second registration doesn't just go away or get reassigned to someone else. So something has happened in the database in that it is, even though those records were merged, it's showing credit to both the current registration and the canceled duplicate registration in the database.
So let me ask you one more question. So essentially you're saying something happened during the merge.
Again, that is my understanding from discussions that people have had with the Secretary of State's office.
What people?
Whoever handles, I can't give you specific names. I can probably find that out and send it to you, but
who conveyed that to you?
Election staff at both Walker County and then when in Fulton County, and we put in our letter, Fulton County also spoke to them again, and then also
To
Walker
the
County.
SOS?
Yes, to the Secretary of State.
So clearly everybody in Walker and in Fulton, everybody knows there was an issue in the conversion from ENUT to Garbus.
Yes, which I don't know that we would have realized that, except that complaints were brought of double voting.
That citizen.
Correct. And I don't know how the other one came about, but both of them were Secretary of State investigations that were opened up.
So, and you probably won't be able to answer this, but does this change the mindset of boards of election in voter challenges? Because there's been so much pushback on voter challenges when citizens review voter rolls and they find issues like this. It's an automatic pushback and saying that the voter challenges can't be done, even if it's outside the 90 days and even if all the rules are followed. I know in my county of Cobb, they have pushed back and they've even wanted to charge citizens for doing voter challenges. But here we have, the fact that Fulton wouldn't even know had he not done the challenge.
I mean, I can't speak for any of the Board of Elections. I do know a lot of county, if citizens do look at a roll and they think there are duplicates that maybe the county hasn't caught, department, you can always send that to department. Some jurisdictions may require that to be a full voter challenge. Some may just look at it and go ahead and see if there's additional items that they missed that maybe need to be cleaned up. Maybe someone was registered as Janice and someone is Jan, and they can look at the full date of birth, their driver's license, and get that additional information.
But as it stands right now, we can't really say for sure that Mr. Frazier is incorrect in what he's presented.
I mean, it came from the Secretary of State's office.
I would recommend getting additional information from the Secretary of State's office to explain what happened, but the county's records are that one vote occurred. And I think, like was pointed out with the one where it says voted absentee 3 times on election day, when you can't vote absentee on election day.
Okay.
So I think with permission, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, my concern is a review of this case suggests that voter credit is really maybe not even correlated to a real vote. And and that questions vote totals. If you're unclear whether vote credit really counts for a vote, how can you declare that there are certain vote totals in the system? And the related election documents, such as numbered list of voters, are not available. I mean, how can you conduct or review or audit an election without a numbered list of voters? Those are the people who came in to vote. And there's nothing secret about who comes in to vote. The only thing that should be secret is how you vote. And to have this either not kept or not provided to correlate with vote totals is, I mean, it's just, I don't understand how anyone could look at an election and say it's accurate in any way. And in review of this data, it shows that there's duplicate registrations, voters that cannot be contacted, vote credit that cannot be substantiated by election documents, absentee ballots sent out to duplicate registrations and not returned, voter registrations by the same person just 18 days apart, vote history that's unreliable, related election documents such as vote affidavits or absentee ballot applications or oaths on the envelopes. Who's seen an oath envelope in years and years? I haven't. A numbered voter list are not available. So the role, my conclusion generally is voter credit is junk data. And, Mr. Frazier, I don't even know why you even look at it. It just,
all they
there's
give
no
us.
correlation. But it all has to do with the voter rolls too, and the accuracy and the currency of voter rolls. That's what's so important. Otherwise, these double registrations just become possible placeholders for somebody to insert a false vote and to digitally or electronically, because we're using all electronic equipment these days to create erroneous vote totals. So, I mean, it just kind of makes it kind of affects one's confidence and trust in the whole reporting system.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question.
Yes.
I realize this specific case is talking about a double voter in the 2020, 6 years ago. And I don't fault Fulton for that in the least in regards to why we're discussing this 6 years later. That's a Secretary of State. I don't know, maybe that's a Mr. Chairman answer, our question. Why was this not put on the agenda earlier?
Well, I have no answer for that.
Well, you were making the agenda.
Well, no, I wasn't. No.
Well, I mean, you stated before that you were. I'm just curious as to, we're talking about something that happened 6 years ago. People die, things change, facts change, and on December the 9th and 10th, and I understand, Mr. Chairman, you weren't here then. We had meeting, you had something come up, a personal issue, and Vice Chair Johnson chaired. But in that meeting, Fulton County had a similar issue. Mr. Frazier came up, had a question about voters that were being challenged. In that meeting, Vice Chair Johnston asked Ms. Williams to please come back next month with a report on your scrubbed roll, because Ms. Williams, you told this board that you did a monthly scrub on your voter roll. And I'm not questioning that. I'm just repeating what was shared. It's 3 months later, and we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about why this doesn't match with Mr. Frazier's. And we asked in December 9th and 10th, when Vice Chair Johnson was chairing, she asked you to come back and give a report. And I'm not going to let this go. It's not vindictive. It's not mean. It's simply accountability. Last meeting a month ago, I asked the question about Fulton County's election board. I'm going to ask it again. How many people are on Fulton County's election board?
Currently, there are 4 with 1 vacant seat.
And that has been the same answer for over a year. And I asked that question last month with the other attorney from Fulton County that was here. And I said, I'm going to keep asking it. So you know what? It's the next month and I'm asking it again. What does that board consist of? The four members, what does it consist of?
The chair, there are two appointees from the Democratic Party and one from the Republican Party. There's a current vacant seat for the Republican Party. Those appointments are made by the Board of Commissioners. I represent, the Board of Elections. But I mean, I can say there are four people. Now, Ms. Williams was not here at the January meeting. They actually was the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. It was their budget session for the elections budget. So she was there for that, for the budget meeting.
I understand that. Mr. Frazier brought up also, I think in a prior meeting, I don't remember the number, but I remember the birthdays of the year 1900 that y'all had. How many people, Mr. Frazier, did you find? This is not, we don't know if this is true or not. How many people did you find that were listed on the Fulton County voter roll that were born in 1900?
Yeah, so whenever I turned that in, it came directly from the Secretary of State site. All I did was sort the year of birth by, I sort 1910 and before typically, because if you were born in 1910, you're not here. But that number was around 360. Apparently Fulton County's been a little bit busy because as of 2/2, that number is down to 235.
That's progress. That's great.
They've gotten rid of a third of them at that point, and maybe they've reduced a few more. I'm not sure.
May I speak?
Please.
Okay, so the Secretary of State, they have a new tool to assist us in finding these voters. We did have 367 in one category with the birth date 1/1/1900. I cannot tell you why they ever thought that was a good idea, but these are old registrations. They're not, the applications on those were rejected, should have been rejected. Somehow in the data migration, they pop back up as inactive voters. So I'm having to go in, and even though the application was rejected because they had a bad date of birth, I have to cancel them individually. And yes, in my time that I have available, that's what I'm doing. I am going through all of the list of things that now this new tool provides us. But yes, someone registered voters, if it didn't have a date of birth, it was 1/1/1900.
Ms. Lynn, I really like you.
I know.
I think you're honest, and I think you are just,
I'm
you're
doing the work.
You're doing a lot
I'm
with
trying.
a little, I think. And so I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. I just want to say that.
But
there is no but. And I will say, and I wish that everyone else would be so forthright. Because we as a board are not here to, go after Fulton County with some kind of vengeance. That's not the case at all. We just want fair, auditable elections. And when we can't get, like Dr. Johnston said, we cannot get the numbered voter list and things like that. And when you're having issues working with the Secretary of State, getting this information, or you're lacking in resources, let's just get real about it. Let's address those issues so that we have free and fair elections in Georgia, because right now we do not. And that's what we need. So thank you for coming to the podium and speaking. I appreciate it.
The chair would entertain a motion at this time.
Really quick,
Yes,
really
yes, ma'am.
quick. We were talking about ripping the Band-Aid off. I believe that what we're not talking about in the elephant in the room, so to speak, is that it appears that you're suffering from poor leadership from the top. That's what's happening here, because we have people coming up saying, I'm trying my best, I'm doing the work, I'm trying my best, I'm trying my best. And I believe that. I really do. And unfortunately, it looks as though, and it's been super politicized, but it looks as though it's the SCB against Fulton County. And the reason why it looks like that is because we constantly see all of these errors and clerical errors and errors that are coming up And then the explanation somehow connects back to the Secretary of State's office, who never shows up, who won't come to our meeting, who doesn't even have your back when it comes to this. And I have held my tongue for a long time on saying that, but I am tired of having to hear from people who are like, I'm doing my best, I'm doing my best, when the person that's supposed to ensure that they have all they need to actually do their best is not only not providing that, but also not showing up. And I want you to make your motion, because I have another motion behind that, because I'm just really tired of not having answers, because the people who hold the answer is too busy running around outside doing whatever they're doing and not doing their job.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that this case be continued to next month. And I would like to make a motion that we subpoena the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to come to that meeting and to bring with him whoever he would like to explain how these situations happen, and to explain why Ms. Glenn and her team that she worked so diligently with at Fulton County, why they are not able to do what needs to be done. And I would like for the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to be subpoenaed to come before us and explain to Mr. Frazier why this migration issue happened with Enid and Garvis, and why it's still not fixed, and what other counties are affected in the state of Georgia.
Yep. So that we don't have to
The-
keep
the-
having
the-
Fulton County come up here repeatedly. Yeah, sorry.
That would need to be two different motions, I think.
Okay, my first motion is this case be continued to next month.
We have motion to continue this case,
Second.
SEB 2022-068. We have a second.
My
Any
second-
discussion?
Oh, we got it.
Sorry.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of continuing this case to the March agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Hang on a second.
Can I get some clarification? Do you want Fulton County to be here again as a?
We haven't, we
answer
got to
that?
take the vote.
Okay.
We have voted.
You got to determine if they're going to be a respondent on it, right?
We,
They're on-
Because we don't,
they are responded. We voted to
do we
continue the
need
case.
them to come back?
Yeah, you'll have to come back on this one.
Or can,
We voted.
Yeah, we did.
Take a vote.
We didn't take a vote.
There was a motion.
There's a
and
motion
second.
and
Oh, I'm sorry. We have motion and second to continue the case. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I thought we
yeah,
did.
we did. Yeah, aye.
We
Y'all-
did vote.
We did.
Okay, sorry.
voted now.
We double voted.
You want it?
Thank you, sir. It
Okay.
seems to be a thing. I'm sorry.
Now,
Okay.
Chair will entertain another motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that we issue a subpoena to the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, to come before this board and explain these issues as we have discussed with regard to Fulton County and other counties across the state.
We have a
Second,
motion, is there a second? We
second.
have motion and second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Yeah. Yeah, it's time to come on and face it.
Next item on the agenda, well, I take that back. We have two individuals here that Dr. Johnson's identified. Hyacinth Clark, who's not here. Apparently we never ruled on that one. There were two ID numbers, indicates the ballots are spoiled. There is a middle name was spelled out on one and not the other. All of the information matches.
The first name has a typo also, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Hyacinth is spelled two different ways on that, just to
All right.
catch that.
And it, no record of either ballot being returned, requested ballot. Chair will entertain a motion on that individual.
Mr. Chair, there's a lack of documents to actually decide if there's sufficient evidence. And unfortunately, the election documents and the election documents from the 2020 election are with the FBI. So I don't think we could move forward with a decision on Hyacinth Clark.
Are you,
So just continue that too? So that we can, maybe we can ask the Secretary of State.
We can continue that.
Well, we'll continue the entire case. How about that?
Yeah.
So we'll just continue. We're continuing the entire case.
Okay.
Goes into, right. Let's move on to the next one. Next one is SEB 2023-022, Fulton County poll worker conduct issue, November 2020.
This has several complaints. They're not that lengthy. The Secretary of State's office initiated the investigation on November 11th, 2020, based on the complaint received from Fulton County election poll worker, Mr. Michael Hunkel. The complainant reported that the following the closing of the polling precinct he was assigned to, Hopewell Baptist Church. The polling manager, Miss Carrie Jones, left several ballots inside of a scanner at the polling location, drove to a residence with election material inside of her vehicle first, then went to Roswell City Hall to drop off the election material to Fulton County officials. And this is a violation which the code section 21-2-440 that require a possible violation that requires poll manager and an assistant poll manager to immediately deliver ballots and associated election records to the custody of the superintendent of the state election board, rule 183-1-12.12. And in complaint number 2, additionally, Mr. Hunkler alleged that at the same voting precinct, there was a discrepancy between the number of ballots generated and the number of ballots scanned, a possible violation of OCGAA 21-2-484. Complaint number 3 included the above complaints. A third complaint alleging for the November 20 general election, Fulton County elections had a batch of ballots that were scanned twice. This is a possible violation of Board Rule 183-112.12B.
Can you name the respondents? I'm having technical issues again.
The respondents are Carrie Jones, Wandrea Shea Moss, and Richard Barron.
So allegation number 3 was there's a need to continue that because the attorney for Ms. Moss was not notified.
I'm dead in the water here.
Are you down again?
Yeah.
Are you offline?
Right.
As far as complaint number 1, the Miss Jones, I think had a personal issue that required her to go to her house and change her clothing. Unfortunately, she also was the person in the custody of some election documents. The report is nobody breached the vehicle or removed documents or
Yeah.
added documents.
So we
And she
did
was
provide a
just-
statement. She details it a little bit more in her statement. The 2 other poll workers stayed outside. It was 5
Right.
minutes. Poll workers now, at least currently, are trained to not make any stops in between.
I think it was a personal emergency and to be delicate about it. So I think as long as she certainly had the equipment carefully watched throughout the time and maintain chain of custody.
Yeah, so there were 2, the poll workers stayed outside her house.
Okay. And the second complaint, there was a discrepancy in the number of ballots generated and the number of ballots scanned.
And my understanding is that the discrepancy is actually on the paperwork was not filled out correctly. And in Ms. Jones' statement, she admits she found the paperwork to be confusing. The county has improved its training on that to go through the full, the paperwork for election night so that the poll managers can understand it better. So there has been enhanced training in that. And we do admit that she had filled out that paperwork incorrectly at that time.
Okay. Were the counts correct?
My understanding is the counts were correct, that it was a paperwork
Corrected.
issue, yes. And of course, I can't pull that record anymore, but.
That's right.
Any questions from the board?
There are no questions. I have a motion.
Chairman, will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we dismiss complaint number 1 and 2 for respondent Carrie Jones.
We have a motion to dismiss complaint 1 and 2. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved 3-0. Complaint number 3,
Continued.
continue.
Yes.
Make a motion, continue.
Yeah, they asked, the attorney asked to continue.
It was a request for a continuance. Actually, the attorney did not ask. There's a note in the summary that said contact the attorney and.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Moving along, SCB 2023-028 Fulton County. Sequestration issue.
The Secretary of State's office opened an investigation after it was reported that a Fulton County election worker had used their cell phone while in the sequestered area of the Fulton County Tabulation Center during the processing and tabulation of absentee ballots during the November 2022 general election, a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-386, safekeeping of absentee ballots, and State Election Board SEB Rule 183-1-14-.4.
Respondent Charlene Means. Are you here for Ms. Means? Ms. Means? This seems like a very simple issue. She was agreed to be guilty of it and did not know any better and, discontinued use of it. Any comments from the board? Chair will entertain-
Did she discontinue use?
Yeah, it was her cell phone. She was told that she wasn't allowed to use it, right?
All right. I should continue to use it.
Ms. Bodison said that she advised Ms. Means of the policy regarding cell phone usage during early processing and said Ms. Means apologized and put her phone away.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have motion to issue a letter of instruction. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second, issue a letter of instruction, SCB 2023-028. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-062 Fulton County, City of South Fulton illegal campaigning.
The Georgia Secretary of State's office opened this investigation based on a complaint received from the complainant, Sam McGehee. McGehee alleged that the respondent, Catherine Rowell, Councilwoman District 1 for City of South Fulton, was illegally campaigning during advanced voting for the November 7, 2023 general election at the Southwest Arts Center polling location because there were information postcards out in a visible view with the respondent's picture on them, which is a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-414, subsection A, parentheses 2.
Respondent is Catherine Rowell. Is Catherine here? Fulton County. You also list her responses, and Yuri Lindsay from the City of South Fulton. Yuri Lindsay? Fulton, you're the only ones here. You have a response for this?
Yes, and this wasn't traditional campaign material. This was a sitting city council member who was running for reelection. It was brought to the poll manager's attention that near the restroom, there was a pamphlet, a 2021 year in review, kind of, sitting, politicians put out like what they all did the past year. As soon as he was notified, he removed them. They actually put them in a separate room. At that same day, I think a complaint had been called into the, whatever that phone number is that you can call in complaints. An investigator actually came out that same day. They had already been removed at that point. So as soon as he was notified, he put those in a separate room. And again, it was one of those 2021 in reviews. It wasn't overtly a vote for me kind of
It wasn't
pamphlet.
campaign.
It wasn't
material.
campaign, it was just literature that the council person sent out regularly with their face.
Right, and it did have his face,
Okay.
the face on it. So in an abundance of caution, they put it away.
Any questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we dismiss.
We have motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second from member Grubbs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This case be dismissed. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-053 Fulton County candidacy affidavit.
The Secretary of State's office received a complaint regarding the misrepresentation of a candidate's resident address on a Democrat declaration of candidacy and affidavit form. The form was submitted in the name of Michelle Powell for her candidacy for Senate District 36. It's alleged that Ms. Powell swore and affirmed that by the time of March 7th, 2024, she would have been a resident at 41 Marietta Street, Northwest Atlanta, for 10 consecutive years. However, that address belongs to a commercial building, which includes the United States Post Office branch.
So Michelle Powell, is Michelle Powell here? She's responded. My understanding of this case is on her application. She had the post office listed as a residence and her residence listed as where she receives her mail.
Flip them.
Is what she did. And she lived in one and was applying for a job in the other.
Running for office.
Running for office, yeah, right, I'm sorry, applying for a job, running for office, what's the difference, right?
Should be.
Yeah, so that's pretty much the case. Any questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion on this one.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that this be referred to the AG's office.
Yeah, I wish Ms. Powell had been here to respond to this one because there is a lot of questions to be asked on it. So we have a motion to refer this to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Dr. Johnson, I think, to refer to the AG. Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-060 voter registration fraud.
Secretary of State's office opened an investigation after it was reported that a Fulton County resident received a voter registration card in the name of a person with whom they were unfamiliar and had never lived at their residence, a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-561, false registration.
The respondent in this case is Sean Wilson. We were unable to locate Sean Wilson on the law enforcement database, and nobody knows who this Sean Wilson is. Is Sean Wilson here by any chance? No, I gotta ask. Sean may just be late. I don't know. Chair, any questions on this case?
No question, except that this is another ghost voter or a placeholder on a voter roll. We find no evidence that this person exists. It's a fictitious registrant.
Yes. The chair will entertain a motion on this.
Well,
Well, that means
there's
Dismiss it.
just
I know.
Oh,
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we dismiss.
We have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Fulton County, the next case, 2024-180 has been continued. Fulton County,
All right, which one?
the
202.
2024-180, and I don't think it was continued based on Fulton County. It was on, we're looking for respondents from the individuals that were holding the party, I think, out there. Fulton County, thank you for your attendance today.
I was requested the investigators that to continue.
Yes, yes, our investigators are still trying to locate the individuals that had the party that I was not invited to. But thank you for attending Fulton County. We appreciate your attendance today and helping us understand these cases. Safe travels back home, unless you just want to stay for the fun of it. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-046 Cobb County.
On September 8, 2023, Cobb County Board of Elections self-reported to the Georgia Secretary of State's office 2 different incidents involving absentee ballots that were not properly processed or counted. Both instances a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-493, computation, canvassing, and tabulation of returns. One instance involved 5 drop box absentee ballots from the May 2022 general election primary, which had not been processed or counted. A potential additional violation of OCGA 21-2-382 to drop boxes. The second incident involved 13 provisional absentee ballots from the November 2022 general election, which had been satisfactorily cured and returned to the elections office, but were not properly processed or counted once received. A potential additional violation of OCGA 21-2-381.
The respondents, Cobb County. Is Mr. White online?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. White,
Good afternoon or good evening.
would you like to respond to this case?
Yes, let me apologize for being sort of informally attired. I'm joining from my family. I stepped away from my family vacation to join this Zoom, and I tried to send in a notice of my leave, but I'm ready to answer these questions today. This was a self-report by Cobb County on both of these, and so you've got all the information because the information came from Cobb, and these are things where we've reviewed it internally with our election staff, and the board. Our board is fully apprised on it. And in fact, the board was the one that made sure at the time. I think Ms. Silas was the one that said we need to make sure and self-report these. We need to self-report these violations, and so these are the information in your report comes straight from us because we reported them and we put in policies and procedures. Like we've updated our procedures on chain of custody and on checking these envelopes from the Dropbox and documenting it. Same thing with the cure process when people bring in ballots and curing it. You'll notice that both of these sort of occurred around the time Cobb had moved into its new office. And anytime you move and you're setting up a new process for intake, and here's in the old office we knew where we took in the cure things and we put them in there. I think there was some of that going on with this, just to add a little more context to it. But the information in the report is accurate because that's what we reported, and we've gone in and said we know that these are potential violations, so we wanted to make sure the SCB was aware. And if you have any other questions on it, I can answer it at this time.
So there are 5 ballots in the drop box and then 13 provisional absentee ballots, correct?
Yeah, well, the 5 ballots from the drop box were from the primary in May of 22, and that was just one of the envelopes that had the ballots from the drop boxes. The ballots weren't removed properly from that. envelope, and they weren't documented correctly at the time. And then, there was a sort of a second error in there where there should have been and we instructed staff about this, that once you discover those, then you put them with the other items in the clerk's office, and they weren't done at that time. And so when the box ended up making the move, to the new location, and they were discovered at that point. And so that's when that's the absentee Dropbox issue. That was May of 2022, but the discovery was July, and then again the box was found again in 23 where those ballots were, and they shouldn't have been there that second time. They should have been placed with the other items from that election and documented. And then same thing with on the 13 absentee ballots, thus from the general election, and those were ballots that were cured, and so the materials to cure those provisional ballots were received, but they weren't properly paired with the ballots until after certification has occurred, so they could not be included in the tabulation at that point. So
those 13 voters didn't get to vote then?
Yes, and that's unfortunate, and we have instructed staff and put in new processes to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Okay, the potential violations are many. OCGA 21-2-382, 21-2-73, 21-2-493, SCB Rule 183-1-12-.12B4, 21-2-381, 21-2-382, 21-2-73 are all the potential violations here. Any questions from the board on this?
I have a question for Mr. White.
Yes.
Mr. White, in our last meeting, I know that there was a referral to the AG's office. Have you heard from the AG's office yet?
On this case or on
No,
something?
on the prior case.
No, not that I'm aware of, but I didn't ask our director if we'd heard anything.
Okay, I was just curious. Yeah, I know that the composition of things has changed a lot since this time.
Any other questions from the board?
No, Mr. Chair, I would request to consider amending the violations to better reflect the circumstances of this case, not so numerous as you just delineated, but 21-2-493, 21-2-381, and SEB Rule 183-1-12.12B4, which you did mention for the first allegation, and for the second, simply 21-2-419C1, which addresses provisional absentee ballots.
And do away with the rest of them?
I would recommend that.
Okay, would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to issue a letter of reprimand for there's sufficient evidence that violation has occurred involving the rules I just mentioned, 21-2-493, 21-2-381, 183-1-12.12B4 for the first allegation, and for the second, 21-2-419C1.
Which is for the 13 provisional ballots. Do you have that?
Provisional absentee ballots, to be exact.
So
Tell-
go to the
Say it again.
potential violations.
Okay.
And the
Page
back here,
one.
potential violation. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, so these. This one, those three are for the first 5 ballots. And then would you state the one for the 13 ballots again?
Yes, it's 21-2-419C1,
29.
provisional absentee ballots.
21-2-C1 for the 13 ballots that are referenced in that complaint. We have motions. Is there a second? We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, letter of reprimand will be issued on this. Thank you. Yes.
I'm not asking for a full comfort break, but I didn't get to go to the restroom when we took our last one. So I'm gonna run really quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we proceed without you? Okay. SCB 2024-079. Cobb County illegal campaigning, Smyrna. Secretary of State opened this investigation based on a complaint received from the complainant Lee Landgub, a Cobb County advanced voting poll manager, regarding a campaign flyer from Flynn Brody being left on her vehicle on May 16, 2024, which was during advanced voting for the May 21, 2024 general nonpartisan election. Complainant's vehicle was parked within 150 feet. Campaigning restrictions for the Smyrna community polling location, potential violation of OCGA 21-214A1. Restrictions on campaign activities, giving of food, water, and public opinion polling within the vicinity of a polling place. The complainant is Lee Landgub. The respondent is Danielle Pilgrim, a campaign volunteer, District Attorney Flynn Brody, reelection campaign. Is Danielle Pilgrim here? Were there any questions from the board on this case?
No questions.
It appears that it did occur. This respondent did not know that she wasn't allowed to do that, apparently.
No training by the campaign.
Yes. The chair would entertain a motion on this.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we do a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to do a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, and a second to issue a letter of reprimand. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand signify by saying aye.
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 The chair will vote aye also, so if there's a quorum. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-085 Cobb County illegal campaigning, East Cobb.
The Secretary of State's office initiated this investigation based on a two-part complaint that occurred during the early voting period for May 21st, 2024 general primary. The complainant reported that Jan Becker Horstmeyer Becker, candidate for Cobb County Tax Commissioner, illegally campaigned potential violation of OCG 21-2-414, and poll watcher Virginia Choate attempted to take photographs of election signs posted inside of the enclosed area of her assigned voting precinct.
Is Jan Becker Horstmeyer available by any chance? Virginia Choate, is Virginia Choate here? No.
She's not here. I know Ms. Choate.
Okay. Any questions from the board on either one of these individuals? The findings were that Ms. Becker Horstmeyer did drive her vehicle in within the 150-foot radius. It was sustained with a sign on her car. Let's deal with her first. The chair would entertain a motion on Ms. Horstmeyer Becker.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand.
We have a
Second.
we have a motion and a second issue of letter of reprimand. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Complaint 2 is that Ms. Choate attempted to photograph a sign that was located inside the enclosed area of the voting area that was sustained also. Any discussion on that?
Is Cobb County present to talk?
Mr. White?
Still on Zoom.
I'm here.
Daniel,
He's muted.
Daniel, you still on?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any comments about complaint number 2, which deals with Ms. Choate?
Virginia Choate or the poll manager?
No, I don't, I think those were ones that we reported. I don't have any additional information on that. We weren't given backup on that one, but I did find where we reported the, that she had come out and found the sign. Are we talking about the ones where the signs were placed in the improper place?
Taking photographs of the, I think the election posters.
The only information I received on this one was on the first issue, and I didn't receive any, no, we didn't receive like the notice on either of these two in terms of the campaign violation ones, but I did have staff pull what they could find, and they found the first issue with the, but I didn't see anything on the issue with Ms. Choate.
I would say Ms. Choate was here at our last meeting, and I'm sure if she realized that this was on, she would be here today. So, I don't have knowledge of that incident that happened, but I would say that if she was aware that she was on the agenda, she would have been here. So I would.
Let me ask, was Ms. Choate sent notice? You do?
But yeah, the address might be, yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
In the report, Ms. Choate reported that she was stopped prior to taking the photograph of the enclosed area. I think she had taken a photograph of some posters on the outside, and then she must have been pointing the camera inside the polling place, is how this reads. And she was stopped prior to taking the photograph of the enclosed area and offered her camera to staff for verification that no photographs were taken.
All right,
So actually,
Member Groves, would you recuse yourself from this case since you know her?
I'll be happy to recuse myself.
The chair will entertain a motion on this.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we dismiss.
We have motion to dismiss.
Like
Is there a
to.
second? We have motion to dismiss. All those in favor of dismissal signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The chairman will exercise his right to vote and vote aye. This case is dismissed. Pardon me?
Yeah.
I voted, yeah, allegation 2. I guess Ms. Choate's dismissed. The next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-176 Cobb County non-citizen voting.
The Secretary of State's Office Election Division conducted an audit of the Georgia voter registration system, cross-referencing notifications received regarding non-United States citizen juror acknowledgements. During said audit, it was identified that the individual contained in this investigation was potentially a non-U.S. citizen, therefore did not meet the qualifications to be registered to vote in Georgia.
This case was continued from the February meeting. Cobb County was, as a respondent, Mr. Fairbanks, the respondent Fairbanks was referred to the AG during the January meeting. Cobb County, who asked for Cobb County to
be had.
right. I don't recall.
The request to add Cobb County was whether they are also doing audits to identify non-citizens. And did Cobb County send precinct cards to this registrant to give the registrant an opportunity to request to be canceled if they were accidentally placed on in the voter rolls?
Mr. White, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, my notes from the last meeting was, I left with the question I had that was unresolved was the voter registration canceled? That was the open question that I left. I went back to look at my notes again before this hearing, and I submitted that letter. And so my assumption at the time was that maybe that voter had, gotten purged with the large voter purge that happened earlier this year, but it's actually better than that. The day that Cobb County found out about the mismatch with the juror database and the other citizenship information or the registration, they canceled it that first day. So the day Cobb County learned about it, October 17, 2024, is when they canceled that registration. And that's the only question I had open. I don't have any notes that they were asked. I mean, this is the audit process about the juror voter question is what caught this. And so we follow the same process as the other counties in terms of when we receive that information from the Secretary of State, we go ahead and cancel the voter
Daniel,
registration.
if you ever find a non-citizen on the voter rolls, do you refer them to the district attorney also?
In this instance, we didn't. I mean, this is one that was the discovery was made by the Secretary of State. And so the contact was made to alert our staff of the status. And so the cancellation was made, but I'm not aware that we had discussions about referring but because the other thing is, I don't think we showed any voter history, at least in the initial search, that there had been any votes cast, at least during the, I think, 12 to 14 year period that I had the record for.
I think felons are if felons that register to vote or vote are instructed in the code to be referred to the district attorney. I just did not know if you had the same policy concerning non-citizen registrants.
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Cobb County has been listed as a respondent in this as of the last meeting. To Chair will entertain a motion on.
I make a motion that we dismiss.
The motion is to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-245 Cobb County photo case.
On December 2nd, 2024, the Georgia Secretary of State Investigation Division received a complaint through email alleging that a Cobb County poll worker took a picture of voter's passport to verify citizenship during the November 2024 election. The complainant expressed concerns regarding identity theft and voter fraud, and the respondent is Lee Langham.
Lee Langham's respondent, Michael Turgeon, is a complainant. Is Mr. Turgeon online?
Yes.
Mr. Turgeon, you wanted to address this board for a very short time, please?
Yes, I would, and I apologize. I don't know why my video is not coming on, but first,
We
let
can
me
see
begin-
you.
Pardon
Can
me?
we? No, I'm sorry.
We hear his voice.
Okay. First, I'd just like to say thank you to the board members for hearing our case. Also, while I cannot be there in person today, I am grateful to be joining you by Zoom. You've already gotten my name, but by way of introduction, it's Michael Turgeon, and my wife is Nubia Turgeon, and we were together, and it's really her case, our case. We have submitted documentation, sworn statement, and supportive documentation to the state investigator, Officer Juan. So he had that. I also shared it with the board, so you have that as a reference. And I'm here today to obviously represent what happened. It was the 2024 presidential election, and a brief summary of what transpired would be my wife and I went to vote early on Thursday afternoon, October 24th. We got there, we went inside. My wife was a relatively new citizen. She went through the process, very excited to get her citizenship, received her, well, immediately went on to register to vote, received her precinct card well in advance, aligned with mine, obviously. So we went together. We walked in the election center, and they identified her as a new citizen and said that they needed to validate her. So I said, I'll meet up with her when I'm done voting, and then we'll go from there. They pulled her aside with a gentleman that was the supervisor of that location. And when I went up to ask what was happening, she had her driver's license and her precinct card. and he asked if we had a passport. And I explained that she has her driver's license and precinct card. A passport isn't necessary. He explained that they prefer that. So he said he went to the headquarters on Roswell Road, Marietta. He's waiting for it to be validated to have a seat. So we sat down for a while, and it was taking some time. It was around the lunch hour. So I said, how long will this take? He didn't know. I said, we'll be back. You guys can validate her. We'll come back and she will vote. We left. We came back the next evening, Friday, about 6 o'clock, walked in, saw a young lady that initially brought my wife in. She was still there. She immediately took us over to the supervisor. I happened to be with my wife. I was glad I went with her the second time. Took us to the supervisor. It was a woman at that point. And she explained that we were in the day before. The woman asked what credentials we brought. We said we have a driver's license, a precinct card, and she said, do you have a passport? And I said, she doesn't need a passport. She said, yeah, but it helps. And if you have it, I'll take it. I said, we have the naturalization certificate and the passport. 4 identification items. She took all of them, had us take a seat, said she'll be right with us. There was a gentleman in front of us. We were sitting there, and I happened to glance around the gentleman and observe this supervisor using her personal cell phone in an election center, taking a picture of my wife's passport. Needless to say, that really was concerning to me and my wife. I got up and approached her. She immediately apologized and explained how she should have asked us first. And I explained to her that she shouldn't be doing it and should not have to ask us. And what did she do? She had texted my wife's passport information on her personal phone to her supervisor at the Marietta headquarters on Roswell Road. And I was furious. And she apologized. I said, you need to delete that right now. We don't even transmit our personal information that way at all. And here's someone in an election center taking my wife's passport picture and transmitting it. We left. I called some people. I followed up with her, had the woman supervisor email me that she had deleted the photo. I have emails from both of these women supervisors that they actually did it and deleted these emails. I don't know what's going on, but everybody was very interested in passport pictures, as opposed to just verifying that my wife was valid with a license and a precinct card. So we were concerned at many, many levels: identity theft, the dark web, transmitting personal information, taking someone's personal information without their permission, and everything that transpired. We followed this case, submitted the complaint, all the documentation. It's been raised repeatedly. I've got an email trail for over a year, and we're here today. And I again appreciate you hearing this case, and you should have all that documentation. I have to say, I have been listening all day as best I could through the YouTube streaming, and it is amazing what you are, dealing with, and what I appreciate your service. So with that, I'll leave it to you for any questions you may have, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Mr. White, do you have a response to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I submitted a letter on behalf of Cobb County last week. It's in there.
Yes. We
It
received
raises multiple issues here. And this case was originally scheduled or on the docket to be dismissed several months ago and was pulled. And at the time it was pulled, Dr. Johnson noticed and made the comment that I'm not sure that this is an election law issue. And she's correct. This is not an election law issue. This is not the process that Cobb uses. It's not the process that Cobb instructs its poll workers to use now. And Mr. Langgrove was corrected and correctly apologized when it happened. But it's not, there's no SEB rule on this. There's no state law on this. There's no, and even if there was a state law about this, it would be in a different part of the code that's not under the SEB's jurisdiction. So, you know, that's the number one issue, is that this is not an issue that the SEB has jurisdiction over. And then secondly, you know, I appreciate Mr. Turgeon's concern for his wife, but this is his wife's. He doesn't have standing. He's not her lawyer. He's not the voter whose rights have been allegedly violated, or whose privacy rights have been violated. So there's two beginning jurisdictional issues here to start with. But all that to say, Cobb County agrees, like, that's not the process we use. It's not the process that should have been used. I have at least 4 or 5 emails in my possession from prior directors, current director, alerting Mr. Turgeon and letting him know that the photo was deleted. It was not shared. It's not the process we used. And Mr. Turgeon just keeps, I'm not sure what he wants to see here, other than maybe to get his sort of day in court, so to speak, which is fine. But there's no violation that can be enforced against Cobb. It's not the process that Cobb uses. There was no sharing done by the poll worker, by the poll manager. And the photo was deleted. It wasn't shared. It's not on the dark web. And I mean, I don't know. And this has been told to him multiple times. And so I don't know how we sort of prove a negative here, other than just keep being consistent and saying, this is what we did. We don't do that anymore. That she should have. And this is a process that Cobb, when someone comes in and they're pending citizenship verification, we instruct our poll workers, like, here's the things you should ask them for. And you should say, look, you can go into the office yourself and provide these things and verify your citizenship, or we can take this picture and send it in for you while you wait. And that was the step that was missed. But there's not a specific SEB rule about that. There's not a specific statute about that. And so, to the extent this board's jurisdiction is to enforce election rules and election laws, there's nothing here for you to enforce. And so, if we need to repeat it on the record again and apologize again and say that this shouldn't have been done, we're saying it again. That's not how we handle it. It's not how it's going to be handled going forward. But there's really nothing that this board can do, and so we would request a dismissal.
Any questions from the board?
Mr.
if I
White,
may.
I read your letter, and I'd like to I noticed what you said about making a rule, and I appreciate you saying that. Is that something that you would be willing to work with me on?
I'm representing the Cobb County Board of Elections. So to the extent, our board, I advise them, like, if they want me to work on something, I'll work for them, and they can ask me to do that. But I mean, if there's a rule that's being proposed and it has an effect on Cobb County, I'm sure they'll ask me to look at it.
Well, I just say that because you recommended that there be a rule, and we can do rules, and so I would love your input if you had any kind of input on that. I mean, as you can see from here today, we're a little bit attorney shy in the room.
I understand.
Any further comments?
Excuse me.
Hello, may I?
Isn't it against the rules to take a picture in a polling place?
Actually, it's against the rules to take a picture inside the
So
enclosed voting
does it
area.
say it has to be like of a ballot, or does it just say taking pictures in the polling place?
No, it says it's within the enclosed polling area, not the check-in registration area.
The
It's
poll
within
managers can take pictures in the polling place.
Mhm.
Was this a poll manager? I didn't
Or
know.
No.
poll official, an election official.
Was this an election official that took the picture of the passport?
Daniel,
believe
I think
it's like
I think you hit the nail on the head, that the important step was missed, that you could have instructed Ms. Turgeon to go to the election office and provide her documentation of citizenship in person. However, she copied it for herself rather than putting it on some unknown person's cell phone. And for the poll clerk to take a photograph on her personal cell phone without permission. If she had simply given permission, I don't think we'd be here today talking about this. And I'm sure the clerk, the election clerk, thought she was accommodating this new voter, but she did not ask permission to take the photo. And Ms. Turgeon, and I'm sure nobody knew they would be so alarmed as to taking a photo on a personal cell phone also. Because we all want to protect our own personal identifying information, of course.
Thank you. May I address something that was stated?
Yes,
And
Mr. Turgeon.
hopefully, I think my video came up, so hopefully you can see me now.
We see you.
Okay. I just wanted to, for the record, to set the record straight. I appreciate Mr. White being here and taking time away from his family on vacation. But my wife and I both signed notarized affidavits to what transpired. We were together through the whole process, and I am a witness, and I'm a participant, and she couldn't be here today. That's the first thing. The second thing is I have never, or my wife for that matter, we have never received an apology till today. And we have never received any email or anything in writing telling us that this was not the process. So I want that on the record. We have received nothing. And yes, it's very concerning. Think of how many new citizens are happy to be voting and going through the process, and this is happening to them beyond us, right? It's just not right. And to be so dismissive of me being here and my wife and I staying on top of this, isn't that similar to what's going on in Fulton County that a board member just raised? That it keeps coming up and it's dismissed and there's no accountability. I have never received an apology from my wife or myself, and we've never received any correspondence in writing as to the protocol. Thank you.
Mr. White, do you have anything further to say?
Actually, I have an email from Mr. Dietrich where our current director, where he did apologize, and Mr. Turgeon actually testified earlier that the poll worker apologized after it happened. So that's 2 apologies that I'm counting that are actually in the record. I've now made 3 or 4, and so if I need to make a 5th one, I can say I'm sorry, but I'm not being dismissive. My job is to represent the Board of Elections, and this board hears election law complaints, and this is not an election law matter. It's not, again, it's not the process we need to follow. But what I think my client is frustrated about is that at least 3 or 4 times it's been communicated to Mr. Turgeon and not to his wife, who's never contacted us and who is not here today, and who, if this were a court of law, would not be, you can't represent can't have your spouse represent you in court, or I guess you can at SEB, but I don't mean to be dismissive. I just mean from a legal sense, Cobb County has done everything they can do to correct this, and or at least procedural sense that Cobb County has done everything they can, but there's no law at issue here that Cobb violated. And so the process has been updated. We would welcome further guidance from the SEB in the form of a rule, but this is the investigative hat that you're wearing today and not the rulemaking hat. So we would request that you dismiss this case because we don't think that this board has jurisdiction to hear it.
Any further questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we dismiss this case, and I very much appreciate Cobb County being present to speak and Mr. Turgeon being present to speak. And perhaps a lesson will be learned in the future about voter sensitivities, especially new voters, people who are new to the world of elections in the United States, our new citizens. We should celebrate them and their new citizenship, and but also be sensitive to everybody's personal identifying information. Thank you so much. So my motion is to dismiss.
We have motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Mr. Chairman, I recuse myself from this vote because I was involved in it.
The chair will exercise his right to vote and vote aye. Motion carries 3-0. Thank you. Thank you both for attending. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Get you up here. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-251 Cobb County double voter in 2024.
On date of December 17th, 2024, the Georgia Secretary of State Investigation Division received a complaint from Tate Fall, Director of Cobb County Elections Office, alleging two Cobb County electors had double voted during the November 5th, 2024 general election by completing a provisional ballot and voting on election day.
Bless you.
Thank you.
I have a note here, a possible dismissal. He was not credited with his provisional ballot because during processing, the system would not accept it. The Cobb County Elections Office determined that election day credit for voting had been processed. The respondent is Ishmael Carranza and Job Hill. And who might you be, Matt?
Hello, I'm Christine McKennell. I'm the poll manager at this location.
Okay, what do you have to,
Well, when you get an email from a criminal investigator, you take that pretty seriously. So I saw this on the agenda in my email. And I did fill out a statement form that was notarized, and I wanted to be here to answer any questions since I was the poll manager at that location.
So the findings were that the investigation did not substantiate the allegation that the respondents had double voted. Cobb County Elections Office did not count provisional ballots that were completed by the respondents because the respondents' election day voting was processed and counted. Both respondents were confused about the process and were not given direct information about the provisional ballot voting system. Do you have any comments about that?
I do distinctly remember two younger gentlemen coming into the polling location that evening, and they did state that they had voted provisionally at advanced in-person voting. And we explained to them at the location that, you know, we saw what we saw in the system. It doesn't show that in the system. And I'm not clear how provisional advanced in-person voting is tabulated at the main office. So I don't have that knowledge at the poll level. So we never turn a voter away, and we referred them that they're more than welcome to vote provisionally here if they wanted to. Per our training, that's not our decision to make at the poll location. That is up for the main office to make when all those provisional ballots are collected. And we did explain to them that they would have until 5 p.m. that Friday if they wanted to go to the main office. We provided their address and information of the main office and let them know that they could go there. We also called the main office, followed the protocol that we have at the poll pad location, and we did not have any provisional ballots cast that day. They decided they did not want to do that. That was their choice. And again, we encouraged them. It was myself and there was two assistant poll managers on staff as well. But we did encourage them to go to the main office. Since it was an advanced in-person provisional ballot is what they said, that's what they told us.
You didn't find any evidence that they were trying to vote twice. They were just confused.
No, we just, it looked just that they were confused on the process. And then again, I'm not clear at the poll level when those ballots are open. We just directed them. They have until Friday at 5 p.m. of that week to go to the main office if they had other information to provide. Because again, if you vote provisionally, we know you have to provide further information by that deadline. And that's what we instructed them to do.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, I have questions. These two voters came into your polling place
Yes, ma'am.
in early voting,
No, this was day of voting.
day of voting,
Yes, I'm only a poll manager day of.
election day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they told you they had voted provisionally already?
Correct.
So why did you let them vote again?
They didn't vote again. They didn't. We told them, we didn't have a record. We don't have a record of provisional ballots. It didn't come up in the poll pad. So the only choice, we called the main office. Their options were to vote provisionally at our location because they were in the right poll, which we gave them that option. And then we further advised them, if they did vote provisionally, then they would have, we showed them the piece of paper that you get at the provisional table that says, you know, whatever that paper says for however the ballot was. They didn't know the type of provisional ballot they even voted. They just knew it was provisional. So we told them they would have received a piece of paper that told them the documentation or information that the Board of Elections needed, and that they had until 5 p.m. on Friday to provide that at the main office. We gave them an option because, again, sometimes voters use different terminology than we use at the polling location. So we weren't sure if they meant provisional or it didn't show advanced in person, you know, advanced voting on the poll pad. So we did just advise them. Again, we're always told never to turn a voter away, to advise provisional and then let the main office handle that. So that's what we did. They chose not to vote provisionally. My paperwork that night showed 0 provisional ballots. And again, we encouraged them to go to the main office by 5 p.m. on Friday.
Are you sure you're talking about the same people? Because the report here says that the Cobb County Elections Office did not count the provisional ballots that were completed by the respondents because the respondents' election day voting was processed and counted.
I don't know. I'll actually tell you when I got this information about the investigation, I had no idea what it was about.
So you don't know whether you're talking about these two individuals or not.
Well, the investigator had mentioned to me on a phone call that it may be a provisional ballot issue. And I remember 2 younger men coming in and questioning about that. I assumed that's what it was. I didn't know it was a double vote until I actually got the agenda for this meeting. So when the investigation happens, I didn't get any information about what it was about, actually.
Mr. Chairman.
And nobody at the main office shared that information with me either.
Mr. White might have some comments. Mr. White, do you have comments on this?
Yes, and I appreciate Ms. McKinnell's initiative in showing up. I did not know. I would have preferred that the investigator let us know that they were contacting our poll workers so that we could have had somebody, speak with her. But I think she's going off the information she has, but the statements that we provided, there's 2 different things. I think there were some answers to some questions and then a statement that were provided that they had voted provisionally. And then they were not able to process because of the timing of their registration. It had been delayed. And so they were when they came in for advanced voting, they were told they could vote provisionally for advanced voting. And then they came in and they ended up voting on election day and received credit for that. So we did not, when we went back to reconcile it during, after election day, during the certification and the canvassing process, they realized, well, they got credit for their election day voting. And so perhaps if I had met with Ms. McKinnell or anybody else, ahead of time, we could have, gotten on the same page. So I do appreciate her showing the initiative to go down there and do that. And I would recommend all our poll workers reach out to your council if you get notice from the state election board, because that's what we're here for. But yes, the information that's in the packet is correct. And I think Ms. McKinnell was just working off the information that she had maybe through the investigator, maybe initially. And then as we provided further documentation moving forward, that's what we discovered when we went through our records.
Thank you.
On the machine.
They voted on election day. It counted. The provisional ballots were not counted.
So they voted on the machine, Daniel, on election day?
That's
On
my
the
understanding. They received credit for election day voting.
Election day voting, not election day provisional ballot.
My understanding is that they voted on election day. I'm sure that what I say, I'm sure. My understanding is that when they came in for advanced voting, that they were told, like, we don't have your registration, it's not in, and that's, you can see in the timing, their registration had been done early in the summer, but for some reason it did not show up in Cobb's system through the Secretary of State system until like October 29th, both of these individuals. And so as soon as we processed that, then we could have during the canvassing period could have processed them that way, but they had come back in on election day, and by then their registration was good with the effective date that they had done back in like June or July. So they were permitted to actually vote that day. And they may have brought that up with Ms. McKinnell. That may be what she's recalling is, I don't know, that they were saying, hey, we tried to vote provisionally and can we still vote? But that's what our documentation shows, is that it was the.
Well, I have two concerns about this. One is the report says that they were contacted by, the voter called the Democrat Party of Georgia to determine if he had voted. And he claims that whoever he talked to on the phone told him to go back and vote on election day. Now, he had already voted by provisional ballot. So are voters being told to just go back and keep voting and maybe some of them will take?
I think if that was the Democratic Party of Georgia, they might have to answer that. But my guess is that's when we're having a lot of mail delays. And so people that were worried about their absentee ballots not counting, which they may have been, I don't know what.
Well, that's my one concern is the phone call to this 88888 number.
The blue business card.
And the other concern is, why would a Cobb County election worker tell a person to go ahead and vote when they were told that they had already voted provisionally, which should be counted, as they're cured?
Well, at
Cobb
the time, if
County
you
would
read
have
the,
seen, Cobb County did see that provisional ballot to reject it. So they should have seen that provisional ballot to accept it if it was the only vote. So inadvertently, Cobb County was allowing these people to double vote. Now, they weren't both counted, but they did double vote.
Dr. Johnson, if you see in the statement there, it talks about how the system, there wasn't a way, because of the registration not being in there wasn't a way to enter into the module, the provisional vote. So that's why they didn't have the information at the polling location, because that's what they do. They made the change into that system based on our report to say, hey, we need to be able to enter into the provisional module when this comes up. And so it was our explaining to them, hey, it's not letting us enter these in to the module as a provisional. And so that's why these folks came back in. They weren't in there because it was that their registration hadn't been received. So there wasn't a way to do it in the system at the time that at the time it was noted. Now, I don't know. I guess maybe there should have been a process at that time to send it out to all the polling locations to know if these folks come in this circumstance. But regardless, there was not double voting because they weren't given credit for it. So that's what the reconciliation process is when we go in and verify, okay, we've got this information. It showed that they'd already voted, so they weren't.
You didn't count them twice, but they did double vote. Those voters double voted, and they were allowed to vote a second time by a Cobb County poll clerk.
Well, I believe they were allowed to fill out a ballot, but their ballot's not cast, and at least a provisional ballot's not cast until it's scanned, and it wasn't.
Right.
So that was not a double vote.
They weren't on the voter rolls when they went the first time during early voting, so they were given the provisional ballot. So between the provisional early in-person ballot to election day, somehow or other then they got uploaded into the system so they could go into a polling place and vote on a Dominion BMD.
Yes.
Correct. And so then somebody has to rely on the astuteness of the provisional clerks at the main office to actually check the system and see if perhaps that person voted in person a second time to reject the provisional ballot that they've already filled out.
Well, yes, I do. Cobb has very astute provisional clerks, and it would not, the whole issue came up, for, or at least it wouldn't let them enter into the system. So if we're going to talk about the system wouldn't let them enter the provisional because it was showing
wouldn't
that
let them enter in. I don't know what it is.
This system, Jarvis, or whatever the whenever you go in to say, to load their information, to load their provisional ballot, it would not allow the system, whatever the, I don't know the technical terms, but when they went to go upload their provisional ballots, it would not allow it because they had already received credit for voting on election day. So actually both the clerk and the system caught it, I guess, if you want. The system caught it first and then the clerk caught it.
But the provisional clerk would, they had that information by election day or within 3 days of election day, right? Because they picked it up and rejected it. They checked the system.
Yes.
Right.
The system worked.
Any further questions?
May I make one quick comment about this? I've been a poll worker for 6 years now, and I've never been investigated before. So I would have.
We're not investigating you.
No, I understand that. I understand that now. I would have appreciated a little clearer communication to, I had no idea what it was about. It was 2 years ago now, but a year and a half ago, because I was contacted in October. And I just was supposed to come up out of my brain something that happened that didn't seem right to me a year and a half ago. And I had no idea what it was about. I had no inkling it was a double voter. I didn't know. I did remember in my head, because we do get a lot of college students that register on campus, and their registration isn't turned in on time. That's very frequent that happens. So those two gentlemen stuck out in my head as that was possibly what it was. I also was told I would be notified when this was on the agenda. I was not notified, so I would have appreciated a slight bit more of communication on the investigation, because I do appreciate everything Cobb County does to train us. I appreciate the poll workers that were at my poll. Everybody does work very hard for a very long day, and we do take this seriously, and we all work as a great team and value each voter that comes in and their vote regardless of party. And I just want to make that clear. That's how my poll functioned. And so when I got this, it was just very alarming, and I am friendly with the other poll workers. Of course, I emailed them. Did anything stick out to you? And nobody knew anything.
Well, in the
So-
future, if you are lucky enough to get a letter and you have questions about it, then send an email to us and ask us, and we'll help you out to understand a little bit better about what it is.
I appreciate
A lot of those are form letters that go out and not individualized necessarily. So if you would just send an email to one of us on the board, then we could look it up and say, okay, this is about such and such
the
case.
letter, I just got a phone call, and then I got an email from the investigator. So
Did they tell you you had to be here?
I was told, I did follow up after I sent in my form and said, how will I be kept up to date on this process? And the email I received back in November said, when it's on the agenda, I'll be notified. And I didn't get a notification, but I do generally get
Okay.
these emails. So thank you very much.
If you have questions, seriously, send us an email.
It's Christine McKinnell.
I don't see your name in the report.
She was just, the investigator notified her about the case.
So that's part of the
SOS.
So she's one of my people from Cobb. And so the issue that you're talking about, you're exactly right. The communication is not great. There are great investigators at the Secretary of State's office, but there's a broken process between the Secretary of State's investigative process and us when we get notifications and things like that. So we would have not known anything about you being involved. That was all handled by the Secretary of State.
Okay, I appreciate.
Thank
your
you very
help.
much for spending your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Is there a motion on this case? The chair to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to refer this. I think there's sufficient evidence for double voting. Refer this to the Attorney General.
We have a motion to refer to the AG. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition. So moved. SCB 2025-047 Cherokee County has been continued. The next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-082 Gordon County, illegal campaigning.
The Secretary of State's office opened this investigation following a complaint from a concerned citizen to the Gordon County Elections Office stating that Rodney Curtis, sheriff candidate for Gordon County, had posted a giveaway on Facebook for a chance to win Atlanta Braves tickets by posting a voter sticker, tagging friends, and sharing the post. A potential violation of OCG A 21-2570.
The respondent is Rodney Curtis. Mr. Curtis here? Rodney Curtis? No. There is a statement from Anthony White, which I have no idea what this has anything to do with. There's a statement from Anthony White. I think this might be a different case. So apparently this gentleman did post this on his Facebook page, giving away, it's kind of a raffle, 2 Braves tickets if you just post your I voted sticker on there. In the comments. Any questions from the board? Potential violation 21-2570. Any comments from the board?
Is anyone here to respond in or?
No.
Okay. Yeah, are we ready to make a motion?
Yes, please.
I
Please.
make a motion, we send this to the Attorney General's office.
Second.
Motion sent to the AG.
Second.
We have a second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, sending it to the AG signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-172, Pickens County improper campaigning clothing within polling precinct.
The Georgia Secretary of State's office opened an investigation after receiving a complaint of a Georgia elector wearing a hat displaying a campaign slogan in the polling place during voting, a violation of the code.
Respondents, Mr. Cordero, Mr. Cordero?
I'm Joel Cordero.
And Mr. Cordero, I'm gonna tell you, I'm from LJ and Pickens County is our rivals, so I will not hold that against you that you are
I know, sir.
from Pickens, so.
Yeah.
Do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Say it again, sir.
Do you have any comments you'd like to make for the board?
Yes, sir. 2020, I was wearing the same hat when I voted and nobody complained about it. So, 2024, honestly, I didn't know that regulation, I guess, changed. And, when she told me to take off my hat, I told her, I said, what is the regulations? And, she didn't give me any regulations, so I didn't, I apologize that I didn't know that the regulation changed, and I apologize for my conduct that day. That afternoon, I went to her office trying to apologize, but
Did
she
you,
gave me the attitude.
did you yell, argue and cuss
No,
at them?
no, sir.
So Supervisor Godfrey would be incorrect when she says that you,
Yes, I don't do that, sir. I don't yell and cuss to anybody, sir.
there was video, did,
Maybe, go ahead.
okay.
What did you apologize for?
That, my attitude, I guess, conduct that morning, and she asked me to take it off, but
Okay.
I don't know the regulations.
Okay.
So if I would have known, I would have tossed it to my car. Not like that.
Were you argumentative with the investigator when they called?
Yeah, they called me about, I would say, 2 weeks after that. And then I told her, I said, yes, I was wearing a hat.
You understand that the people that are working in those polling locations work very hard and very long hours. And so, regulations, the state regulations, they just have to follow, and, arguing with them really is not a good thing to do.
I apologize, sir.
Yeah.
I'm a retired military, so
Where did you
always-
serve?
I s-
You served in the military?
yes, sir. I did 22 years, 9 months. Exactly.
How long?
22 years and 9 months.
What branch?
Army.
Army? I was Army also. What did you do in the Army? Fort Benning, infantryman? Good for you. Congratulations. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion.
Do we have motion? Yes.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction so that he has the code and he'll know next time.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction. Or a second?
Second.
We have motion and second to issue a letter of instruction. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction will be sent to you, and it's simply a letter explaining what the law is so that you know not to do that again. Okay? Thank you for having the patience of sitting here all day. We appreciate you showing up. Showing up does make a difference in hearing your side of the story, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Please,
ma'am.
please don't wear campaign slogans inside the polling place. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is SCB 2022-095 Jones County.
Thank you.
There's, there are two separate allegations, complaints listed for Jones County voting precincts, and the complaints are as follows. Complaint number one, investigator K. Monroe conducted an election day inspection of the City of Gray polling precinct at Fire Station number 6, and several discrepancies were noted, and they're listed there. And then complaint number two, investigator J. Touchton conducted an election day inspection of the City of Gray polling precinct located at Rock Creek Fire Department, and several discrepancies were noted, and they're listed also on your side.
The respondents are Jones County Board of Elections and Marion Hatton, Jones County Election Supervisor.
Yes, sir. I'm just here to answer any questions that y'all may have for
And who are you?
Marion Hatton.
You're Marion. Tell me about Jones County. How big is Jones County?
We have 24,000 registered voters,
24,000 registered?
24,343. Sorry, my mind went blank for a minute.
Are you sure about that precise number?
Are you sure? Population 28,300.
Population, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I looked it up.
Oh, okay.
So there are several different, two different complaints here. Only 2 poll workers at one location because one called in sick. Is that true?
That is
Only 1 voter access card at the location till 7/17. Is that true?
correct.
Only 2 of 4 BMDs were operational.
That sounds right. I'm not sure which location you're talking about at this
Okay.
point.
The sign's not posted inside the poll location. This is for the fire station number 6.
Okay.
Sign's
Now
not posted inside the poll location.
That I was not aware of. I was aware of the campaigning sign being too close to the precinct.
That was campaign signs with a 150-foot limit.
Yes, sir.
Any reason? I mean, you've admitted to all this. Has all this been corrected?
Yes,
Has training taken place?
absolutely. The couple I have up there now, are a couple of my finest poll managers. Their husband and wife team. They own
Do
a
they get
very
along?
popular business. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Even after 16-hour day.
I don't. Okay. Allegation 2 was, at the Rock Creek Fire Department, electors were not allowed to vote until 7:19 a.m. because BMDs were not operational.
Yes, sir.
ATI device was not attached to at least 1 BMD unit. Voting posters were not posted. Some of them were not posted.
Yes,
And the poll worker oaths were not completed when investigator arrived.
you're correct.
What happened with that, all of that?
The poll manager there was not what I thought she was. I instruct my poll managers to go to the precinct the night before, post all signs, put up whatever you can without breaking any seals, without opening any equipment. She said, don't worry about it. I got this. I got it.
You're still employed?
No, that was
Okay.
her last election. Vicky here has taken over. She was there that day. at probably 7:02 when she was talking with investigator Touchton. We were on the phone together. She was crying at her end. I was crying at my end. I had actually went back to my office that morning, picked up my pocketbook, threw my hands up and said, you know what? I can't do this anymore. And I quit my job that morning.
Yeah, I almost did that an hour ago.
Had it not been for our security officer who pulled me aside and prayed over me, I would have walked out.
It was a bad day. We call it our PTSD day. And I was simply a poll worker that day. I'm the manager now at that one, but I had worked with that new equipment. And when I walked in, the should-be manager was typing very slowly some signs. Her little boy who is autistic was running back and forth with a scooter. And then Mr. Touchton walked in at 7:20 and he knows me from church. So he came to me as manager. I couldn't even get anything plugged in. I had never done those BMDs. I didn't work prior to that with my husband's help, but I've been with it almost 20 years in different facets. So it was an absolute nightmare day. That's all I can tell you. It was absolutely horrific. And our other poll worker she's my neighbor, and that was her first day of working. And
I'm surprised it wasn't her last.
The manager did not do her job at all that day. It was absolutely horrific.
Well, I thank you for stepping up for very little money and very little appreciation sometimes. I appreciate you.
I have a great boss.
May
And-
I ask a question? This is not pertaining to this. Would your day go better if you had hand-marked paper ballots and just ballot scanners and no
No.
ballot marking devices?
No, ma'am.
No.
No.
I love what we do. I
You
love
love
how
what
we
you
do.
do.
I really do. And we have a great trainer. We train our poll workers and I vet poll workers when they come in for their application. And the first thing I do is look at Facebook and they get a black stripe real quick. So we really care about the integrity of the vote in Jones County. And we work hard. And I want to tell all of you, thank you, because sitting here all day today, I recognize that you appreciate us and that you understand it is a very hard and long day. And everybody's scared to death before 7:00.
Yep.
For that very reason. So,
Yes.
Thank you.
You work long days. Thank you for all the work that you do.
I want to thank Ms. King for recommending No Time to Fail.
Amen.
I've probably watched it 6 times.
I know,
I asked
I
all
think
my
we watched it with, right?
managers to watch it.
Yeah.
I said, that lady is me.
Yeah.
I know she cusses a lot. Which some mornings I'm guilty of, but not in front of other people.
But you understood. Yeah. Yeah. No, it gave me a insight too.
Yeah.
Into what it's like.
And why they
is
started at
different.
5:30 in the morning to dispatch, I have no idea.
We don't. We start the night before.
Any further questions, comments from the board? Chair will entertain a motion on this.
I recommend that we issue a letter of reprimand for each of these violations, because it did happen.
Understood.
And then going forward, we look forward to you having better elections.
We do. He won't come back. I beg he can come back. And he said, "Mark, I'm back." I know you gotta go.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved.
Thank you. all.
ladies.
Thank you.
Have a safe
Thank you
drive
for
back.
not
Thank you for
quitting.
being here.
Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-144 Wilkinson County Conduct of a Candidate, the Elections Office.
The Office of the Secretary of State received the following complaint on September 5th, 2024. Is this continued?
So we continued?
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's.
I didn't see it continued. You have any?
Is it continued?
It is.
It's being,
It's on my agenda too.
Oh, it is.
okay, all right.
All right. Kelly Chapman, the Wilkinson County Election Supervisor, reported that on 9/5/2024, David Harderitus A candidate for the Wilkins County Board of Education Chairman came into the Wilkinson County Elections Office to review the ballot for November 5th general election. While in the office, after being told he could not photograph the ballot, he did verbally assault her and intimidate her to the point that she felt he was going to physically attack her.
Respondent is David Hadaris. Is Mr. Hadaris here? Okay, I find this one very disturbing, his
Yeah,
conduct,
same.
and police confirmed that it occurred. Police had to have him removed. He did verbally assault this person and threaten her with physical harm, and I think that this board should take some strong action against this individual. Any questions on this? The chair would entertain a motion to send this to the DA.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, I make a motion that we send this to the Attorney General's office and the local DA.
We have a motion to send this to the Attorney General and the DA. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2023-063 Stevens County Legal Campaigning in the City of Toccoa.
Secretary of State opened an investigation after it was reported by the Stevens County Elections Office that they were made aware of a video posted on social media which showed a Toccoa municipal candidate standing within 150 feet of the polling site near a "Vote Here Today" sign, encouraging voters to vote for them during the election in which they were a candidate.
The respondent is Linwood Cannon. Is Mr. Cannon here? So my understanding from this is that Mr. Cannon was a candidate, and he, after voting, he left, and before he exited the 150-foot prohibition of campaigning, he stopped and his wife took a video of him in front of the sign encouraging people to vote. And he claims that he wasn't encouraging any individuals, but simply making a campaign video that he then, so any questions on this? He did provide a statement, which is Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction.
We have motion to issue a letter of instructions or a second.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is SCB 2024-127 Morgan County petition verification issue. One, 2, 7. It's number 73. Oh.
The Georgia Secretary of State's office opened an investigation after it received a report from Morgan County Elections Office regarding several questionable entries on an independent presidential candidate nomination petition. It was reported that several signers on the petition had identical incorrect dates of birth / or contained the address of a post office located in the city of Madison. Fraudulent information is a potential violation.
The respondent is Lee Crenshaw. Is Mr. Crenshaw here? No, Mr. Crenshaw. Any questions from the board on this one? Chair will entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we send this to the AG's office.
We have motion sent to AG. Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next on the agenda is SCB 2024-146 Morgan County third party VR and ABM application issues.
The Georgia Secretary of State opened an investigation after it was reported that two individuals submitted to the Morgan County Elections Office several unsealed voter registration applications, which they delivered on behalf of several residents. of the Madison Health and Rehab Center. These applications were not properly sealed by the applicant prior to being collected and delivered to the elections office.
Wow. The respondents are Marie Carrera,
I'm Marie
Marie
Carrera.
Carrera, Mary McGill, and you must be Bonnie Patsy Harris.
Yes, yes, I am. Yes.
Outstanding.
We're
Welcome.
here. First of all, thanks a lot for extending your day today so that we could come in tonight, being on the tail end here. In 2024, we were asked by the administration of a nursing home in Madison to help some residents with some absentee ballot applications and voter registration. We went with the purest intentions. I speak for the three of us in saying that we were absolutely mortified at and are sorry for the mistakes we made while registering voters and working with their absentee ballot applications. As soon as we heard about our mistakes that afternoon, we immediately stopped registering. The rest of that day and during the next, we worked closely with our county election supervisor, Jennifer Duran, to correct our mistakes and to learn the proper procedures. I was the one who had the most experience in the process, having registered many voters years before, but I had no idea that the law had changed on some of the procedures. And I take full responsibility for our mistakes. Any questions?
Anybody else want to talk? Y'all drove all this way. You may say something.
I just second what Patsy said. Our mistakes were unintentional, stemming from inadequate knowledge, and we were horrified and embarrassed and humiliated by our mistakes. So we're truly sorry for our involuntary errors.
We're very sorry that this happened and that we did not find out exactly how. And I can tell you, I'm never doing it.
You're never going to help anybody again, or?
No, I'll go find another way to help my community.
Hey, y'all have all been retrained and re-educated on how
Yes.
to do this properly?
She has pointed us, Jennifer has pointed us in the right direction.
No, I'm the one that filed the complaint, but I also want to speak on their behalf.
Introduce yourself, please, for the
I'm
court.
sorry, I'm Jennifer Dorn. I'm the elections director for Morgan County. Ms. Harris has been local helping people for many, many years. And the law has changed from the last time she did it. COVID hit, everybody sort of went in their own direction. And so when she came back to help voters, the law had changed about the absentee applications, and she was unaware. So like there was no malintent. They're out there getting all the voters. We have a high vote rate in Morgan County, and it's because all the people who encourage the other voters to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for these ladies?
I don't have any questions, but I would just like to say thank you for helping our vulnerable voters. That's one of the things that's very close to my heart. Because you see people in these retirement facilities or in nursing homes, and they still have their mind, they want to vote, they don't have families to help them. And that topic has come up a lot on this board previously before I was on the board. And so I just want to say thank you. Don't get discouraged. Just learn to do better. And you can't help it when the law changes. And then, I'm not going to say it's the best process in the world, because I don't think it is. But don't lose heart. And thank you for being there for our elderly. It's very, very important.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion.
I have a very special place in my heart for the vulnerable voters. And so those that are in assisted living homes or long-term care facilities need to be cared for and protected. Their vote and their ballot needs to be protected.
And you're right, their mind is still there. They talked to us, they were all in wheelchairs.
Right.
and wanted to do this so badly and would do anything to help us to get it right.
Right. And they've given up their cars. They can't, they don't drive anymore. And so I'm sure they loved seeing all of you. They love having visitors.
Doing it, we just wish we'd done it better.
Right. Well, there is a process. And it needs to be done correctly.
Chair, to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction that clearly outlines the new process that you'll have in writing. And I love Madison, by the way, so I was happy to see that.
We have a motion to issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
In a second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Thank you, ladies. Safe travel back.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is SEB 2024-203 Morgan County false registration by voter in 2024.
Georgia's Secretary of State's office opened an investigation after receiving a complaint concerning two voters who were reportedly ineligible to vote in Morgan County, Georgia. The two individuals voted in Morgan County, Georgia on November the 5th, 2024 federal general election, violating the official code of Georgia.
The respondents are Carol Ann Kaufman and William Kaufman. Are either one of those individuals here? Carol Ann or William? This complaint appears to be for individuals that travel a lot and continually move and are on the go. Any questions from the board on this? The complaint was substantiated since they used a home address where they no longer live or own since 2021. It says the registration director advised the Kaufmans to use a courthouse address since they don't have a permanent residence. However, the date of the report, the voter registration system continues to reflect their former address. They haven't been able to make contact with the Kaufmans.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion that we issue a letter of reprimand.
I'm not quite sure where to get sent to because nobody can seem to find them.
That's right.
Maybe when they come in to vote.
Right.
I mean, I really don't know where you send it to. They seem, yes, please.
I know.
Jennifer Doran again. They actually have re-registered now and they are in another county in Georgia, not in Morgan County. So there is a valid address on file in Jarvis now. I don't remember the county, but I just saw them on our moved out of county list a month or two ago.
Okay.
So they just found a house and
Can you provide that address to us?
I'll
The
look it
executive
up.
director.
I will
The
email
investigate-
it to you tomorrow.
Just,
or tonight.
yeah, just give it, our two investigators there at the table, right
Yeah.
behind you. You just
Okay.
give it to them.
I
Thank
sure
you
will.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand. Is there a second?
Second.
I thought you made the motion.
No, I
I
thought.
made
Oh, you made the
the
motion. All right. Second, we have motion and second. All those in favor of issuing letter of reprimand signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item is SEB 2024-233 Morgan County campaign attire at polling location. Two, three, three.
On November 18th, 2024, the Secretary of State Investigation Division received a complaint alleging that a voter arrived at the polling location in Morgan County wearing a shirt with campaign slogans promoting Trump and Vance. The shirt read, "I'm voting for the outlaw and the hillbilly." A picture of Trump and Vance was pictured on the front of the T-shirt, a potential violation of the code.
Tara Stevens is the respondent in this case. Is Tara Stevens here?
There's a letter in the file. She is unable to be here.
There's a rather lengthy file,
Mm-hmm.
letter in the file from Ms. Stevens. Any questions from the board on this?
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend a letter of reprimand.
We have a motion to issue a letter of reprimand to respond on this. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of issuing a letter of reprimand, signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Next item is SCB 2025-016 Morgan County Municipal Candidate Assisting Voter.
On April 1, 2025, the Secretary of State Investigation Division received a complaint alleging that a Morgan County City Council candidate assisted a voter during the March 18, 2025 city election in Madison, Georgia, a potential violation.
Respondents Timothy Robinson. Is Mr. Robinson here? Mr. Robinson, please come up.
You've
We
hung in
didn't make
there.
you come back a second day.
Please don't. I got patience like Job, but I don't wait it now. Good afternoon. I'm
Did-
Timothy
who-
Robinson. Let me jet lag a little bit. On March the 18th, that was election day for a special election in the city. I was one of the candidates. And on that particular day, I was coming from another direction. I think me and some Habitat, we was at Habitat meeting. We were looking at a piece of property. So I come back down a side street through a residential neighborhood, and the individual that Ms. Dern, I'm allegedly guilty of assisting, he asked for a ride to the polls. And I did that. I didn't come to fabricate nothing. I come to be truthful and honest about this situation. He asked for a ride to the poll. So I stepped out of the vehicle. I said, man, make sure you got everything you need before you go in there, because if I leave, you're gonna have to walk those 2 miles back home. That's bottom line, because I had something else to do. So he stood there and he explained to Ms. Dern, 3 poll workers there, that he had a problem. He was blind in his right eye and his left eye was blurred. He couldn't read the small right. He said it multiple times. I stated this to the investigator, that he said multiple times, can I get some help? Can I get some help? Neither one of the ladies said yes or no. He turned around and said, can he help me? And that's all was said. And the only thing I proceeded, the lady said, can I see your ID? I pulled ID, my driver's license out of my pocket, gave him to her. She put it in the voter's card and made me sign the book. So we pursued. And Ms. Dern was standing in her doorway when I walked in the door. And the lady, if they had told me, Mr. Robinson, you can't be in this building, or Ms. Dern had told me you need to leave, I would have turned and walked out that door. Then I wouldn't have to be endured with this today. But I can admit, whatever the report was, said I violated the system. He asked, and when they gave me approved for my driver's license, I was under the impression that it was okay. That's my opinion.
Did you know this guy?
No. I didn't know. He was, he lived in the neighborhood. He do a lot of odd jobs around there. But I did not solicit or entice him for no vote. None. So even
You didn't know him though, personally?
I don't know him personally, but I
Okay.
know him. He worked for my pastor. That's the only way I knew him.
Okay.
But other than that, I did not solicit or entice, because I really wasn't intending to run for 2000 then. I was going to wait till 28, because the council member that had that seat, he reached out to me, said, I'm resigning, moving to running for the county commissioner. It's your opportunity to step up to the plate. And I put my name in the pot just to see where I get. But I didn't have about 3 weeks to do anything by campaigning, just 3 weeks. And it was a short notice. And I tried it and see where I got. And, I was defeated by 100 votes. But that let me know where where I need to work toward if I decide to run in the near future. Because right now I'm at y'all discretion if I'm allowed or able to run in the near future. But I didn't have all the knowledge. I didn't have all the rules and regulations when this occurred, but now I have them.
So you just read the candidates to him? You read the candidates to Mr.
Yes,
Hyman?
sir. I read that. He asked, because he asked them. I told him who it was. And I know both of them, myself for one and the other candidate. I did read it to him.
Okay.
I did read it.
And he voted himself.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't push the button. I read it to him because about 3 months ago, he got hit in the eye with a brick, an altercation. So in his right eye, that's what happened. And he asked for some help at the polls, and her poll worker refused, didn't say nothing. I don't know what the problem was that day, because he came there looking homeless. He was dirty, had been working, and he smelled like alcohol, because when he got in my truck, alcohol was on his breath. And I knew it because it was loud enough in my truck. I said, boy, you drinking, you guys, it's too loud in here. So I don't know if that's why they refused to help him, but when they asked for my driver license, I'm assuming they gave me responsibility to help him. That's the only reason why I did it.
Okay. Mr. Aaron, do you have any comments to make about that? Don't leave, sir. Don't leave yet.
So when he came in, I was in my office, which is sort of catty corner. I can look out, not where the check-in station is. But our poll workers, regularly, if someone comes in and needs assistance, we will sign the oath of assistance, which is allowed by law to help. They would not have refused that. He did not, Mr. Hyman, who is the voter that he assisted, they came in together. It's not that Mr. Hyman came in and was kind of confused and was unable to do anything. They both came in. He said he was going to assist, and I didn't see them until they were already at the voting booth and walking away. And I went and I was like, oh, that was the candidate, because he had come in earlier that day and voted. So that's why I went ahead and looked at the signature, and it verified that it was Mr. Robinson, the candidate. But I categorically deny that my poll workers would refuse to help anybody. Look, we are a farming county. We have people who come in with cow poop on their boots, who are not very fresh. They come in. We would never deny anybody assistance. So, but here nor there, him entering the polling place after he had already voted in on the candidate, or had already voted on the ballot, him coming in before he even knew, as he said, that before he knew that Mr. Hyman needed assistance, is a violation. If he were bringing them in and dropping them off and sitting in the car, because people do that, that scenario wouldn't have happened.
Let me ask a question. Is it possible that the poll workers didn't deny him, but they didn't offer assistance? And this gentleman coming in with Mr. Hyman, they assumed that he was there to assist him.
Well, so generally when somebody comes in and says, I need help, because either a physical disability or illiteracy, when someone's standing there, we generally assume that's why that person is there.
Right. So that's what I'm asking. If that's a possibility, they didn't deny assistance. They just didn't offer assistance.
Help, right?
Right,
But
okay.
if he is already standing there beside the voter, we are going to make that assumption, especially if he's saying that he's unable to see. And obviously, Mr. Hyman wasn't driving, Mr. Robinson was.
That seems to be likely what occurred in this case. That
Yeah, and they definitely would not have refused and we've had people who've, the senior center will bring in voters and they'll come in and say, we need help because we're unable to read or a physical disability. And we offer to sign the oath of assistance to go in there, not just to do the instructions.
The chair will entertain a motion if there's no more questions.
Now, I make a motion that we issue a letter of instruction that will explain this process, so you'll know it for the next time you run.
We have a motion for a letter of instructions. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. The letter of instruction will be issued. Thank you very much for showing up today, sir.
Thank you.
Showing up matters.
Yes.
The last case on the agenda for today is SCB 2024-133 Oconee County improper municipal qualifying procedures from August of 2024.
The Georgia Secretary of State Office opened an investigation after receiving a report about a change in the city of Watkinsville's 2024 mayoral and city council qualifying dates. It was reported that the city qualifying dates in years prior were all held in August. However, in 2024, the qualifying was held in March, a potential violation dealing with filing notification. The complaint was also alleged that Oconee County failed to make proper notification of the qualifying dates. And Mr. Chairman and board members, I had the privilege of serving with former State Representative Bob Smith. He's a fine gentleman, but he has had hearing challenges ever since I've known you. And when you speak, if you would just hold this in your hand, it will help him hear what you're saying.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry that you asked to be last on the agenda today, but that's the way it is. Do you have comments you'd like to make for this board?
Yes, sir. I'm Bob Smith in Watkinsville, and I probably ate most of your sweet potato souffle in there, so you better hurry up and get it. It's very, very good. And but anyways, I appreciate you letting me come before your body. It's a little late because this happened in 2024. But I wanted to have a prelude here, sir. I've had hearing issues since about the third or fourth grade. won't belabor this long. And I just had cochlear implants done July and then 3 weeks ago for this year. And I've gone from 10% to 60% in this year in 2 months. 2 months. This one's a little tougher. But this brings me to one of the issues that wasn't mentioned here, but I wanted to read something that I received from the superintendent of Oconee County elections, because I'm a friendly guy and there was nobody in the voting booth. And I lingered around and they said that they told me to leave. I never heard them. Never heard them. And the letter I got was, violation of the code section can be turned over to the state investigation and may result in charges up to a felony. I was taken back by that. There's enough on that. But I just wanted to show you a prelude of, I don't know why they do things like that. Maybe they're a little quick to the gun or something. But why am I here? I'm going to read some prepared notes so we can get out of here. The 2024 qualifying has come and gone. That's water under the dam, over the dam. But the belief locally by some that paid attention to this matter in 2024 was that it was a rigged system. Nobody knew about it. The local paper only has a handful of local subscribers and nothing was done. And since 1983, when the charter was created the last time, elections qualifying has been in August, sometime the latter part of July and August. And in the book that I sent earlier, probably 2 or 3 months ago, it shows 7 years of August qualifying. And all of a sudden, I keep using the term, all of a sudden, in March of 2024, it's qualifying for 4 council seats. We have 3 council in an even number and a mayor and 2 council in an odd number year. And this is the first time that I've ever seen I grew up in Watkinsville. I've never seen it otherwise. So here's the situation. The letters that you have seen perhaps in your folder, if they are, is I wrote letters to the Secretary of State Raffensperger. I didn't hear anything from him. I copied some similar letters to the governor and to Attorney General Carr. I never heard from him. Never heard from him. I served with Governor Kemp when he was in the state Senate, and we were in the Athens delegation together in the early 2000s for 4 years. So I was sort of expecting that maybe I could hear from him about this serious matter. And why is it serious? Less than another month from now, here we go again. We're going to be awake this time. Now, can I get somebody to run? Probably not. Because what's happening is people see that these gamed systems, they say, hey, I don't want to be part of that. I was a mayor of Watkinsville for a year and 2.5 months, March the 13th. I left because I resigned because I saw too much stuff that didn't settle with me. I call it, I'm going to try to be careful with this. I call it dishonest wheeling and dealing, and wink, wink, nod, nod type of government. And I saw that as mayor, and that's the reason I resigned. I didn't like what I saw. In the legislature, by the way, this 7 o'clock hour is starting to sound like an old appropriations meeting where we went to midnight, but you got the good news tonight. You're going to be done in about 5 more minutes, I hope, or at least for me. But what we've got is we got letters that I wrote to those 3 guys, Secretary of State Raffensperger, ignored. To the governor, copied. To the Attorney General, copied. I didn't hear from anybody. All I was asking for, please reopen qualifying because nobody knew about it. I knew about it because I'm paying attention. But the people asked me, we had 3 people that were going to run in August. Now, why do we have 3 people to run? Because I was told by old city attorney, you got to have 3. If you want to try to clean up government, you got to have 3. You got to have 3 votes. That's the majority. That's the majority. We were looking to do that in 2024 with some excellent candidates. Didn't happen. Will I get them this year? No, they don't want to be part of this because what they see all the time, and it's happening all over Georgia. It's happening all over Georgia. This type of behavior is happening all over Georgia. Dishonest wheeling and dealing. What the 3 members they were trying to do was finally shine some sunshine, the best disinfectant in government on the city of Watkinsville. Shine some sunshine. And ask tough questions and demand answers. I did 330 open records to the city of Watkinsville. You would not believe the responses I have received. And you ask people, why don't you run for office? Why do I want to be part of that mess? I hear it all over the state. You hear it all over the state. So what are the consequences? Why am I here? It's too late. But when I talked with the Secretary of State's attorney, his name was, I forgot his name. I had it written down. I did talk with him about this matter. And he said, oh, this law was put into place in 2012. 2012. So somebody's been violating the law, the election laws of Georgia since 2012. And all of a sudden, March 2024, we're gonna comply with the Georgia elections law. How great that was. And oh, by the way, because we couldn't get anybody to run, the current county mayor and council gets a free run for another 2 years with no hard questions and no hard answers. So I ask you, what are the consequences? What is the rule of law? What will the consequences be? And letter after letter, I don't get responses. I keep asking, rule of law. election laws. The election laws that were on the books in 2012, and 12 years later, after violating the election laws, we're going to, all of a sudden, we're going to comply. Too late. So I appreciate your indulgence, and should you need any of these letters that I've written that solidifies what I've just said, I deal in facts, I deal in truth, and any way I can help this board, I'd appreciate I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you, sir. Any questions or comments from the board?
Thank you. I think
But-
that we do
but-
have a. Oh. Yeah, I'm just saying thank you. I do believe that we do have a shortage of people who have the integrity that you are exhibiting. It's particularly in our elected offices. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any further comments from board members?
Thank you so much. And it breaks my heart that you're not involved as mayor, or that you resigned, but it's not unusual. I see lots of people that get up to this point with it and they say, I can't make a difference, I can't change it. But I personally don't feel that God gave us a spirit of defeat, that he gave us a spirit of get on the battlefield and he'll take care of the rest. So thank you for being on the battlefield now and bringing this to our attention. What do you think we can do as a board to make a difference?
My last question was, ma'am, thank you for the question, is if the laws are broken, I don't know what the statute of limitations are. They always get in the way of everything. It seems like it's 1 year, 2 years, 2.5 years, or whatever. At what point are there going to be consequences for violating the Georgia elections laws? And if you don't have any consequences, it's sort of like people tell me there's a speed limit sign out there, it's 55 miles an hour or 65 miles an hour. Oh, that doesn't matter. That's a suggestion. And so my question is, hopefully, is that if it won't matter now, is there some way to reach in and have some type of enforcement of the election laws? That's my answer to you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So a response was given by Oconee County. Is anybody from Oconee County here? Yeah. There is a response, I think that's important here. Oconee County Board of Elections relied on Watkinsville's history for conducting qualifying in August without fully researching the issue. In fact, that for 2020, the correct qualifying period had already passed before the OCBOE undertook the duty to conduct qualifying. This mistaken reliance occurred in 2022. The OCBOE Director of Elections in 2020 left to work for a voting machine company, and Director of Elections in 2022 left to work for the Secretary of State. The current Director of Elections, Sharon Gregg, came to work for the OCBOE in September 2022 and began reviewing process and procedures. As part of that review, she consulted with the undersigned and the state officials, and we determined the process had been incorrect in 2020 and 2022, and likely for a very long time period to that when the qualifications were conducted by Watkinsville. So this was something that had gone on for quite a while before it was changed. Any further questions from the board? Any comments from the board? If not, the chair will entertain a motion. Anyone?
Well, I'll just be perfectly honest and say, I don't feel like I'm educated enough on it to make a motion. I don't necessarily want to continue it, but I'd like time to look through everything to understand it better, to make a decision. I don't think we have enough information at this point to make a decision.
Yeah, I don't know what we can do about this.
So the only thing that I could say was to make a motion to continue this case to do further investigation.
Well,
That's all I know.
an option is to send it to the AG and let the AG deal with a consent order with Oconee County.
I agree. However, you already contacted the Attorney General.
True, well, he copied them on it and
Right.
this will be official. And then they will also get those letters that he sent.
Well, I'm quite happy with that, to send it to the Attorney General and
Me
request
too.
action by the Attorney General.
She's speaking.
I make a motion.
Yep. And your motion is,
My motion is to refer this case to the Attorney General.
we have a motion to refer this to the Attorney General. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Dr. Johnson. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of sending this case to the Attorney General signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Motion carried by a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the cases for today. I appreciate everybody showing up and your patience for being here. This, let me, before I adjourn
No,
for the
we're
day,
adjourned.
we're not adjourned, recess for the day. Would the board like to start at 9 or 9:30 in the morning?
9:30.
9:30? The chair would entertain a motion to recess for the day and reconvene at 9:30 in the morning.
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion to recess and reconvene at 9:30 in the morning. Is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries 3-0. This board is now in recess till 9:30 in the morning.